Chapter 1264. Crepe Myrtle Godly Realm. At the center of thousands of floating islands, there was a mountain that reached into the clouds. It was majestic and magnificent. On this day, a black-clothed man walked over from the peak. His face looked extremely young, but there was a rich aura of age in his eyes. Knight Master Yi Tianxing, the strongest leader of the humans in the primordial demon realm. Today, he met the Master of the Godly Realm for the first time. I am Yi Tianxing. Greetings to the Master of the Godly Realm. 10 steps away from the mountain, Knight Master stopped and looked at the elder in front of him. He bowed politely. In front of the mountain, the elder turned around and looked at the Master of the number 1 pavilion in front of him. He said calmly, "You don't have to be so courteous. Please forgive me for inviting you here. You are too kind. I have wanted to visit you for a long time. I am lucky to be invited by you," Knight Master said with a smile. After some small talk, the two went straight to the main topic. They were going to discuss the human race's fight against the 100 races. The exchange of information was very detailed, especially the characteristics of the royal and royal families. It was the main point of the two leaders' discussion. After a long discussion, Knight Master looked around the floating islands and asked, "I heard that Marquis is also in the godly realm. Why don't I see him?" Marquis is injured and is recuperating. If you want to see him, I can send someone to bring you there," the elder said calmly. "Thank you." Knight Master bowed and said politely, "You are welcome." The elder replied calmly and said, "Peacock, you lead the way for the Master." "Yes." Behind him, the 5-colored light gathered and Peacock appeared. She bowed respectfully. Not far from the peak, on a small but very quiet floating island, a beautiful woman in green clothes was busying herself. The hair on her forehead was wet with sweat, making her look even more beautiful. "Miss Qing." Peacock bowed politely and said, "This is the Master of the number 1 pavilion. He is here to visit Marquis." Qing Ning heard and looked at the man behind Peacock. She smiled and said, "Knight Master, I heard Ning Qin mention you. Please come in." "Thank you." A strange expression flashed across the Knight Master's eyes when he saw the quiet and peaceful lady in front of him. He politely replied and immediately walked towards the wooden house in front of him. Inside the wooden house, the black-clothed, black-haired man was quietly leaning against the headboard of the bed, deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. "Ning Qin, the Night Lord has come to see you," Qing Ning said as she walked into the room and looked at the man on the bed. At the head of the bed, Ning Qin came back to his senses. He shifted his gaze and saw the familiar figure behind Qing Ning. He did not look too surprised. He knew very well that the number 1 pavilion under the heavens would appear sooner or later, and the humans of the primordial demon realm would eventually return to the heavens beyond heaven. Marquis, we meet again." The Knight Patriarch looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. Ning Qin nodded and said softly, "It's been many years since we last met, but Night Lord's elegance is still the same. Please sit." "Thank you." The Night Lord didn't stand on ceremony either. He walked to the wooden chair beside the table and sat down. In the previous battle, the Marquis of Jiming defeated the strongest palace lord of the Western Sacred Domain. "You've really won a lot of face for the human race. I just did what I should do. Next, we still need to rely on the Pavilion Lord and the Purple Myrtle Divine Realm to fight against the 100 races," Ning Qin said calmly. "The number 1 pavilion is duty-bound to help the human race. The Marquis should also recover from his injuries as soon as possible. The human experts who appeared with the Marquis earlier still need your leadership," the Night Lord said seriously. At the side, Qing Ning walked over with a cup of tea and served it to the former. Then, she quietly retreated. The Night Lord looked back and asked, "Who is this girl?" "Qing Ning, the elder sister of the family," Ning Qin replied. "So the Marquis has an elder sister with such amazing cultivation," the Night Lord praised. It was not easy for a woman to practice martial arts, and very few of them had reached the king realm. The woman just now had restrained her cultivation and seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs, but he could clearly feel that this elder sister of the Jiming Marquis was an out-and-out king realm expert. "You flatter me," Ning Chen replied calmly and didn't say much on this topic. He changed the topic and said, "The number 1 pavilion under the heavens has contributed a lot to stop the invasion of the 100 races. How are the losses?" "It's still within the acceptable range." The Night Lord's expression hardened as he said, "During the battle between our pavilion and the God's capital mountain, we discovered that there were many kings in the God's capital army that we had never seen before. If the ancient Saint Sky hadn't come to our rescue at the critical moment, the other 3 kings of the profound realm would have suffered a great loss." "Is that so?" Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. When he had provoked the 4 sovereign families to fight against the Sky Devil Imperial family, he thought that the 4 sovereign families had used all their trump card. He didn't expect that there were still hidden forces in the divine capital mountain. So, the Jiming Marquis and the Immortal Realm experts must be careful when facing the other sovereign families, the Night Lord reminded seriously. "Thank you for your reminder," Ning Chen replied seriously. While the two were talking, outside the wooden house, Peacock looked at the busy woman beside her. After a while, she said calmly, "Miss Qing, how long have you known the Jiming Marquis?" Qing Ning stopped what she was doing and thought for a while. Then she said, "More than 100 years. I can't remember exactly how long. When I first met him, he was not even 17. At that time, he was much more cheerful than he is now." While speaking, a trace of nostalgia flashed across Qing Ning's face. Time was merciless. So many years had passed unknowingly. The young man back then had completely changed after thousands of hardship. Peacock listened to the former quietly and sighed. For more than 100 years, the woman in front of her had stayed by the Jiming Marquis side without complaint. What kind of relationship was that? Love or kinship? Why did she feel that these descriptions were so shallow? No matter what kind of relationship it was impossible to not ask for anything in return. Love, hate, all kinds of things in life seemed to be unimportant to the woman in front of her. "What's wrong?" Seeing the Immortal Realm Saintess's strange look, Qing Ning smiled and said, "Is there something wrong?" "No." Peacock came back to her senses and sighed. What happened to Mu Qingxue may be a big blow to the Jiming Marquis. "Miss Qing, if you have the chance, please persuade him." Qing Ning nodded and said, "Miss Peacock, you are very considerate. Ning Chen's heart is much stronger than ours. Moreover, he doesn't have so much energy to be sad now, right?" Peacock frowned and looked at the Jiming Marquis, who was talking happily with the Night Lord. She sighed in her heart. Sometimes, she felt that the Jiming Marquis was no different from a monster. When he was emotionless, he was more like a demon than a demon. If it was anyone else, it would be impossible to be so calm when the woman he loved forgot about him, as if nothing had happened. Even if it was a demon. Just as the Night Lord came to visit the Immortal Realm, at the end of the starry sky, on an ancient planet, the Yama King and the current Taishang of the underworld met by accident. The Yama King was unsheathed and the Emperor's aura swept across the 9 heavens. In front of the altar, Mu Qingshue's face turned cold. The Taishang divine sword shone with a cold light. The 2 strongest swords in the world surpassed the Emperor weapons and their sharpness shocked the sky. An unexpected scene and an unavoidable battle. The Taishang and Yama King's divine weapons shone brightly and their emperor's aura shocked the world. With a furious roar, the battle began. The Yama King moved in the void and his ghost chi was majestic. His sword opened a path to hell. Below, Mu Qingxue focused and stepped forward. His divine sword broke through the void and clashed with the Yama King. With a boom, the divine weapons clashed. The sky was filled with sword chi and the planet below suddenly shook violently. The mountains moved and the earth moved. Earth fire spewed out. Bang! The divine swords crossed and each move was merciless. Palm essence condensed and clashed head-on. In a short distance, the fierce battle broke out. Both of them had extreme negative origin, and each move was destructive. The shocking battle was beyond the limit of time. As if the ancient times had come again, the two peerless powerhouses of the immortal realm clashed again. Forbidden essence and ghost force clashed. Why did they hate each other so much? Their memories were gone, and only the instincts of their bodies were left. The two peerless beauties waved the divine weapons in their hand. Every move was to kill, mercilessly taking lives. The appearance of 100 ghosts stirred up thousands of waves, pushing the white-haired woman back. The Yama king of the underworld gathered his essence, and ghost force rolled, covering the sky. 10 steps away, Mu Qingxue stopped. His white hair danced in the wind. Thousands of sword lights gathered and formed a pair of huge sword wings. Extreme moves appeared, overturning the heavens and overturning the earth. The two figures flew out, their extreme powers colliding. The two opposite forces, one black and one white, clashed. The aftershocks shook the world, and the surrounding world collapsed quickly. Below, the planet that suffered the aftershocks of the two's battle started to collapse. Earth fire spewed out and filled the sky, showing signs of doomsday. Royal Jyoga, 100 dead souls buried. When the battle reached its climax, the Yama king of the underworld opened his mouth, and ghost chi rushed into the sky. In an instant, a huge undead giant statue appeared in the sky and roared. The sky changed color. The resentment of all living beings gathered crazily. The Yama king of the underworld showed a power that was beyond the limit of a martial artist. He controlled the power of the world of death and gathered it on the divine weapon Yama. He slashed down and destroyed the starry sky. Boom! The sword chi destroyed the world. Wherever the sword chi passed, the world was shattered. The primitive planet that had existed for countless years collapsed. A huge crack appeared and spread across the entire planet. Below, Mu Qingxue focused and shouted. The forbidden energy around him rose and a silver-white light shot into the sky. The Taishang indifference appeared again, shocking the world. The resentment of the world and the Taishang forbidden energy clashed. A horrifying explosion sounded. The entire primitive planet exploded. Rocks flew and stars rained down. In the starry sky, the two peerless beauties looked at each other. Powerful energy surged in their bodies, and the coldness in their eyes became brighter. In the cycle of the heavenly Tao, life and death are not interchangeable. Today, the Taishang will sacrifice his life to pay tribute to the millions of living beings in the underworld. As soon as he said that, thousands of dead souls appeared behind the Yama king of the underworld. They were an army with resentment. The strongest Yama king of the underworld summoned an army of 100,000. They gathered their spirits and tried to kill the Taishang. Chapter 1265. The battle between the Yama lords of the underworld and the grand elders of the current generation was getting more and more intense. 100,000 soldiers of the underworld appeared, and their resentment shot into the sky. Endless ghost chi covered the stars in the sky. With the support of the resentment, the Emperor's sword in the Yama Lord's hand became even more powerful. It was a shocking scene. The power of 100,000 soldiers gathered in the Yama Lord's body. The Emperor's sword's light shot into the sky and the entire star region started to shake. Seeing this, Mu Qingxue formed essence with his fingers and pointed his sword at the Emperor's sword. Cold chi spread and frost filled the sky. The grand forbidden scripture appeared and the ultimate martial arts moved the world. The power of absolute love was earth-shattering. Mu Qingxue pointed his sword at the sky and a huge icy river appeared in the sky. It spanned a few 100,000 miles and shocked everyone. The next moment, the sword light slashed down and the river of stars fell from the sky. The grand divine sword slashed down and broke through the sky, slashing at the Yama Lord of the underworld in front. Break! At the same time, the Yama Lord's Emperor's sword slashed the sky. It was also an earth-shattering move, clashing with the icy river of stars. Boom! The two sides clashed and starlight filled the sky. The shocking impact destroyed the surrounding stars and turned them into dust in the aftermath of the battle. After the intense impact, two figures appeared in the sky. Ghost Chi and Forbidden Essence swept out, and the battle intent in their eyes became more intense. Ta, ta, ta. At this moment, Yin Chi spread hundreds of thousands of miles away from the battle. Tens of thousands of Yin soldiers walked out and rushed toward the depths of the sky. In the battle far away, the Yama Lord sensed something and frowned under his red veil. He waved his hand and put away the Emperor's sword. He stepped forward and returned to the palanquin. In the blink of an eye, the three dragon corpses moved and pulled the palanquin away. In the sky, Mu Qingshu looked at the patrolling immortal corpses, and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared. He thought for a while and turned to leave. The earth-shattering battle started unexpectedly and ended unexpectedly. The Yama Lord of the Underworld and the current Grand Elder left, leaving only the ancient star region that was full of holes to tell the story of the previous battle. At the divine capital mountain in the primordial demon realm, a divine general of the divine capital returned and reported the situation of the battle in heavens beyond. The world's #1 pavilion. On the peak of the mountain, the lord of the holy capital, Yu Luowu, narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. After returning to the heavens beyond skies, this human's legacy no longer bothered to hide his identity. Now, apart from the celestial demonic imperial family, the western sacred region, the scaled race, and the divine capital mountain were all blocked. The strength displayed by the human race was far beyond their expectations. Is the master of the celestial capital also worried about the war at the realm beyond heaven? At this moment, demonic chi surged in the void, and a peerless demonic shadow appeared between heaven and earth. 7 suns lingered around it, shaking heaven and earth. When the 7 brilliance demon emperor showed up at the divine capital mountain, every expert hiding in the divine capital mountain immediately went on alert. 7 brilliance demon emperor, why have you come in person? On the peak of the mountain, Yu Luowu looked at the demon sovereign in front of him and said faintly, "I'm here to invite the leader of the holy capital to come with me to the outer sky." The 7 brilliance demon emperor replied. "Oh." Yu Luowu frowned slightly and said, "It's still too early for a decisive battle." Of course it's not the time for a decisive battle, but it's necessary to increase the pressure on the human sovereigns, the 7 brilliance demon emperor replied. The human sovereigns' whereabouts are unpredictable. It won't be easy to find them. How are we going to deal with them? Yu Luowu said in a deep voice. Since the war between the two realms, the shaman emperor has been trying to deduce the whereabouts of the human sovereigns. Now we have some clues, the 7 brilliance demon emperor replied. Where are they? Yu Luowu asked sternly. The Ziwei star zone at the realm beyond heaven, the 7 brilliance demon emperor said slowly. Yu Luowu's eyes flickered coldly. He said, "Since we've found their whereabouts, I don't mind paying them a visit." The 7 brilliance demon emperor grinned when he heard Yu Luowu's permission. His figure dissipated and flew into the sky. In front of the passage between the two realms, mist was floating with colorful lights. 2 peerless sovereigns stood in the air, waiting for the two to arrive. "We've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go," the Lord of the Western Sacred Region said calmly when he saw the two. He then turned around and walked into the spatial passage. Behind him, the Scaled Emperor, the 7 brilliance demon emperor, and the Lord of the Divine Capital walked in one after another and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In front of the passage between the two realms in the Red Phoenix star zone at the realm beyond heaven, 4 sovereigns walked out one after another. Their peerless aura shocked the entire mortal realm. The moment the 4 sovereigns appeared in the realm beyond heaven, the Lord of the realm shuddered on the peak surrounded by thousands of floating islands in the Ziwei divine realm. His eyes lit up. Not good. At the same time, in front of an ancient city in the mortal realm, The fortune-teller in blue looked solemn. He looked at the red phoenix star zone in the distance with a heavy heart. The sovereigns of the primordial demon realm had arrived so quickly. It was beyond their expectations. "Old friend," the Lord of the Realm's voice came from the starry sky. "Understood." The fortune-teller in blue nodded. He tapped the long staff in his hand. Suddenly, a strange light rose, and the ancient city behind him disappeared. In the starry sky, the shadows of the 4 sovereigns flashed past. They were so fast that even starlight couldn't catch up with them. In the Z-Way star zone, the calamity was about to arrive. In the realm beyond heaven, the human cultivators all focused and prepared to fight to the death. On the floating island closest to the divine peak, Ning Chen also felt the powerful aura from the distant starry sky. He got down from his bed and walked to the wooden house. "You haven't recovered yet. Don't get down from the bed and walk around." In front of the wooden house, Qing Ning walked over with a bowl of medicine and scolded softly. "Didn't you notice it?" Ning Chen looked into the distance and asked. "So what if I did? What can you do in your current condition?" Qing Ning scolded. Ning Chen fell silent when he heard that. He didn't know how to answer. "Go back to the house and rest," Qing Ning ordered. Ning Chen nodded and walked back to the house quietly without saying anything else. In the Z-Way star zone, demonic qi filled the air. With the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor as the leader, the 4 sovereigns finally arrived. Their boundless aura spread out in all directions like raging waves. "Get ready." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor glanced at the 3 behind him and said, "Okay." Yu Luowu, the Scale Emperor, and the Master of the Western Sacred Region nodded at the same time. With a soft cry, their aura surged and rose to the extreme. The 4 sovereigns displayed their aura. The starry sky couldn't bear the terrifying power. With the 4 sovereigns as the center, it started to collapse rapidly. Under the eyes of the world, a shocking scene took place in the Z-Way star zone. Wherever the aura of the 4 sovereigns passed, the stars collapsed and turned into dust, dissipating between heaven and earth. In the major star zones, the human experts felt the terrifying aura of the sovereign Tao of the Z-Way star zone and couldn't help but tremble. At the border between the Red Luan and the Spirit Void star zone, among thousands of meteorites, in the number 1 pavilion, the Night Master looked in the direction of the Z-Way star zone with a solemn look in his eyes. What were the 4 sovereigns trying to do? Were they going to fight now? If so, the first Kunyi Demon Emperor should have shown himself. In the Z-Way star zone, Doomsday Tribulation. The sovereign Tao crushed everything in its path, turning everything into dust and disappearing. In the sacred land of the Heavens Province, Chao Tianxi looked at the distant starry sky with a solemn expression. She didn't expect the primordial demon realm to start invading the Z-Way star zone so soon. It was really bad news. At this moment, sword light soared into the sky from the depths of the sacred land. In an instant, a black-robed figure walked out of the sword light. The Heaven's Sword Master had reappeared in the world. Chao Tianxi felt it. She looked over and her eyes narrowed. Why did the Sword Master come out of seclusion so soon? In the void, the Heaven's Sword Master, Mu Chang'e, who was dressed in black, walked over. His sword qi was extremely powerful. The extreme Tao King realm was beyond the ordinary King realm cultivators. He was the King of Swords and all swords submitted to him. Seeing the strange aura around the Sword Master, Chao Tianxi's eyes trembled. Sadness flashed across her face. "Don't be sad for me. This is my own choice. 3 years ago, the sword of the legend of the Xia dynasty shocked the world. Now, it's time for me to prove my sword," Mu Chang'e said with a smile. Chao Tianxi clenched her slender hands. After a long time, she suppressed the sadness in her heart and said, "Go. The Heaven's Mansion will be fine with me." "Thank you. From now on, the Heaven's Mansion will be in your care." As soon as he finished speaking, in the void, tens of thousands of swords soared into the sky. The Heaven's Sword Master's figure disappeared and rushed into the distant starry sky. In the divine realm of crepe myrtle, just as the Master of the divine realm was about to intervene and stop this catastrophe, he was suddenly shocked and looked into the distance. That was a sword. Across the endless starry sky, the fortune-teller in green also felt the earth-shattering sword power in the distance. His expression changed. When did such an amazing swordsman appear in the human world? In the divine realm, in the wooden house on the floating island, Ning Chen, who had just returned to the house and sat down, suddenly stood up and quickly walked out of the house. This aura was the Heaven's Sword Master. In the wooden house, Qing Ning sighed softly and said, "If you want to go, go. After all, he taught you. It's not a big deal to send him off." In front of the wooden house, Ning Chen clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. There was a trace of emotion in his cold eyes. Without hesitation, he stepped out and left. In the starry sky, tens of thousands of swords sped through the void. In a few breaths, they passed through one star after another and rushed into the distance. In the distance, the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor, the Master of the Sanctuary, the Scale Emperor, and Yu Luowu felt the pressure of the swords coming from afar. Their eyes flashed with seriousness. What a powerful sword pressure! It had already surpassed the King realm and was infinitely close to the Sovereign realm. There was such a powerful swordsman in the human race. The world was watching. Not long after, tens of thousands of swords sped from the depths of the starry sky and appeared before the 4 sovereigns. Among the swords, there was a swordsman in black. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright. His powerful sword intent continued to rise and transcended the limits of his physical body. He was once a swordsman who could fight against the legends of the Great Xia. After his defeat back then, he honed his sword for 100 years. Today, he had made another breakthrough and shocked the world. The human race is really not to be underestimated. The Scale Emperor's eyes flashed coldly. He stepped out and golden scales covered his body. The absolute defense blocked the sword chi that kept coming at him. Chapter 1266. The final tribulation of the Ziwei Star Zone had arrived. The 4 emperors appeared at the same time. Their imperial aura spread and destroyed the world. At this moment of crisis, tens of thousands of swords flew past in the starry sky. The sword pressure was shocking, and it was heading straight for the emperors. The 4 emperors sensed it, and their expressions turned serious. What a shocking sword intent! The Scale Emperor stepped forward. Golden light shone brightly around him, and golden scales appeared, blocking the swords that pierced through the sky. A peerless sword. Under everyone's gazes, a person flew over on a sword. His clothes were as black as ink and his eyes were cold. The Tianfu Sword Master had been refining his sword for 100 years. Once he unsheathed it, it was stunning. Are you the only one? The Scale Emperor looked at the black-robed swordsman in front of him and said coldly, "You alone can't save the world. What if you include me?" As he spoke, the starry sky stirred. An old figure walked out. His withered body didn't have a trace of true chi, but he gave off an indescribable pressure. The Emperor of the human race. Seeing the newcomer, the eyes of the 4 emperors of the primordial demon realm flashed coldly. The main character had finally arrived. 4 against 2. Boring. Yu Luowu said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He didn't plan to attack. Since you don't think your opponents are enough, I'll add me. As he spoke, a fortune-teller in green walked out from the starry sky. He held a long staff in his hand. He looked to be in his 40s, and his imperial aura was hidden. 4 against 3. Yu Luowu glanced at the 3 peerless powerhouses of the human race and said coldly, "It's still not enough." Enough. In front of the fortune-teller, the master of the divine land looked deep into the starry sky and said softly. As soon as he said that, a dragon's roar shook the sky. In the dazzling golden light, a 5-clawed golden dragon sped over. Its unusually powerful aura was comparable to the top emperors of the 100 races. The next moment, the golden dragon transformed. It had a familiar face, and it was wearing a white robe. It was extraordinary. The descendant of the dragon race, young Master Xiaobai, had been reborn and reappeared in the world. The dragon race. The 7 luminaries' demon emperor sensed it. His expression turned cold. After all, the dragon race's descendant had become an emperor. It's 4 against 4 now. Are you satisfied? Young Master Xiaobai appeared and looked at the master of the divine capital. Interesting. When the successor of the dragon clan appeared, Yu Luowu's lips curled into a cold smile. His royal might soared and his aura soared. With the 3 sovereigns of the human race out, the last bit of hesitation disappeared. Among the 10,000 swords, the heavenly sword master did not hesitate any longer. He stepped out and initiated the battle. The blazing sword light was dazzling. It tore through the starry sky and swept toward the scaled ruler in front of it. The swordsmen attacked, and a great battle broke out. Not far away, the 3 sovereigns of the human race were fighting against the 3 sovereigns of the demonic territory. Powerful imperial might filled the air, shaking the stars in the sky. Yu Luowu crossed his arms and a crescent-shaped blade appeared. It was so powerful that even immortal realm cultivators feared it. In front, young Master Xiaobai clenched his right hand, and the Dragon Emperor divine weapon appeared. The sword turned into a spear, and golden light shone brightly. The emperors began to fight, and the divine weapons competed. As soon as they clashed, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the emperor's might roared into the heavens. While the master of the divine capital and young Master Xiaobai were fighting, the master of the realm of gods and the fortune-teller in blue robes stepped forward to stop the 7 brilliance demon emperor and the master of the western sacred region. The atmosphere was tense, and a great battle was about to break out. Want to spar? The fortune-teller smiled as he looked at the Golden Lion Clan's holy sovereign. Sure. The Golden Lion Clan's holy sovereign nodded. He gathered essence in his right fist, and golden light rose. The fortune-teller in blue robes also crossed his long staff. Azure light filled the air, and imperial might appeared. The 2 emperors who didn't use their full strength exchanged fists and palms. Their moves were exquisite, but they restrained 30% of their power. It was more exciting than intense. On the other side, the 7 brilliance demon emperor and the master of the realm of gods stood facing each other. Their imperial might could be vaguely seen, and neither of them made the first move. The human race has really impressed me. The 7 brilliance demon emperor looked at the 3 battles in the distance and said coldly, "There are still many unexpected things about the human race. It's still too early to be surprised," the master of the realm of gods said lightly. The 7 brilliance demon emperor sneered and said, "Unfortunately, no one can change the outcome of the human race's defeat. Just like the swordsman in front of us, no matter how amazing he is, it's only his last glory before his defeat." As he spoke, tens of thousands of swords swept across the starry sky. The shocking sword pressure shattered one star after another. The supreme sword intent made all laws pale in comparison. Mu Changa transcended the limits of his physical body, and his sword intent rose infinitely. His blood and chi kept burning as he gave his all to surpass his swordsmanship. The supreme sword intent and absolute defense kept clashing. Even the emperor of the scaled tribe didn't dare to be careless in front of the shocking sword. Golden scales covered his body and blocked the swordsman's attacks. "Swordsman, is it worth it?" The emperor of the scaled tribe turned his palm and shook off the thousands of sword radiances in front of him. He looked at the swordsman in front of him and said in a deep voice. He knew that he would die in this battle, but he still stood in front of them without hesitation. Where did his courage and determination come from? "It's worth it." After the thousands of sword radiances, the heavenly sword master arrived. He unsheathed his divine sword, heavenly sword, and the sky changed color. The divine sword shook the golden scales, and a violent collision sound was heard. The divine sword and the golden scales clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. Ha! Mu Changa's sword momentum was blocked. He shouted, and the sword intent around him rose again. His blood and chi burned fiercely, and the bloody flames were dazzling. It shocked the heavens and the earth for a moment. The unparalleled sword pressure kept spreading. Heavenly Sword could feel the determination in its master's heart. The sword let out a sorrowful cry, and endless spiritual chi burst out. It was a sword with no regrets. Crack! Cracks appeared on the body of the sword. The heavenly tower burned itself. Similarly, it had bet everything on this final battle. Man and sword, one heart and breath. The boundless sword intent shook the heavens and the earth. Under the terrifying impact, the Emperor of the Scaled Tribe felt his chest sink, and he couldn't help but take half a step back. Back off! The Emperor of the Scaled Tribe retreated, and he was furious. He gathered the energy in his palm and counterattacked. The surging palm energy imprinted on the swordsman's body. Blood splattered everywhere, and Mu Changa's figure flew back 1,000 feet, severely injured. 10th Sword. 1,000 feet away, Mu Changa's figure stopped. His blood didn't stop flowing, and his sword momentum didn't stop. The 10th sword appeared, and it slayed immortals and demons. In the dazzling sword radiance, an unusually bright ancient sword appeared and slashed down from the sky. As the immortal-slaying sword fell, the Emperor of the Scaled Tribe gathered his energy and blocked the ancient sword in front of him. Boom! Sword chi and palm energy collided, and the aftershocks roared. Layers of sword chi broke through the Emperor of the Scaled Tribe's palm energy and approached him again. The heavenly sword master, who was burning his life to forcefully raise his cultivation level, raised his sword intent to an unimaginable level. Wherever his sword chi went, it was invincible. Clang! Sword chi and golden scales collided, and the stalemate lasted for a moment. In front of him, Mu Changa's figure flashed past, and his sword broke through the sky. Boom! The peerless divine weapon shook the Emperor of the Scaled Tribe again, and a huge impact passed through his body. The Emperor of the Scaled Tribe felt the blood in his body churning violently, and he took 3 steps back. Being forced back by a human king again, the Emperor of the Scaled Tribe became more and more furious. He gathered his energy and punched out. In the moment of crisis, 10,000 swords protected Mu Changa. An instant later, the Emperor of the Scaled Tribe broke through the 10,000 swords and mercilessly landed on the swordsman's body. Ugh! With the Emperor of the Scaled Tribe, Mu Changa flew out again. His body was cracked, and his physical body was at its limit. 11th Sword. The divine sword rose into the sky, and 10,000 swords soared into the sky. The perfect sword of the mortal world reappeared in the mortal world. The sword of no beginning, the sword of no end. Wherever the sword flow past, the starry sky shattered and collapsed. Useless move! The Emperor of the Scaled Tribe raised his hand, and golden light spread out, forming a barrier in front of him. An instant later, the 10,000 swords swept past and continuously crashed into the barrier formed by the Emperor's laws. There was a deafening rumble. In front of the golden barrier, the 10,000 swords collapsed, unable to break through the Emperor's laws. 12th Sword. There was no limit to the sword's extremity. Only the sword's will was complete. As the battle reached its climax, Mu Changa let out a low cry, and the surrounding blood turned into swords, magnificent and dazzling. Swords that surpassed the limits of the mortal world coiled around the swordsman's body, bright red and unusually dazzling. In the distance, demonic energy surged, and a young man in black clothes and black hair appeared. Looking at the battle in front of him, his deep eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. The kindness of teaching could not be forgotten. Demons were fickle, but they were not stupid. In front of him, the 12th sword appeared. The swordsman's body moved, and the sword followed. The shocking sword slashed the protective barrier in front of the Emperor of the Scaled Tribe. Close at hand, there was another violent collision sound. The heavenly sword slashed the golden scales on the Emperor's chest for the third time. It was the same position, but the power was several times stronger. After colliding again and again, the cracks on the heavenly sword became more and more obvious. In this desperate battle, the spiritual energy on the sword was rapidly depleted, and it was also on the verge of collapse. Crack! The cracking sound was heard again, but this time it was slightly different. On the golden scales on the Emperor of the Scaled Tribe's chest, an almost undetectable crack appeared. Although it was very small, everyone present could clearly sense it. At this moment, on the other three battlefields, the Lord of the Western Sacred Region, the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor, and the Lord of the Divine Capital were all surprised. No one expected this to happen. The Scaled Tribe's absolute defense was famous in the world. It was hard to find a match for it in the same realm. The Scaled Tribe was the strongest in the Scaled Tribe. In terms of defense, the Scaled Tribe was definitely the best in the world. Now, right in front of them, the Scaled Tribe's absolute defense was broken by a human king realm swordsman. It was unbelievable. Jiming Marquis, watch carefully. This is my last sword. The Emperor of the Scaled Tribe had a flaw. In the void, Mu Changa let out a loud cry. Blood chi erupted around him, and endless blood flames soared into the sky. Sword! 13th. With a shout of 13th sword, the entire Ziwei galaxy began to shake violently before the sword was drawn. The world-shaking sword changed the color of the sky. In the sky above the battlefield, tens of thousands of lightning bolts blocked out the light of the stars. In the next moment, the Tianfu swordsman's body quickly turned into ashes. His qi and blood were burned out. All of his strength was poured into the last sword. A swordsman who has entered the Tao. In the starry sky, the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor looked at the only visible sword in front of him. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. This scene was so familiar. When a swordsman entered the Tao, his physical body would disappear. Without the restrictions of his physical body, his sword intent would rise to the extreme. As far as his eyes could see, the stars were his sword. Sand was his sword. Everything in the world was his sword. Crack! On the heavenly tower, the cracking sound of the sword was heard again. In an instant, the divine sword pierced through the sky. Supported by the universe, it turned into a dazzling blazing meteor and slashed at the Scaled Tribe. Under the shocked gazes of the emperors, the blazing meteor crashed into the Scaled Tribe's emperor. An earth-shattering explosion was heard. The aftermath whistled and swallowed everything around it. Chapter 1267. In the starry sky, the swordsman's final battle received the Tianfu swordmaster's sword that protected all living beings. He surpassed the limits of the king realm and broke through to the sovereign realm. The swordsman proved his swordsmanship. 13 heads appeared on the sword. With one slash, the gods, demons, and Buddhas were all terrified. The sovereigns of both realms were shocked. In the battle, the blazing meteor crashed into the Scaled Tribe sovereign. An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the universe. Ugh! The aftermath whistled and a painful groan was heard. The heavenly tower pierced through the Scaled Emperor's chest. The shattered scales could no longer stop the divine weapon's sharpness. With extreme speed and a sword will that surpassed the limits of endurance, the heavenly tower quickly turned into ashes and disappeared. 10 steps away, the Scaled Emperor staggered and stabilized himself. Looking at the sword that disappeared from his chest, the fear in his eyes had not dissipated. Suddenly, blood burst out from the Scaled Emperor's chest and dyed the sky red. Ugh! With another groan, the Scaled Emperor clutched his chest. He staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword shocked the world. The sovereign was severely injured and almost died. The shattered scales fell from the Scaled Emperor's chest silently. The fatal sword destroyed the sovereign's greatest trump card. At this moment, a black light flashed in the distance. A divine sword surrounded by ghostly aura broke through the air and slashed at the scaled tribe's sovereign who was on the verge of death. In the moment of crisis, the scaled emperor forcefully channeled his vital energy and turned his palm to block the ghostly sword. With a clang, the sword and palm collided. The aftermath whistled and Ning Chen's figure retreated 10 feet to avoid the impact. With his severely injured body channeling his vital energy again, the scaled emperor spat out blood and dyed the golden scales in front of him red. In front of him, Ning Chen's cold eyes flashed with regret. What a pity! The sword just now was the best chance to get rid of the scaled emperor. If he was at his peak, he might have succeeded. But now, he was powerless. Bastard, your sword is so weak. How are you going to kill me? The scaled emperor suppressed his injuries and said in a low voice. Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the sword. So what if you wait a few more days? Scaled emperor, you won't be able to keep your life for long. The battle here ended. In the battlefield not far away, young Master Xiaobai and Yu Luowu clashed and separated. The battle. On the other side, the fortune teller in green and the saint leader of the Golden Lion clan no longer lingered in the battle. Their figures flew out and returned to their respective camp. In the third battle, the eyes of the Realm Master and the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor darkened as they watched the battle in the distance. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. The Heavenly Mansion Sword Master entered the Tao, while the Scaled Emperor was severely injured. No one expected this tragic battle to change the fate of the human tribe once again. So, are you going to stop? The Lord of the Divine Land withdrew his gaze and looked at the Celestial Devil Emperor in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "Now, it's 3 against 3. In the territory of the human tribe, what are the chances of the Devil Emperor winning?" The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression darkened. He glanced at the Scaled Emperor, who had almost lost the ability to fight, and said coldly, "Fall back." The Demon Emperor left just like that? Just as the 4 emperors of the demonic realm were about to leave, the 3rd empress of the human race said coldly. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor stopped and looked at the source of the voice. He didn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. He said, 13th son, don't think that I can't kill you just because you have the protection of the human emperors. The life of a knowing destiny cultivator is not worth mentioning. If the demon emperor wants it, you can take it at any time. However, the demon emperor must be more interested in the Luo Jia, all heavens, Lingshu, and Alcade star zones, Ning Qin said calmly. The 4 emperors of the demonic realm all stopped when they heard this. Their eyes glittered. You must have seen the strength of the human tribe after the battle between the 2 realms. It's not easy for the primeval demon realm to defeat the human tribe. At the same time, the human tribe doesn't want to suffer too many casualties. Instead of both sides suffering heavy losses, why don't we use the primeval demon realm and the human tribe as the wager? If the primeval demon realm wins, the 4 star zones will be yours. If the primeval demon realm loses, the primeval demon realm will retreat to the Red Phoenix star zone and stop fighting for 10 years, Ning Qin said in a deep voice. Using the 4 star zones to wager 10 years of peace for the human tribe. Kid, you're really confident. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said coldly, Tell me, how do you want to bet? The king-level debate will be decided in 3 rounds. The primeval demon realm and the human tribe will each send out 3 king-level experts. They will compete with spears, swords, and halberds respectively. The side that wins 2 rounds first will be the final winner, Ning Qin suggested. The 4 emperors of the demonic realm looked at each other. They were moved, but they were also cautious. The 13th prince had once stirred up the demonic realm by himself. He was so cunning that they had to be wary of him. Not far away, the master of the godly realm remained silent. He didn't stop Ning Chen because of his decision. What is this kid trying to do? Old friend, aren't you going to stop him? On the side, the fortune teller in green frowned and asked through voice transmission. It was too childish to entrust the safety of the human tribe to a wager that had a low chance of winning. I believe in him. The master of the godly realm didn't explain too much. He just replied calmly. He knew very well that the Jiming Marquis was an absolutely rational person. He wouldn't blindly make a decision that was detrimental to the human tribe. Compared to the 100 races, the human tribe was inferior. It was only a matter of time before the 4 major star zones were lost. If the human tribe could recover for 10 years with a king-level debate, it was worth it. Similarly, the emperors of the primeval demon realm wouldn't reject this suggestion. After all, 10 years was nothing compared to the gains and losses of the 4 major star zones. In front, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor waved his hand and sealed the surrounding space. He discussed the human tribe's suggestion with the emperors of the 3 sovereign families. After a long time, the sealed space opened. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor walked out. He looked at the human tribe's emperors and said in a deep voice, "The primeval demon realm can accept your suggestion, but we need to make some changes." "Your Majesty, please speak," Ningchen said calmly. "The king-level debate between the 2 realms will be changed from 3 to 5 rounds. The winner will be decided by the saber, spear, sword, halberd, and palm. The side that wins 3 rounds first will be the winner," the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said seriously. Ning Chen had heard this before. He narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, "All right. Since the Demon Emperor has changed the number of rounds, the human tribe will decide the time and place. Do you have any objections?" "Sure, but I hope the human tribe won't make us wait too long," the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said calmly. "Of course. After all, we also want to stop this war as soon as possible," Ning Chen said calmly. "Then I'll wait for your news in the primeval demon realm." After that, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor didn't say anything else. Demonic chi surged around him and gradually disappeared. On the side, the 3 Demonic Realm Emperors also faded and left the Ziwei Star Zone. After the 4 Demonic Realm Emperors left, the human tribe's emperors in the starry sky also withdrew their auras. They looked at the remaining 10,000 sword fragments and sighed in their hearts. What a pity! In front of the 10,000 sword fragments, Ning Chen bowed silently to bid farewell to the sword master of the heavenly mansion. He had seen Sword 13 and had seen it clearly. "Let's go." "Not far away," the master of the godly realm said. "Let's go back." Ning Chen nodded and turned to leave with the former. In the center of the floating island in the Ziwei godly realm, on the majestic peak, the void rolled as the master of the godly realm and knowing destiny walked out one after another. On the peak, Peacock, who had been waiting patiently, saw the 2 return. She bowed first and then asked seriously, "Master, how's the situation?" "The 4 demonic realm emperors have left for now. However, the sword master of the heavenly mansion has achieved the path of swordsmanship. He can't be saved." The master of the godly realm sighed softly. Peacock's body trembled slightly and fell silent. When will the sacrifice of the human tribe stop? When will this catastrophe end? Peacock asked herself, but she still couldn't find the answer. "Knowing destiny, Marquis, how confident are you in your suggestion?" The master of the godly realm looked at the black-robed young man and asked. 50%, Ning Chen said calmly. "Only 50%? Hearing this, the master of the godly realm's eyes flashed and said, "It's not low. You know the situation of the primordial demon realm best. If you need anything, the godly realm will cooperate fully." "Thank you, master of the godly realm." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Before deciding on the martial artist, I need to go back to the underworld. Miss Peacock, come with me." While speaking, Ning Chen looked at the girl beside him and said seriously. Peacock heard this and raised her head. She was startled at first, but after a while, she came back to her senses and nodded lightly. "Master, I'll go now." Peacock bowed respectfully and said goodbye. "Be careful," the master of the godly realm said. Peacock replied softly and turned the wheelchair around and walked down the mountain. Sister Qing Ning, we're going back. Ning Chen's voice came from the neighboring floating island and reminded her. In front of the wooden house, Qing Ning, who was busy, heard the message and quietly put down what she was doing and walked away. At the foot of the mountain, Qing Ning walked over and walked behind Peacock. She pushed the wheelchair and said, "Let's go." The three of them left the godly realm and rushed towards the underworld. "Master, what's the proposal you mentioned?" Peacock asked on the way. Behind her, Qing Ning also looked over with some doubts in her eyes. Using the Luo Jia heavens, spirit void, and Alcade star domains as the wager to bet on the future of the human race, Ning Chen's expression turned serious as he told the two girls about the wager between them and the four emperors of the demonic realm. "He's crazy." Peacock's expression changed when she heard this. She could not believe that her master would agree to such a wager. "Otherwise, do you think there's any other way for human beings to go?" Ning Chen said coldly. This time, if the Sword Master of the Heaven sect did not use his life to severely injure the Emperor of the Scaled Race, how could the three Emperors of the demonic realm stop the four Emperors of the demonic realm? 10 years is the limit that the primordial demon realm can accept, but the human race needs any time to rest, even if it's only 10 years. Back then, the senior protected the two realms and fought for 10 years for the human race. Now, the Sword Master of the Heaven sect used his life as the price to fight for another 10 years for the human race. No matter what, they had to seize the opportunity. Saber, spear, sword, halberd, palm. Qing Ning murmured softly and said, "The primordial demon realm has the commander of the imperial army Xian Mo for the saber, the god of war Azura for the spear, the number 1 sword master Xuanqi for the sword, and the number 1 palm master Xianlai for the palm. It's not easy to win one battle against these four people, let alone 3. Ning Chen, this time, may really have to risk his life." Chapter 1268. In the Z-Way galaxy, between two huge stars, a primitive planet floated. On the planet, 12 huge palaces towered into the sky, majestic and awe-inspiring. On this day, in the sky above the underworld, 3 figures passed through the seal of the underworld and entered it. In the 10 halls of hell and the 2 halls of impermanence, the kings of the underworld felt it and looked up at the sky, their expressions serious. Jiming was finally back. "Everyone, please come to the King of Hell's palace, we have something important to discuss." After a few breaths, Ning Chen walked to the front of the king's palace and transmitted his voice to the various halls before stepping into the palace. Not long after, in front of the palace, the kings of the human race rushed over from the various halls and gathered at the King of Hell's palace. The 12 halls of hell that usually did not interfere with each other were all here today. The atmosphere was very serious, even Luo Xingqian, who was always cynical, looked serious. In the king's palace, in front of the long table, the kings of the underworld sat down one after another and looked at Ji Ming in front of them, their eyes filled with doubts. "Today, I have invited all of you here to discuss something." Ning Chen did not beat around the bush and directly told them about the bet between the human race and the primordial demon realm. He looked at the kings of the underworld seriously and said, "Do you have any suggestions?" In front of the long table, Luo Xingqian and the others all fell silent after hearing that. The underworld and the primordial demon realm were finally going to face each other. Saber, spear, sword, halberd, palm, the primordial demon realm has peerless experts at the peak of the king realm, especially the war god Azura and the primordial demon realm's number 1 swordsman, Xuanqi, who are infinitely close to the emperor realm. Against these two, no one dares to say that they can win, they might even be in danger. So, for this bet, we must be very careful with the candidate. Outside the 11 kings of the underworld, Peacock spoke up and reminded them. "It seems that I will be the first to be eliminated in the martial arts competition," Luo Xingqian said helplessly. Ning Chen nodded and said, "The characteristics of your martial arts are not good for facing the enemy head-on. You are not suitable for the martial arts competition. Luo Xingqian was speechless. Although it was the truth, it still hurt him when it was said out loud. The saber martial arts competition, the candidates are actually not difficult, but Mu Qian Shang opened his mouth to speak, but before he could finish, he paused. Senior Sister Dai's whereabouts are unknown, so I can only take this round. In this way, I won't be able to participate in the sword and palm rounds, Ning Chen said seriously. We don't lack sword experts. However, our opponent is the Demon Realm's #1, mysterious sword. It will be very difficult to win this round. Luo Xingqian interrupted. The difference in their cultivation levels is too great. If the sword Dao cannot be suppressed, then there is almost no hope of victory. However, there is no one in this world who can suppress the sword Dao of mystery anymore. This round the humans are bound to lose. Peacock analyzed calmly. Let's not talk about this for now. Palm technique experts, do you have any suggestions? Ning Chen asked. How about the Ghost King? Luo Fei suggested. That's inappropriate. Yi Xuanmiao shook his head and said, let's not talk about the loyalty of the Ghost Clan. Even if the Ghost King is willing to fight against the Demon Realm's #1 palm technique expert, Xian Lai, there is not much chance of victory. Ning Chen nodded and said, previously, when the Ghost Clan migrated, the Ghost King and Xian Lai fought briefly. Xian Lai and the Ghost King's cultivation levels are almost the same, but Xian Lai has the advantage of the Imperial Heavenly Demon bloodline. After a long battle, the Ghost King will not be able to gain the upper hand. Palm technique has the strictest requirements on one's foundation and cultivation level. If one's cultivation level is suppressed, it will be very difficult to win. Prince Qi Lin Yuzhen said seriously. Palm technique experts, the two strongest in the primordial demon realm, are the head of the 12 palaces of the Holy Region, Luo Jia, and the third prince of the heavenly demon royal family, Xian Lai. Their strength should be about the same. Xian Lai's body has the advantage, while Luo Jia has the title of demi-emperor. His moves are domineering, and no matter which one of them fights, it will not be easy to deal with them. Ning Chen said seriously. Luo Jia? He lost to you before, the primordial demon realm will not send him to fight. Peacock said. That may not be the case. Ning Chen said seriously. Luo Jia's strength is unfathomable. We were able to win against him last time largely because the Holy Region was in a hurry to take down the All-Heaven Star Domain. After continuous battles, the strongest in the Holy Region has used up much of his strength. Adding on the fact that we were waiting for him to tire himself out, it was more or less luck that allowed us to win by half a move. If we fight again, I do not have the confidence to win against him. There are not many palm technique experts in the human race. Knowing Destiny is one, and the Chongling Female Supreme is another. Unfortunately, they are unable to fight now, Yi Xuanmiao said seriously. If there is no suitable candidate, then I will, Peacock said seriously from the side. Hearing this, everyone looked at the woman in the wheelchair. Surprise flashed across their faces. Miss Peacock's 5-colored divine light can restrict the opponent's body to the greatest extent. However, the 5-colored divine light has a limit. The two palm technique experts of the primordial demon realm are both peak experts of the king realm, and even half-step into the imperial way. Miss, are you confident? Prince Qi asked seriously. Peacock shook her head and said, against such experts, I do not dare to say I can win. I can only do my best. The kings of the underworld were silent and did not speak. The truth was so. Right now they could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. Blade, sword, and palm, this will be the case for now. Tower Master, please take care of the spear. As he said this, Ning Chen looked directly at the nearby Dawn Moon Tower Master and said, Can I refuse? The Dawn Moon Tower Master smiled helplessly and said, Previously, when you came to play chess with me and mentioned Azura, I knew that this battle was unavoidable. Azura's spear is called Fire Beacon. It is on par with the mysterious heart-burning demon sword. They are both divine weapons ranked in the top 3 of the celestial devil imperial family. Tower Master, it will be very dangerous against Azura this time. You must be careful, Ning Chen reminded. I understand. The Dawn Moon Tower Master nodded. Since this battle could not be avoided, he would do his best. Legends would be surpassed by later generations. He would do everything he could to break the legend of Azura's invincibility. What about the halberd? Luo Xingqian asked. Among the human cultivators we know, there doesn't seem to be any halberd experts. Hearing this, the kings of the netherworld also looked at the knowing destiny in front of them, and their expressions became serious. The final battle of the halberd was the biggest problem, because they might not even have a candidate to participate in this battle. I don't have a suitable candidate here for now, Ning Chen said seriously. Looking at the saintess beside him, he asked, Peacock, are there any halberd experts in the immortal realm? There are, but the difference in level is too big. At this point, Peacock's face flashed with emotion. She continued, if the opponent is an ordinary King Realm expert, it might be possible. But against experts like Azura and Xuanqi, there is almost no chance of winning. Ning Chen frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he said, there are many halberd experts in the primordial demon realm, but only Garuda of the 8 is qualified to participate in this battle. Garuda's strength is ranked in the top 3 of the 8. He is not weak, but he is still a little weaker than Azura, the god of war. He is not an invincible opponent. If the human race can find a halberd expert to win this battle, it will be very advantageous for us. That being said, where can we find a halberd expert in such a short time? Luo Xingqian said with a worried face. Maybe we can go to the number 1 pavilion. Peacock suggested. Number 1 pavilion? What number 1 pavilion? Luo Xingqian was confused when he heard that. The number 1 pavilion is a human organization in the primordial demon realm. They have returned to the heavens beyond heaven, but I haven't had the time to tell you about this. Ning Chen explained patiently. The number 1 pavilion is led by the Night Master and has 5 King Realm experts. I don't know much about them, but it seems that it is time to pay them a formal visit. I see. The kings of the underworld heard this and finally heard a piece of good news. You are injured, so it is not good for you to run around. I have met the Night Master once, so this time, let me go. Qing Ning said in a tone that allowed no refusal. Ning Chen frowned again. The number 1 pavilion was located at the border of the Red Phoenix Star Zone and the Spirit Void Star Zone. Now that the flames of war were everywhere, it was extremely dangerous. It was definitely not a safe place. Luofei, you go with Miss Qing, Xiaozi said calmly. Okay. Luofei nodded and said softly. Thank you. Ning Chen looked at the two and said seriously. You are welcome. Xiaozi said lightly and replied. There is no time to lose. Luofei and I will go first. Goodbye. After saying that, Qing Ning glanced at Luofei and nodded. She then got up and walked out of the hall. I am leaving, Luofei whispered and got up to leave. In the hall, Ning Chen and Xiaozi looked at the two's backs. In their cold eyes, there was a trace of undetectable worry. In front of the long table, the kings of the underworld saw this scene and sighed. It seemed that even a demon could not be absolutely heartless. After the discussion, the kings of the underworld left one after another. Xiaozi was the last to get up. Before he left, he looked at Ji Ming and said calmly, If you can't find a suitable candidate for the Battle of the Sword, I will go. After saying that, Xiaozi turned and walked out of the hall. Good friend. Behind him, Ning Chen's voice sounded. In front of the hall, Xiaozi squatted down. Thank you. In the hall, Ning Chen said seriously. No need. Xiaozi replied lightly. Then, his figure flashed and flew toward the King Equal Hall in the distance. In the hall, Ning Chen got up and walked to the front of the hall. His expression became more and more serious. The battle of the two realms was a battle that would determine the fate of the human race. If the human race lost, they would not only lose the 4-star zones, but also the confidence of the entire human race. Originally, the human race had the absolute advantage in the Battle of the Sword. However, in just a few years, the senior had fallen into a coma and the heavenly mansion sword sovereign had entered the Tao. It was difficult to find a sword expert that could rival the primordial demon realm. Chapter 1269. To the east of the Hong Luan star zone, near the Spirit Void star zone, a huge pavilion floated between the natural barriers formed by thousands of meteorites. It was majestic and filled with the aura of time. The number 1 pavilion was the strongest human organization in the primordial demon realm. It had been walking in the darkness for thousands of years, searching for the hope of survival for the human race. The passage between the two realms opened, and the number 1 pavilion returned to the sky beyond sky to help the human race resist the invasion of the primordial demon realm. Hong Luan, Spirit Void, and the flames of war rose everywhere. In the number 1 pavilion, the masters of the 4 profound realms led the human race to stop the invasion of the divine capital mountain. After many days of fighting, they stopped the invasion of the divine capital mountain again and again. In the 4 profound realms, in the 4 strange small worlds, after many battles, the 4 returned one after another and took turns to recover. On this day, in the south of the Spirit Void star zone, 2 beams of light flew past and continued to rush toward the number 1 pavilion. After several days of rushing, the 2 kings of hell rushed without sleep and were not far from the number 1 pavilion. "We should be there soon," Qing Ning said in a serious tone as she looked ahead. "Yes." Beside her, Luofei nodded and said, "We have to be careful. If we encounter the army of the divine capital mountain, it won't be so easy to escape." Qing Ning nodded. The divine capital mountain was a rare royal family in the primordial demon realm, and there were many king realm experts. Once they encountered them, it would be quite troublesome. As they spoke, the 2 were getting closer and closer to the number 1 pavilion. After rushing for several days, the 2 had used up a lot of their energy. After rushing for more than half a day, Qing Ning stopped and looked at the woman beside her. She said, "Rest for half a day and try to recover your energy to avoid unnecessary accidents." Luofei nodded and stopped to adjust her breathing. In the starry sky, the 2 stopped to adjust their breathing. True Essence spread out and used immortal jades to recover their energy. Just as the 2 kings of hell were adjusting their breathing, the flames of war continued in the distance. The number 1 pavilion's northern region King Qing Shuang came out again, leading the northern profound realm's forces to resist the vanguard of the divine capital mountain. The battle was fierce, and both sides had their wins and losses. The divine capital mountain's forces were quite strong, and even the northern region king couldn't gain the upper hand. Retreat. The battle was unfavorable for the time being. Qing Shuang didn't continue fighting and ordered the army to retreat. The army of the northern profound realm retreated. In just a few breaths' time, they had already left the battlefield. Behind them, in front of the divine capital army, Divine General Bai Chuan looked at the retreating human tribe experts and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to lead his troops in pursuit, Bai Chuan suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance with a serious expression. "What is this aura?" "The king of the human race." In the distance, a faintly discernible aura could be felt. It was powerful and pure. Bai Chuan focused his attention and said, "Be alert. There might be an ambush." "Yes." Several generals in Luoyang responded. They looked ahead and were on full alert. In the starry skies, Qing Ning and Luofei, who had just rested for a moment and were about to set off again, felt the powerful aura of the divine capital army in the distance. They stopped in their tracks. "Not good." Qing Ning and Luofei glanced at each other, a dignified light flashing in their eyes. The thing they were most worried about had happened. They must have also sensed our aura. The The reason why they haven't made a move is probably because they fear that we have an ambush here. Luofei calmly said. Yes. Qing Ning nodded and said with a solemn expression, It's better to be careful. We're not too far away from the #1 pavilion. We have to bring the news no matter what. Understood. Luofei nodded and said, Let's go. Let's speed up and rush over while they're still hesitating. Okay. Qing Ning responded. Without further delay, she rushed out and sped up. Behind her, Luofei followed and rushed forward together. In the distance, in the starry skies, the divine capital army sensed 2 human kings rapidly approaching, and their expressions became increasingly solemn. They're here. Several hundred miles ahead of the divine capital army, 2 figures flashed past without stopping. Divine General Baichuan and several other generals in Luoyang were startled. They glanced at each other, not understanding what was going on. There's no ambush. We've been deceived. After them. In front of the divine capital army, Divine General Baichuan was the first to react. He immediately ordered. Yes. Behind him, the generals of Luoyang obeyed and rushed out in pursuit. The army moved forward like a surging tide, vast and mighty, shaking the heavens and earth. In front of them, Qing Ning and Luofei sensed something. Their expressions turned cold and they sped up. In the blink of an eye, they were thousands of miles away. I'll go ahead and stop them. Catch up as soon as possible. In front of the divine capital army, Divine General Baichuan ordered coldly. His speed increased several times as he sped away. In a race of time, streaks of light streaked across the starry skies at extreme speeds. They're almost there. Luofei sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from behind and said, Ignore it. Let's hurry, Qing Ning said in a deep voice. Luofei nodded and sped up again. In a life-and-death chase, there was no time to stop. Behind them, Divine General Baichuan sped up. With his late-stage King Realm cultivation, he had the advantage at this moment. More than an hour later, Divine General Baichuan was already within 100 miles of the 2. A great battle was about to begin. 9 Evil's Yang annihilating palm. Evil essence gathered and a palm shook the heavens. After another 10 miles, Divine General Baichuan gathered his essence and launched a powerful attack. The vast and surging palm energy was unleashed. Its shocking power shook the stars. In front, Qing Ning and Luofei sensed it and had to stop. They gathered their essence to block the attack. A palm that shattered the void crossed 100 miles. In the blink of an eye, the palm's strength was already within reach. Scroll of the Moon, silent moonfall. As the palm's strength arrived, Luofei stepped forwards. She used the Heavenly Book's ability and moonlight filled the air, sealing the world. An astonishing scene occurred. Wherever the moonlight passed, the starry skies lost color. Meteors stopped moving, coming to a standstill. Let's go. The moment that time stopped, Luofei grabbed Qing Ning by her side and flashed away once more. Bang! A moment later, the palm's strength crashed into a meteor. A heaven-shaking explosion sounded out and the entire meteor exploded. Rubble flew everywhere, filling the starry skies. Strange. Divine General Baichuan frowned. Without further delay, he continued to chase. After a moment of delay, the distance between the 3 of them increased by 1,000 miles once more. Up ahead, Luofei and Qing Ning sped forwards, getting closer and closer to the first Under Heaven pavilion. After chasing for an hour, more and more meteors appeared around the 3 of them. In the distance there was a massive pavilion, towering and extraordinary. Within the pavilion, a beam of light flashed. The northern region King Qing Shuang returned, respectfully reporting to his superiors. You've worked hard. Go and rest. In the void, a black throne floated up and down. In front of the throne, the Night Lord said calmly, Yes. Qing Shuang bowed and turned to leave. Not long after the northern region king left, the Night Lord's expression suddenly froze as he looked into the distance. This aura was? The Jiming Marquis' elder sister. In the blink of an eye, the Night Lord's figure disappeared from the black throne, leaving the void. At the border of the two regions, between the millions of meteors, three figures sped past. Behind them, the divine capital's army had been pulled far away and couldn't catch up. "We're here." Up ahead, the massive pavilion could be vaguely seen. Qing Ning and Luofei stopped moving forward. "After chasing for so long, you should be tired." Qing Ning turned around and said coldly to the divine capital's general behind them, "You're not running anymore?" Divine General Baichuan's expression sank. Evil essence circulated and lightning filled the sky. Qing Ning glanced at the divine capital's flag in the distance, murderous intent surging out of her eyes. Now, she didn't have to worry about being delayed by the divine capital's army. The next moment, clear sky lotus aura surged around Qing Ning's body. Clear Saint Buddha energy circulated and a blue divine spear appeared. With the appearance of the divine weapon, Qing Ning moved. The spear was like a dragon breaking through the sea, striking first. Divine General Baichuan snorted coldly. He formed his evil essence into a palm and blocked the attack. With a boom, the palm and spear clashed. Righteous and evil clashed, sending shockwaves in all directions. After a moment of stalemate, a third figure arrived. Her slender hand formed moonlight as she slapped down. Divine General Baichuan frowned. He used his evil essence to block the second wave of attacks. 2 against 1. You won't mind, right? Madame Luofei lightly said. Moonlight blazed around her, dazzling and dazzling. The eternal night divine lady had been hiding her power for 100 years. Today, she once again showed her peerless beauty. Her body reflected the moonlight like a fairy from the moon palace. The two kings of the underworld worked together. Their spear and palm worked together seamlessly. One attacked and the other defended, multiplying their combat power. In the starry sky, the two kings of the underworld, who rarely fought, displayed a different style. Their shocking martial arts were rarely seen in the world. The battle between righteous and evil caused the sky to fall and the earth to overturn. Their palms intertwined, triggering lightning and fire. Their shocking power shocked everyone. Divine General Baichuan was a peak late-stage king realm cultivator. Evil essence swirled around his body. He was not at a disadvantage at all. After more than 10 moves, the 3 auras crisscrossed in the battle. Every move was powerful, and they did not hold back at all. It was difficult to determine the outcome of this brilliant battle. One was deliberately stalling for time, waiting for the army of the divine capital to arrive. The other was fiercely attacking. The two kings worked together to destroy all evil. Just as the battle reached its climax, an unusually powerful aura appeared in the sky. Black airflow spread, darkening the entire world. You are really bold to cause trouble in the territory of the number 1 pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-robed figure walked out from the black airflow. His face was cold and he looked very young. However, the vicissitudes of life in his eyes were engraved with the aura of time. The Night Master, the highest leader of the number 1 pavilion, the peerless cultivator who dominated the night, made his first move. His dark origin was activated and the world changed. The Night Master clenched his right hand and the entire void shook. It was a shocking scene. The terrifying airflow kept pressing down. The dark world covered the stars in the sky. It was a pressure that surpassed the king realm. Vaguely, a trace of imperial aura appeared. It was powerful and heavy. It was abnormally shocking. In the battle, Divine General Baichuan felt it. His expression changed drastically. He did not dare to continue fighting. He shook off the battle with a palm, stepped forward, and leaped away. After the general of the divine capital left, the Night Master descended from the sky. He looked at the two women in front of him and said calmly, "Honored guests, please forgive me for not coming out to meet you." Chapter 1270. In the number 1 pavilion, in the endless void, the Night Sovereign stood in front of a huge black throne. In front of him, 2 women with different styles arrived. The two kings of the underworld and the master of the number 1 pavilion were meeting for the first time. "Thank you, Pavilion Master, for your help just now." Qing Ning and Luofei bowed and thanked him. "It's nothing. You're welcome." The Knight Sovereign revealed a gentle smile. "Honored guests, you've come from afar. May I know why you've come?" "It's about the competition between the two realms." Qing Ning's expression became serious as she explained the bet between the primal demon realm and the human race to the master of the number 1 pavilion. "Oh!" The Knight Sovereign listened quietly. A strange light flashed in his eyes. "There's actually such a thing? What do you think, Pavilion Master?" Qing Ning asked calmly. "The human race is weak. Although 10 years isn't a long time, the human race needs time to recuperate. This bet is worth it," the Knight Sovereign said with certainty. "For the competition between the two realms, the candidates for the saber, spear, and palm have been decided. Only the sword and halberd have not been found. So, Luofei and I came to ask for your help," Qing Ning said seriously. "Sword and halberd." The Knight Sovereign's expression turned serious. He fell into deep thought. Qing Ning and Luofei waited quietly in front of him. The number 1 pavilion was able to survive in the primal demon realm until now, so it must have its own strength. Especially this Knight Sovereign, when he attacked just now, the cultivation he displayed was almost half a step into the Imperial Dao realm. It was shocking. If the number 1 pavilion could help this time, then the human race's chances of winning would be much higher. "Pavilion Master." At this moment, in the Western Mystic Realm, a man in blue and white robes spoke with a serious expression. "A strong enemy is invading." In front of the black throne in the void, the Knight Sovereign came back to his senses and said calmly, "Prepare to meet the enemy." "Yes." The king of the Western region responded. "Honored guests, please wait a moment. There are some uninvited guests outside. I need to go out for a moment. After dealing with these people, we'll continue our discussion," the Knight Sovereign said apologetically. Then, his figure faded and he left the throne. In the void, Qing Ning and Luofei exchanged glances. Their eyes flashed. Could it be that Xin Du's army had chased them all the way here? Outside the number 1 under the heavens pavilion, thousands of meteorites floated up and down, forming a natural barrier to block enemies. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Outside the meteorite, 100,000 soldiers from the divine capital gathered. It was a majestic scene. In front of the divine capital army, Divine General Baichuan stood in the air and returned. His killing intent multiplied. The army was bearing down on them. In the distance, above the number 1 pavilion, multicolored light filled the air. 4 figures appeared out of thin air. Their powerful auras indicated that each of them was above the late stage of the King Realm. The 4 lords of the Profound Realm showed up. Behind them, many Profound Realm warriors walked out and stood in the starry sky, facing the army of the Divine Capital. "You dare to attack the world's number 1 pavilion with only 100,000 soldiers? You are very confident." As he spoke, a dark aura spread out in the starry sky. A black-robed figure descended from the sky. His body was full of dark energy. He was powerful and heavy, causing people to shudder. As the Night Lord descended, all the experts of the 4 profound realms bowed in unison, respectfully welcoming him. The strongest master of the Dark Night had reappeared in the world of mortals. His ancient eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked ahead. 100,000 soldiers aren't enough. What about us? At this moment, 4 figures covered in black robes walked out from behind the army of the Divine Capital. The moment they tore off their robes, a terrifying aura burst out. Peak King Realm warriors with half their bodies in the ground were heavy with the aura of death. The aura of time flowed, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. The foundation of the Divine Capital. In front of the number 1 pavilion, the Night Lord felt the aura of death from the 4. His face darkened. The Divine Capital Mountain had even mobilized these old monsters. I'll leave the Night Lord to you, grand ancestors. Divine General Baichuan bowed and said politely. The four nodded and didn't say anything else. Their figures flashed and started the battle first. Seeing this, the Night Lord's expression turned cold. He condensed his aura in his palm and dashed out as well. 4 against 1. The battle had just started, and it quickly became white-hot. The peerless experts were fighting to the death. Dark energy and evil force collided. Evil aura soared into the sky and the clouds changed. Kill! The strongest of the number 1 pavilion, the Night Lord, was stalled. In front of the army of the divine capital, Divine General Baichuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. At his command, the army of 100,000 soldiers charged out. Their aura shook the sky. You don't know what's good for you. In front of the number 1 pavilion, the Lord of the Eastern region, Gu Shengtian, was surrounded by killing intent. He pointed his finger and the ancient Kuan heavenly sword was unsheathed. The leader of the 4 realms, the strongest sword of the human race in the primordial demon realm, displayed his amazing swordsmanship again. Kuan Tian broke through the sky. Sword chi swept across hundreds of miles. The charging army of the divine capital was immediately heavily injured. Blood and bones flew everywhere. Seeing this, Divine General Baichuan's evil aura surged as he stepped forward and joined the battle. Behind Divine General Baichuan, the 2 strongest guards also attacked. The 3 of them worked together to kill the Lord of the Eastern Profound Realm. 1,000 miles of wind. As the army of the divine capital arrived, a folding fan appeared in the Lord of the Western region's hand. He waved it elegantly and a gust of wind swept out. Burning city wall. Not far away, the Lord of the Southern region used a shocking martial art. Waves of fire surged around him and quickly spread forward. The 2 kings worked together. The wind helped the fire. Instantly, the 1,000 miles of fire burned and the starry sky turned into a sea of fire. The 3 lords of the Eastern Profound Realm all attacked. In front of the number 1 pavilion, the Lord of the Northern region, Qing Shuang, stood guard. Her body surged with frost as she guarded the last escape route. In the number 1 pavilion, Qing Ning and Luofei felt the intense battle outside and walked to the front of the pavilion. In the starry sky, the experts of the number 1 pavilion and the divine capital mountain all came out and fought fiercely. Blood and bones flew everywhere and dyed the starry sky red. After fighting for a while, the 2 inheritances began to suffer casualties. The number rose rapidly. It was a tragic scene. In front of the number 1 pavilion, Qing Shuang saw the 2 of them walk out. She looked serious and said, "You can wait in the pavilion. After the pavilion master deals with these small fries, he will come and entertain you." Qing Ning nodded. She looked at the battle in front and said softly, "The underworld is best at dealing with these old monsters who don't have much time left. Perhaps we can help." "Oh!" Qing Shuang heard this and a strange look flashed in her eyes. She did not refuse and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Luofei." Qing Ning looked at the woman beside her and said, "You do it." Luofei nodded. Her true essence surged. In an instant the starry sky shone brightly. Endless moonlight gathered from all directions. It was dazzling. Scroll of the Moon, Silent Moonfall. The heavenly book martial art appeared. With Luofei as the center, the moonlight spread rapidly. Wherever it passed, the world came to a standstill. A martial art that manipulated time was rare in the world. In the battle ahead, the 4 old ancestors of the divine capital paused. The aura of time was added to their bodies, causing their auras to become chaotic. Powerhouses that did not belong to this era were not tolerated by the heavens and earth. Time was merciless and would never let anyone go. The law of time affected the 4 old ancestors. The Night Lord took advantage of this and unleashed his full power. In an instant, his elemental essence rushed into the sky and drowned the starry sky. Heart-devouring palm. A shocking palm that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The Night Lord's figure flashed past and directly pressed his palm against the chest of one of the old ancestors. There was a loud rumble. Blood and bones scattered everywhere. With a palm that devoured the heart, one of the old ancestors of the divine capital exploded. With one of the old ancestors gone, the siege was broken. The Night Lord followed up with another attack. His elemental essence surged like a raging wave, blasting towards the three people in front of him. Not good. The three old ancestors of the divine capital were shocked. They looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of the number 1 pavilion in the distance with murderous intent in their eyes. There was someone in the human race who could control the law of time. This woman must not be allowed to live. 9 Evil's young destroying palm. After making up his mind, one of the old ancestors of the divine capital sent out a palm that broke through the air. The palm energy that brushed past him was unstoppable as it swept toward the number 1 pavilion in front of him. In front of the number 1 pavilion, Qing Shuang saw this and condensed cold air around her. Frost filled the sky and blocked in front of her. The palm force swept through and shattered the frost barrier. The remaining force was vast and mighty, continuing to sweep towards Luofei. In the moment of crisis, Qing Ning stepped forward. Her Buddha energy surged and turned into a lotus. The clear sky lotus blocked the evil palm. An earth-shattering collision sounded. The two forces, one righteous and one evil, rapidly dissipated. The aftermath of the impact caused Qing Ning to take half a step back. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Qing Ning. Luofei reached out to support her and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Qing Ning stabilized her body and said, "I'm just injured. It's nothing serious." Luofei nodded and looked at the three old ancestors of the divine capital in front of her. Her expression sank. The cultivation of these old monsters was truly astonishing. In a head-on clash, not many humans could stand up to these old monsters. This was only a part of the divine capital mountain's royal family. If all the royal families in the primordial demon realm were to use their full strength, how terrifying would it be? In the territory of the number 1 pavilion, an important guest was injured. In the battle, the Night Lord's murderous intent surged. The ruler of the dark world finally revealed his most terrifying side. Hidden light, Demiurge broken 5 absolutes. The killing move was earth-shattering. The Night Lord moved, his figure illusory. 5 afterimages flickered. This was a move that had never been seen before. The old ancestor of the divine capital could not react in time and was hit by the palm force. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Blood and bones filled the sky. The second old ancestor of the divine capital did not even have time to shout before his soul dissipated. It was a shocking scene. Everyone was shocked. For a moment it was difficult for them to calm down. Retreat. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. The 2 patriarchs of Shindu shouted and quickly retreated. In the distance, Divine General Baichuan came back to his senses and immediately ordered the army to retreat. In front of the number 1 pavilion, the Night Lord and the 4 mysterious realm lords did not chase after them. Their figures flashed and returned to the pavilion. In the void, the Night Lord appeared in front of the throne. Looking at the 2 women in front of him, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have startled you. You're too polite, Pavilion Lord. Speaking of which, these people came here so quickly because they were chasing us. We should be the ones apologizing." Qing Ning bowed. "Miss Qing, please don't say that." The Night Lord's expression turned serious. "It doesn't matter whose fault it is. The important thing is that the 2 of you are fine. As for the matter you mentioned before, the pavilion will reserve its position for the sword battle. However, the number 1 pavilion will take responsibility for the halberd battle. No matter what, we will win this battle for the human race." Chapter 1271. In the underworld, in the empty Wuchang West Hall, Ji Ming stood quietly for several days. No need to wait. In front of the Wuchang West Hall, Peacock turned her wheelchair and walked over. She looked at the young man in black and said calmly, "She has become a Grand Supreme. She can't come back." Grand Supreme indifference. Ning Chen muttered softly, and a wisp of bitterness that was difficult to notice flashed through his eyes that were deep like abysses. "You're different from before." In front of the palace, Peacock looked at the former and said. She had seen too much of the coldness of demons. However, the demon in front of her was gradually influenced by people's hearts and became less ruthless. In the hall, Ning Chen came back to his senses. His heart was inexplicably shocked. The emotions in his eyes gradually disappeared, and they became cold again. At this moment, the divine restriction above the underworld opened. 2 figures descended from the sky. After traveling for many days, they finally returned. In the Wuchang Hall, Ning Chen felt something. He walked out of the hall and looked at the sky with a serious expression. "They're back. Let's go back to the King of Hell's Hall." Ning Chen came back to his senses. He glanced at the woman in the wheelchair in front of him. Then his figure flashed, and he flew toward the King of Hell's Hall in the distance. At the same time, in the halls of the underworld, the kings of the human race stood up one after another and walked toward the King of Hell's Hall. Not long after, in the King of Hell's Hall, the strong cultivators of the underworld gathered at the long table. They all looked at the 2 women who had returned from afar. "How come?" Ning Chen, who was at the head of the group, asked. "The Night Master agreed to help. He promised to bring back a victory for the human race in the Battle of Halberds," Qing Ning replied. Hearing this, the kings of the underworld were delighted. This was really good news. "What about the Battle of Swords? Does the number 1 pavilion have a suitable candidate?" Beside Ji Ming, Xia Zi asked calmly. "No." Luo Fei shook her head gently and said, "The number 1 pavilion does have a powerful swordsman. However, the Night Master didn't say anything about the Battle of Swords." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Was there still no solution to this battle? "What's the strength of the first swordsman of the demon race?" King Qi asked. "Half Imperial Path," Ning Chen said calmly. Ning Chen said calmly, "His cultivation and sword skills are close to perfection. With the powerful blood of the Sky Devil royal family, Xuanqi is almost invincible under the Imperial Tao." "Are we really going to give up on this game?" Luo Xingchen said with a look of displeasure. Losing before the battle really made him feel uncomfortable. "Not necessarily," Ning Chen said with a cold face. "The time and place of the competition are decided by us. The right time, the right place, and the right people are all indispensable factors to decide the outcome of the competition. Since there is a gap between our absolute strength, we have to think of a solution based on the right time and place." "What is it?" When everyone heard this, their eyes revealed strange expressions as they asked. "Has anyone ever thought about what's the biggest difference between humans and heavenly devils?" Ning Chen asked seriously. "Cultivation attribute," Mu Qian Shang replied. "Not bad." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Good and evil, saint and devil, they will always exist in opposition. Right now, we are undoubtedly at a disadvantage compared to the primal devil realm. However, if we can take advantage of the time and place when we fight, our chances of victory will greatly increase." "That's not right." At the side, Peacock frowned and said, "This method sounds good, but the emperors of the primal devil realm will never agree to such an unfair condition. They will definitely not agree, so we have to take a gamble." Ning Chen said in a low voice, "If the time and place are right, every battle will change randomly, and both sides will have equal chances. I think that the emperors of the primal devil realm will have no reason to refuse. However, if that's the case, we won't have any advantage, so what's the use of deliberately doing this?" Luo Xingchen asked in confusion. "Not necessarily. The knowing destiny technique may really be useful," Mu Qianshang said. "Under normal circumstances, with our current candidates, what do you think our chances of victory are against the primal devil realm? We are almost certain to lose the sword duel. If the number 1 Under Heaven Pavilion really wins the halberd duel, as the Knight Master said, then the human race and the primal devil realm will be tied. As for the remaining duels, saber, palm and spear, although we have experts participating, but due to the difference in cultivation, against the 3 King Realm experts of the Sky Devil Imperial family, our chances of victory are not high. If we must say, it's probably less than 30%. Luo Xingqian said honestly. What if we add in the uncertain factors of time and place? Mu Qianshang asked seriously. Hearing that, Luo Xingqian frowned slightly and said, adding in the right time and place, there are too many uncertain factors, it's impossible to estimate. That's it. Mu Qianshang said seriously, from less than 30% to impossible to estimate, that's the best result. In front of the long table, the kings of the underworld heard the former's words and nodded slightly in unison. It was indeed reasonable. Now, they were at a disadvantage in terms of strength compared to the primal devil realm. Since that was the case, they might as well add in more uncertain factors. In this way, the advantage of the primal devil realm would be evened out under many uncertain conditions. Sister Qing Ning, I don't understand. Yin gently tugged at the clothes of the woman beside her and said pitifully. You can understand it this way. Qing Ning looked at the girl beside her and said patiently, the right time, place and people, 3 conditions. Originally, the deciding factor of victory was the right people. When there was only the right people, the primal devil realm had the absolute advantage. Now, with the addition of uncertainty and the right time and place, if the primal devil realm wants to win, other than the unchanging right people, they also have to look at the right time and place. Isn't it much more difficult? Yin had heard it before and nodded as if she understood. It really seemed to be different. Since no one has any objections, I will discuss our decision with the Lord of the Divine Land later. After that, it will be the negotiation between the 2 realms. According to my estimation, the time of the martial arts competition will be at least 3 months later. During this time, all of you just need to cultivate in peace. Ningchen said calmly. Hearing that, the kings nodded slightly and got up. After bidding farewell, they left one after another. Not long later, only Mingji and Peacock were left in the King of Hell's palace. Miss Peacock, sorry to trouble you. Ningchen looked at the woman in the wheelchair and said. It's what I should do. Peacock said calmly. Her hands formed a seal and the 5-colored divine light spread out from her body. The 5-colored divine light appeared again. Between the 2, time and space twisted and a huge vortex appeared out of thin air. At the same time, on the peak of the Crepe Myrtle Divine Land, a similar vortex appeared, connecting the underworld and the Divine Land. Master. In the vortex, 2 illusory figures appeared. Peacock bowed and said respectfully. In front of the peak, the Lord of the Divine Land turned around and looked at the 2 in the void. He said calmly, Have you decided? Yes. Beside Peacock, Ning Chen nodded and told the elder in front of him the details of the discussion. The Lord of the Divine Land listened to every word of the former quietly. After a long silence, he nodded and said, Yes. Hearing that, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. He did not expect the Lord of the Divine Land to agree so easily. Your blade has been destroyed in the previous battle. I have a divine weapon in the Divine Land called the Heavenly Song Hankei. I will give it to you as a gift. As soon as he said that, the Lord of the Divine Land waved his right hand and a floating island in the distance shattered. In the shattered rocks, a blade light shot into the sky. A sky-blue divine weapon flew over quickly. Its extremely powerful aura shook the entire Crepe Myrtle Divine Land. At this moment, on the thousands of floating islands in the Divine Land, many human overlords looked at the flowing light in front of them. Their faces flashed with surprise. Heavenly Song Hankei, the Realm Lord, had actually given away this ancient divine weapon. On the peak, the divine weapon flew over and frost covered the ground. The shocking scene shocked everyone. In the vortex that connected the 2 places, Ning Chen did not refuse. He reached out and held the divine weapon. He bowed politely and said, "Thank you. I will personally talk to the emperors of the primordial demon realm about the conditions you mentioned. You don't have to show up. In the following time, you need to recover as soon as possible and prepare for the upcoming battle," the Lord of the Divine Land said seriously. "I understand." Ning Chen nodded and said no more. "Master, we'll take our leave first." After that, in the vortex, the two figures gradually faded and disappeared after a few breaths. The two left. On the peak, the Lord of the Divine Land turned around and looked into the distance. He said, "Venerable Chang Xing." Very far away, on a large life planet, the fortune teller in cyan stopped and frowned. "Is it starting so soon?" "Not yet," the Lord of the Divine Land said calmly, "but there is indeed something that I need your help with." "Say it." The fortune teller in cyan was helpless. He was born to be busy and it was difficult for him to take half a day's rest. There are 2 king realm masters in the Divine Land. Now their whereabouts are unknown. Old friend, you are good at calculating the secrets of the heavens. Can you find their whereabouts? The Lord of the Divine Land asked. There are so many masters in the Divine Land and the Netherworld. Are they not enough? By the way, there is also the number 1 pavilion in the world. Why do you make me tired to calculate the secrets of the heavens? The fortune teller in cyan said unhappily. It's better to be prepared. The human race can't afford to lose. The Lord of the Divine Land said solemnly, "Please, old friend." Hearing this, the fortune teller in cyan sighed softly and said, "Well, I hope your crazy decision is right. Thank you." In the sky, the voice of the Lord of the Divine Land echoed for a long time. In the eastern hall of the impermanence of the Netherworld, the Master of the Dawn Moon House sat quietly on the chessboard. She held 2 pieces and played chess with herself. The black and white chess game was fierce. Before the end, there would be black and white pieces disappearing from the chessboard at every move. They were ruthlessly sacrificed for the overall situation. On the side, Hong Luan came with tea. Looking at the man in front of her, she said softly, "Master, your tea." The Master of the Dawn Moon House took the tea and took a sip. Her eyes did not leave the chessboard. She said calmly, "Hong Luan, who do you think will win between the black pieces and the white pieces?" "The black pieces," Hong Luan replied. "Oh." The Master of the Dawn Moon House was surprised. She looked up at the girl in front of her and said, "Isn't the white pieces more advantageous in the current situation?" "It does seem so, but—" Speaking of this, Hong Luan changed her tone and said lightly, "The Master likes the black pieces and has never lost." Chapter 1272. In the Underworld, the 10 Yama Halls. Time passed day by day. The 10 Yama Halls were all in seclusion, preparing for the upcoming battle between the 2 realms. In the Yama Hall, demonic chi surged. A powerful aura filled the entire primitive planet. In the Yin-Si Ghost Prison, the kings of the ghost race felt the terrifying demonic aura from the 10 Yama Halls. They all felt depressed. "Your Majesty." The first elder of the ghost race stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Something big is about to happen in the human race." "I know." The Ghost King nodded on the white bone throne. "Your Majesty, don't you find it strange? Ever since we joined the human race, the 13th Prince has never given us any missions. Now, the human race is obviously plotting something big, but we still haven't received any news or orders. Does this mean that the 13th Prince doesn't trust us at all?" The first elder of the ghost race said in a low voice. "Trust can't be built overnight," the Ghost King sighed. On the throne, the Ghost King lightly sighed and said, "Let's wait patiently. The ghost race and the human race are now on the same boat. Only when the human race obtains the strength of this war will the ghost race be safe." Hearing this, the first elder of the ghost race fell silent. He didn't know if joining the human race was right or wrong. How could the human race, who was obviously weaker, fight against the powerful primordial demon realm? Inji, go to the underworld and ask His Majesty if there is a place where the ghost race can work for us," the Ghost King said calmly. Okay. Inji walked out and bowed respectfully. Then, she turned and left. Not long after, Inji walked to one of the 10 Yama halls, the Yama Hall. Looking at the 13th prince who was focused on healing, she bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty. Inside the Yama Hall, Ning Chen felt it. He looked at her calmly and said, What is it? The Ghost King sent me to ask if there is anything you need help with? Inji said seriously. Hearing this, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Not at the moment. Go back and tell the Ghost King that there will be a good show between the human race and the primordial demon realm soon. When the time comes, the Ghost Kings will be invited to help. Hearing this, Inji's eyes became even more strange. What was it that involved the primordial demon realm? Inside the royal palace, Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and continued to recuperate. At the front, Inji silently turned around and flew toward the Insi ghost prison. Do you really not trust them? Behind Ning Chen, Peacock asked. Trust is difficult. Ning Chen said calmly. We need to prove that the human clan is worthy of the ghost clan's trust. The ghost clan also needs to show their sincerity. It's still too early for that. Before we can show our strength, it's meaningless to talk about trust. Peacock nodded. That was indeed the case. Only when one was strong enough would one be able to intimidate their followers. The human race needed to prove their strength. After a short interlude, King Yenlua's palace was restored to its original state. With Peacock's help, Ning Chen continued to heal his injured body. Demonic energy rose again, surging violently. Just as the kings of the underworld were doing their best to prepare for the duel between the kings of the two realms, the ruler of the divine realm of Ziwei personally appeared to discuss the details of the duel with the emperors of the demon realm. The negotiations could not be considered smooth. Both sides argued endlessly over the details. After a full 3 months, the two territories barely reached a consensus. The day of the debate was close at hand. When the news came, the kings of the underworld opened their eyes and walked out of their palaces one after another. Let's go. Ning Chen glanced at the crowd and said calmly. Immediately, his figure flashed and flew toward the starry sky. In front of the king palaces, all the potential kings of the human clan stepped forward and chased after him. The kings in charge of guarding the underworld looked at the streaks of flowing light in the sky and their eyes were filled with worry. This duel was related to the future of the entire human clan. They could not afford to lose it. In the Insi ghost prison of the Ghost Clan, with the Ghost King as the leader, Inji and 3 elders of the Ghost Clan moved together and chased after the kings of the underworld. At the border of Alcade Galaxy and Red Phoenix Galaxy, the 3 emperors of the human clan and the 4 sovereigns of the demon realm all appeared and worked together to open up a battlefield. Small worlds appeared one after another. Some were scorching hell, some were icy and snowy, some were filled with demonic energy, some were filled with holy light. Different small worlds appeared one after another, adding more variables to the upcoming duel between the two realms. At this moment, from all over the starry sky, streaks of flowing light flew toward their respective camps. On the side of the demon realm, in the small worlds opened up by the 4 sovereigns of the demon realm, the powerhouses representing the primordial demon realm appeared one after another. Xian Mo, Azura, Xian Qi, Garuda, Xian Lai, Luojia, which Empress of the Dark Moon. One after another, the demon realm powerhouses who stood at the peak of the king realm appeared. With the heavenly devil royal family as the leader, the other 4 royal families also sent powerhouses to battle. Similarly, on the side of the human clan, Ning Chen, Peacock, Xia Zi, the Dawn Moon House Master, Mu Qianshang, and the others all arrived. Then, the Night Master and Gu Xingtian arrived. All the powerhouses of the human clan arrived and made the final preparations for the upcoming duel. The duel was about to begin. In the small world, the master of the godly realm looked at the fortune-teller in green beside him and asked solemnly, "Is there still time?" "There should be enough time." The fortune teller in green nodded and said seriously, looking at the time, "It's almost time." As soon as he finished speaking, a blue flowing light flew over from afar. It was as light as a dance and was so beautiful that it caught everyone's attention. "This is?" In front of the human clan's kings, Ning Chen felt something and looked at the starry sky in the distance with a shocked expression. Senior Sister Dai. On the side of the primordial demon realm, the demon clan's powerhouses also saw the flowing light coming from afar and were surprised. They only arrived now. Was this the human clan's secret weapon? "Who is she?" Xian Lai frowned and asked. "I've never seen her before. She should be a hidden powerhouse of the human clan," the Dark Moon Witch Empress said seriously. "The strength of her aura is average. How powerful can she be?" Garuda snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Don't underestimate the enemy." Azura, the war god of the demon clan, said coldly, "There are too many amazing powerhouses among the human clan. Underestimating the enemy will only expose your ignorance." Garuda heard this and stopped breathing, but he could not refute. In the human clan's small world, the arrival of Butterfly in the flower shocked the human clan's kings, and they quickly recovered from their shock. "Senior Sister Dai." Ning Chen looked at the blue-clothed and blood-red-haired woman in front of him and called out. In front of him was a beautiful woman who stood barefoot. She was petite but had unimaginable tenacity. The knife god Butterfly in flower had returned and increased the combat power of the human clan. "Junior brother, long time no see." Butterfly in flower looked at the young man in front of her and said with a sweet smile, "Didn't the female supreme come with Senior Sister Dai?" Ning Chen was confused. The female supreme was swept too far away by the spatial turbulence. She might not be able to make it back before the end of this battle. However, Venerable Chang Xing said that the female supreme is fine. "Don't worry," Butterfly in flower said softly. Ning Chen heard this and nodded slightly. He felt somewhat regretful that the female supreme could not participate in the battle. Behind them, Qing Ning looked at the woman in front of her and said, "Since Miss Dai has made it back, Miss Dai will participate in the Battle of the Knife." "Okay." Ning Chen nodded. This was without a doubt. He had learned his knife skills from Senior Sister Dai. Although it was passable, there was still a big gap between him and Senior Sister Dai. Even though the Knowing Destiny state does not need to participate in the Battle of the Knife, the Knowing Destiny state must participate in one of the battles of the sword and palm, Mu Qianshang said seriously. The strength of the Knowing Destiny state was definitely one of the best among the human kings. If the Knowing Destiny state did not participate in the battle, it would be a great loss to the human race. The Knowing Destiny state's strongest skill is the sword. Why don't they participate in the Battle of the Sword? Luo Xingchen said. All the kings, except Xia Zi, nodded in agreement. It's not appropriate. At the back, Peacock said seriously, even the Knowing Destiny Marquis does not have a high chance of winning against Xianqi. Everyone should know that every battle has its limits. If it's purely a battle of the sword, Xianqi is almost unbeatable under the absolute suppression of cultivation. The strength of the Knowing Destiny state lies in balance. This battle is too restrictive for him. His chances of winning are slim. Hearing this, the kings thought carefully and fell silent. In the Battle of the Sword, we can only gamble. In fact, it doesn't make much of a difference who participates. Ning Chen said. I'll still participate in this battle. Xia Zi said calmly. My friend, you should know that the chances of winning this battle are extremely low. Ning Chen said seriously. I understand. Xia Zi said faintly. Someone needs to participate in this battle, don't you think? If that's the case, then the Knowing Destiny Marquis will represent me in the Battle of the Palms. Peacock said seriously. No matter if the opponent is Luo Jia or Xian Lai, the Knowing Destiny Marquis Foundation is inferior. It's more suitable for the Knowing Destiny Marquis to participate in this battle. Ning Chen nodded and agreed. This might be the best outcome. While everyone was talking, the time of the battle was approaching. In the middle of the two realms, small worlds were completed. 6 small worlds kept rotating like the 6 paths of reincarnation, changing unpredictably. Now, let's prepare to draw the category of the first battle. At this moment, above the void, the primordial demon realm and the human sovereigns spoke. I'll go. In the human camp, Qing Ning said softly, and then she flew into the sky. In the demon realm camp, the dark moon witch empress moved and flew into the sky together. In the void, the two of them arrived in front of a huge wheel. They stretched out their hands and pressed on the wheel. In the next moment, the sky was filled with multicolored light. The wheel spun, and the words saber, spear, sword, halberd, and palm kept changing, affecting everyone's heart. After a few breaths, the wheel stopped and a huge word halberd appeared in front of everyone. It was dazzling. Garuda, it's your turn. Azura looked at the man beside him and said, Garuda responded faintly and immediately flew forward. In the human camp, under everyone's gazes, the Knight Patriarch walked out and said calmly, I will bring back victory in this battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the Knight Patriarch's figure flew out and toward the small world in front of him. Chapter 1273. At the border of the Yao Guang and Hong Luan star fields, the first round of the king debate was about to begin. Between the two realms, 6 small worlds kept spinning. Water, fire, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. The 6 different elemental worlds turned into a cycle, unpredictable and unpredictable. The Night Lord and Garuda entered the game. Light flickered, and in the blink of an eye, the two appeared in the small worlds. Wind field. In the primordial demon realm camp, Xian Qi's eyes narrowed. His luck wasn't bad. It all depended on whether Garuda could seize the opportunity. This isn't good. In the human camp, the king's expressions changed slightly, and their hearts sank. Garuda was the incarnation of a golden rock. His speed was already amazing, and now with the wind, he would undoubtedly be more difficult to deal with. With the start being unfavorable, the hearts of the human kings grew heavier. They looked at the battle that was about to begin, not daring to be distracted for even a moment. Ji Ming, what are the odds of Yizhu winning this battle? Xia Zi asked from the side. 100%. Ning Chen looked ahead and said calmly. In the wind field, the wind howled, rolling sand into waves. The sand was like a waterfall, shocking the heavens and the earth. In the first round of the Battle of the Two Realms, the human race had already lost 30% of the advantage before the battle even began. Night Lord, is it? It's your misfortune to have met me. Garuda sneered. He clenched his right hand, and the demon halberd appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the demon halberd appeared, the demon halberd swept across the world. The battle began, and the sky changed color. The same thing I want to say to you, the Night Lord said lightly. He opened his hands, and instantly, the wind and clouds in the sky turned chaotic. Black chi continued to spread, filling the entire wind field. The master of the top pavilion in the world once again had shocking cultivation. This is... In the primordial demon camp, Luo Jia said seriously, half-step imperial path. It seems that Garuda has met a very strong opponent. Not far away, Azura spoke slowly. It's not that Garuda has no chance of winning. Let's see if he can use this advantage well, Xianqi said lightly. In the wind realm, 2 divine weapons appeared, and a great battle began. In an instant 2 beams of light shot forth, colliding with each other. The demonic chi and the dark force collided. Garuda's figure retreated several feet in the gale. The wings on his back opened, and with the help of the wind, his figure disappeared instantly. His speed was extremely fast, infinitely approaching the speed of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the killing intent was already behind him. The killing move arrived in an instant. The demon halberd pierced through the air, and killing intent filled the sky. The Knight Patriarch snorted coldly and gathered the power of darkness in his hand. A black halberd spun rapidly and blocked the demon halberd behind him. The two halberds clashed, and a powerful shockwave shook the area. Knight Master gripped his halberd and turned around. He pushed his halberd forward again, forcing his opponent to retreat. 100 feet away, Garuda steadied himself. Taking advantage of the momentum, he took a step forward, flapped his wings, and flew in the wind. With his extreme speed, Garuda's figure was like lightning. He waved his demonic halberd with enough power to sink a mountain. The Knight Patriarch snorted coldly. His black divine halberd met the attack head-on. His dark elemental energy surged like raging waves. He was half a step away from the Imperial path. The Master of the World's #1 pavilion displayed shocking abilities. The Cloud Dragon Divine Halberd was unstoppable. In the small world, the unshakable Knight Patriarch was at an absolute disadvantage. With his shocking cultivation, he was still able to suppress Garuda. Outside the battle, the kings of the primordial demon realm and the human race all looked at the shocking battle with solemn expressions. Garuda is at a disadvantage? Xianlai frowned and said. In such a great situation, he was still suppressed. This was a disgrace to the heavenly demon race. That Knight Patriarch isn't any weaker than us. It's not strange that Garuda is at a disadvantage, Xianqi said calmly. Garuda is still holding back. Let's continue watching, Azura said, looking at the battle ahead. The kings of the demonic realm nodded. They calmed down and continued to watch the battle. In the Wind Realm, the battle between the two became more and more intense. In the wild wind, Garuda's figure moved faster and faster. The demon halberd was like lightning, constantly trying to break through the darkness around the Knight Patriarch. Boom! After 100 moves, the demon halberd broke the sea. The darkness around the Knight Patriarch rose rapidly. The Cloud Dragon Divine Halberd rose into the sky and met the demon halberd head-on. The next moment, a loud rumble resounded throughout the Wind Realm. The aftershock roared, and the wild wind around them instantly stopped. In that instant, the Knight Patriarch's eyes flashed. He turned his palm and poured in more darkness. Sky-breaking halberd. He stepped forward, and his figure flashed out. The Knight Patriarch held the halberd with both hands and gathered the darkness of the 9 heavens and the extreme essence of the 8 barren lands. The sky-breaking halberd broke the sky. Above the 9 heavens, the black halberd sliced open the void. A huge black crack appeared and quickly spread thousands of miles away. Below, Garuda's pupils constricted. He didn't dare to hold back anymore. With a shout, a huge golden rock phantom appeared behind him. With the support of the phenomenon, his cultivation reached the peak again. The next moment, the two divine weapons clashed. Endless darkness devoured the sky and earth, suppressing the golden rock demon king's ability. Arg! There was a heavy groan. The aftershock roared past. Garuda flew out and crashed into a distant mountain. Rocks flew everywhere and fell like rain. It was a shocking scene. The unshakable Knight Patriarch used his absolute strength to suppress Garuda. The battle had finally come to an end. The outcome was about to be decided. In the void, the Knight Patriarch descended from the sky and walked toward the distant mountain. In the collapsed mountain, Garuda coughed out blood. His miserable appearance made people sigh. The difference is too big. The outcome is already decided. In the primordial demon realm camp, Xianqi said lightly. It's a pity. However, we didn't have much hope for him. Prepare for the next battle, Xianlai said calmly. Garuda, stand up. As a member of the 8, even if you lose, you must lose with dignity. Not far away, Azura's expression darkened as he shouted sternly. In the Wind Realm, Azura's voice came from the collapsed mountain. Garuda coughed out another mouthful of blood. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about the glory of the 8, but he wasn't willing. He wasn't willing to lose like this. Ha! Gradually, his mind went crazy. He kept attacking the heart meridians of the demons. Demonic chi surged around Garuda, bringing with it a waterfall of blood. Forced into a desperate situation, Garuda's meridians went against the flow. His cultivation rose rapidly. Terrifying demonic chi pierced through the sky and shook the stars. Fighting with your life? In front, the Night Patriarch watched this scene calmly. His expression didn't change at all. Roar. A moment later, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Garuda's form changed. Half of his body turned into a beast, and golden ping feathers grew out of his body. The signs of atavism shocked everyone present. The kings of the primordial demon realm and the human race were all shocked. No one had expected such a change. In the camp of the primordial demon realm, several peerless experts of the royal family watched the battle with anticipation in their eyes. Perhaps Garuda would really give them a surprise. In the wind realm, Garuda turned into his half-beast form. The wings on his back flapped. He held his demon halberd and roared continuously. Atavism is just closer to the instincts of a beast. It's difficult to defeat me with this. In front, the Night Patriarch said emotionlessly. The Cloud Dragon Divine halberd in his hand activated more by. Black chi spread out like a swamp, locking down the sky and earth. Roar. There was another earth-shattering roar. In front of the mountain, Garuda moved. He reached the Night Patriarch at an even more terrifying speed. The halberd swung down from the sky. It carried the power to split open the sky and smashed toward the Night Patriarch. Beast. No matter how strong you are, you're still a beast. Stupid and ignorant. 3 steps forward, the Night Patriarch raised his hand and grabbed the halberd. The black bile dissolved the attack and dissipated the remaining force. Close at hand, the Cloud Dragon Divine halberd in the Night Patriarch's hand raised into the sky. Instantly, wind howled and thunder roared. The bile power shook the sky. As the halberd slashed down, bloody feathers filled the sky. Garuda groaned in pain as one of his wings was cut off. Humans aren't food for the 100 races. It's time to repay the blood debt that the 100 races have owed us. With that, the Night Patriarch swung his halberd again. Garuda's other wing was also cut off. Blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red. Roar. Garuda roared in pain. His eyes were scarlet and his beast form was shocking. Do you know the difference between humans and beasts? The Night Patriarch raised his hand. Bile power spread out and locked the former's body. He said lightly, humans have humanity. So, my torture of you ends here. With that, the Night Patriarch clenched his left hand. Instantly, violent bile power surged into Garuda's body and destroyed his martial veins. The battle ended. Garuda's broken body fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. After a few breaths, golden light shone in the wind realm. The sovereigns of the 2 races attacked and sent the 2 out of the battle. The Battle of Halberd, the humans win. A majestic voice sounded in the sky. It echoed in the star space and also entered the hearts of everyone present. What a disappointing battle. Xian Lai glanced at the unconscious Garuda and said lightly, Azura, it's time for the 8 to reorganize. Prince, you don't have to worry about the internal affairs of the 8, Azura said calmly. In the human camp, the Night Patriarch returned. The human kings looked at the master of the number 1 pavilion and congratulated him. The Night Patriarch responded to them one by one with a smile. He looked at the black-clothed young man who was deep in thought and said, Jiming Marquis, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Ning Chen came back to his senses and nodded. Night Patriarch, you've worked hard. Next, please rest here and watch the other 4 battles. Okay. The Night Patriarch nodded and walked to the side to focus on regulating his breath. In the battle between the 2 realms, the humans had won the first round. It was an unexpected result. In the primordial demon camp, the supreme demon powerhouses did not panic at all. Their faces were cold and calm. They were so calm that it was hair-raising. They were absolutely confident in their strength, so the demon kings were not worried about the outcome of the battle at all. Now, representatives of the 2 realms, please draw the second round's martial arts category. The majestic voice sounded again. Then, Qing Ning and the Dark Moon Witch Empress flew into the sky and pressed their hands on the wheel at the same time. In an instant, the wheel shone with golden light. As the words changed, the second round's category appeared in front of everyone. Sword. A simple word caused waves in the hearts of the kings of the two realms. Chapter 1274. In the starry sky, the word sword appeared, indicating that the second battle was about to begin. In the primordial demon realm camp, the kings looked at the man in front of them. After the defeat, they calmed down again. They were relieved that he would be the one to fight in this battle. Fourth brother, I'll leave it to you, Xianlai said. Okay. Xianqi nodded and walked forward. In the human camp, the battle of the sword was about to begin. The kings of the human race all looked serious. They knew that Xianqi was almost invincible under the imperial plane. This battle would be extremely difficult. Zi, you must be careful, Luofei said. Luofei said, a worried look on her face. Okay. Xia Zi nodded and walked forward as well. In the center of the camp, the 6 small worlds kept rotating. The 6 paths of reincarnation created by the kings were almost comparable to a real world. After a few breaths, 2 figures walked out of the small worlds of fire. Similarly, powerful demonic qi shook the heavens and the earth. World of fire. In the human camp, Ning Chen looked at the small worlds of the 2 figures. His expression froze. A draw wasn't bad, but it wasn't a good result either. Xianqi's cultivation and sword skills were at the peak of the human world. He was flawless. Zi's chances of winning were very small. In the world of fire, demonic qi surged. Sky demons and human demons appeared. Demonic qi rushed out, changing the color of the sky. Human demon, I admire you for being able to cultivate to such a level, Xianqi said calmly. Then he clenched his right hand and demonic flames swept out. The heart-burning demonic sword appeared, shaking the heavens and the earth. The moment the sword was unsheathed, demonic flames rushed into the sky. I deserve your praise, Xia Zi said indifferently. On the other side, Xia Zi responded indifferently and waved his right hand. Amidst the waves of fire that filled the sky, the madness of doomsday appeared. The shocking demonic weapon changed shape. It was 6 feet long and shone with a cold light. 2 demonic swords, 2 demonic cultivators. With their swords drawn, their figures flashed. Boom! In the first exchange, the heart-burning demonic sword and the mad doomsday clashed. Terrifying demonic waves swept out, destroying the surrounding landscape. Not bad, Xianqi praised. The demonic sword in his hand turned, and demonic flames swept out. It's too early to be surprised. 10 steps away, Xia Zi gathered his vital energy and absorbed it. His demonic aura soared to the extreme, and the boundless demonic aura stirred. His power became more and more astonishing. In the primal demon realm camp, the various demon realm kings looked at the battle as a strange light flashed in their eyes. This human demon cultivator was no ordinary person. Such pure fiendish aura was something even ordinary royal skyfiends could not compare to. In the battle, the 2 devil cultivators on the sword activated their devil chi at the same time. Devil chi billowed and the devil chi was shocking. Sword chi and demonic chi fused into one. Around the 2 of them, sword light crisscrossed, sharp and bone-piercing. Go! The 2 of them shouted at the same time. Tens of millions of sword lights broke through the air and swept forward. In the next moment, within the world of fire, sword radiance clashed. Tens of thousands of swords were destroyed, and the remaining energy surged, splitting the heavens and splitting the seas. After several breaths of time, the shock waves dissipated. It was hard to tell who was winning or losing. To everyone's shock, the human swordsman was actually evenly matched with the demon race's number 1 swordsman. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. In the human camp, Mu Qianshang and Yi Xuanmiao looked at the battle before them. Their hearts were in turmoil. As swordsmen, they could clearly feel the strength of the 2 demons in the battle. If it had been an ordinary King Realm expert, he would have definitely been defeated in the previous clash. In front of the kings, Ning Chun quietly watched the battle. He didn't look too surprised. The first prince of the great Xia dynasty had amazing talent. If he hadn't interfered back then, Xia Zi would have been the first person of the divine Great Land's younger generation to enter the Xiantian realm. After more than 100 years, the kind-hearted prince of the great Xia dynasty had changed a lot. However, his low-key and inexpressive personality had never changed much. In terms of strength, Zi was definitely ranked in the top 3 or even higher among the kings of the human race. However, Zi's opponent was also an expert at the peak of the primal demon realm. No matter in which aspect, there were almost no flaws. It wouldn't be easy to win this battle. In the battle, round after round of clashes, the fighting spirit of the two demons continued to rise. Sword chi circled around them, shocking the world. The sword was so dazzling. Sword Dao at this level was rarely seen. Sky-burning demonic flame. After several rounds of clashes, the battle separated again. Xia Zi flipped his palm, and demonic flames swept out, rolling out. Demonic flame prairie. On the opposite side, Xian Qi channeled his ultimate yuan. The heart-burning demonic sword hummed softly, and flames rose and spread wildly. In the world of flames, demonic flames soared into the sky. The two sword demons of the current era kept channeling their demonic qi, and their power shook the heavens and the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic flames rushed out, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the middle of the battle, the void cracked and spread out, reaching thousands of miles away. The expert swordsman of the human race has amazed us once again. In the demon realm camp, Xian Lai looked in the direction of the human race camp. The 13th son was also a rare expert swordsman. Not to mention the overall strength of the human race, the development of the human race's swordsmanship was indeed amazing. Why, are you starting to worry? Xian Mo asked calmly. I'm not worried, but a little curious, Xian Lai said in a deep voice. Xian Lai said in a deep voice, I expected the 13 to participate in this battle, but I never expected such an unfamiliar and powerful swordsman to appear. The 13th prince's swordsmanship, palm techniques, and saber techniques are all extraordinary. He gave up on the battle of swords because he's more confident in winning one of the other two battles, Xian Mo said faintly. Saber, palm. Xian Lai's eyes narrowed. It'll be difficult to win these two battles. In the human race camp, Ning Chun felt the gaze from the sky demon camp, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. Even though they were far away, their eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. After a while, the two retracted their gazes and continued to watch the battle. In the fire world, the battle between the two demons had reached its climax. It was a battle of the pinnacle. The two figures continued to exchange blows, and sword light and fire light were dazzling. Xia Zi's injuries accumulated over and over again, and the corner of his mouth finally turned red. The difference in cultivation was gradually revealed. They were both top swordsmen in the world, but the small difference in cultivation was enough to determine the outcome. Zi's cultivation is starting to weaken, Qing Ning said. I understand. Ning Chen nodded, but he had no intention of stopping them. If it's not possible, then give up this battle. Luo Xingchen suggested with a serious expression. Wait a little longer. On the side, Luo Fei said with a serious expression. If we stop now, Zi will regret it. Okay. Ning Chen nodded. Swords have their swordsmanship, demons have their demonic ways. Zi's path will be decided by himself. Thank you, Luo Fei said seriously. As the injuries accumulated, the battle between the two demons began to tilt. The demon swords clashed, and blood splashed. Xia Zi's figure retreated 10 feet, and the hand holding the sword was covered in blood. Unfortunately, you could have been stronger. In front, Xian Qi walked forward step by step. He looked at his opponent with regret. If he had 100 years, the person in front of him might be able to threaten him. After taking 10 steps forward, Xianqi suddenly stopped. His eyes narrowed as he looked forward. At this moment, in the rising flames, the king bent his knees and half-knelt, worshipping some god. In an instant, black demonic aura surged around the king. Black feathers fluttered, and the 12 wings of sin appeared. The demonic aura was wild and rushed into the sky. This is? The sudden change made Xianqi's expression turn serious. He fully activated his cultivation and was on guard. Something was wrong. This demonic aura did not belong to the human world. The demonic aura was pure and powerful. It surpassed the demonic attribute and was infinitely close to the origin of heaven and earth. Nether King. Above the void, the 4 emperors of the primordial demon realm looked at the scene below. Why would the power of Nether King appear in the human world? Wasn't that person unable to descend from the 7 extinction heaven? In the battle below, the power of Nether King appeared. Xia Zi's eyes turned dark. The 12 wings of sin behind him flapped, and he disappeared instantly. Boom! Before Xianqi could react, the 2 swords clashed again. The violent demonic aura caused the surrounding heaven and earth to collapse. After 1 sword, Xia Zi disappeared again. The demonic aura surged and drowned the battle. In the dark demonic aura, Xianqi's expression turned serious. He pointed at his sword, and blood stained the blade. Burning heart, God slaying. Pushing himself to the limit, Xianqi's eyes flashed red. He stepped forward and disappeared as well. Boom! The swords clashed, and heaven and earth shook. In the collapsing fire world, the 2 figures crossed each other rapidly. The demonic swords clashed, and the power was shocking. The kings of both the human and demon camps all became serious as they watched the shocking battle of swords before them. Putting aside their positions and grudges, martial artists competed with swordsmen. How lucky was it to meet a worthy opponent? Awesome! In the battle, Xianqi's body was red. The peerless sword demon could no longer maintain his previous calmness. However, the more Xianqi fought, the redder the color in his eyes became. His desire to fight became even crazier. 4th brother has finally regained a bit of his former self. Outside the battle, Xianlai looked at the battle and said. Back then, Xianqi's personality was crazy and unrestrained. However, as his cultivation increased, he became calm and indifferent, completely losing his former craziness. Demons should follow their nature. Suppressing their nature, how different were they from humans? 1,000 demons limitless, burning heart and devouring soul. The battle had reached a critical moment, and there was no room for mercy. Xianqi shouted, and the red light around him shot into the sky. The fire world couldn't withstand the demonic aura and quickly collapsed. The sword slashed down, and 1,000 demons howled in the sky. The sword move that had never been seen before cut open heaven and earth, destroying the 6 paths of reincarnation. In front of the battle, Xia Zi's dark eyes flashed. The 12 wings of sin behind his back disappeared silently. He gathered all his power and condensed it into the final sword. Demonic sword, bury the sky. The final move, return to origin. In the sky, the doomsday sword slashed down. In an instant, a black crack appeared and quickly spread into the depths of the sky. Chapter 1275. In the world of fire, the battle of swords, the 2 demons finally appeared, their demonic might shaking the world. The limitless 1,000 demons and the sky-burying demon sword collided with each other, the entire world of fire collapsing. Waves of fire scattered, burning the sky and boiling the sea. In the violent aftermath, the victor stood upright. Suddenly, blood splattered from his chest, dyeing his demonic body red. Ugh! Retreating several steps, mysterious Qi staggered several steps, his body covered in blood, dazzling to the eye. In the distance, the black-robed, white-haired figure flew out, crashing into a meteor. The demon sword returned to its original form, its aura receding. A clear sword mark appeared between the king's eyebrows. Blood dripped down silently. In the end, he was defeated, and the king's body was completely exhausted. This bitter battle shocked all the kings present. Luofei, go and bring Zi back. In the human camp, Ningchen said calmly. Okay. Luofei nodded. She stepped forward and flew into the starry sky. In the battle, Mysterious Qi saw the humans move. His expression darkened. Suppressing his heavy injuries, his figure flashed, wanting to finish off his opponent before the human experts could stop him. He knew very well that such an opponent would become a great threat to the demon realm in the future. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible. At this moment, in the starry sky, a black-robed, black-haired figure flashed past and blocked in front of the demonic cultivator. The divine weapon shrouded in ghostly qi blocked the path, not allowing anyone to overstep. The humans admit defeat in this battle. Ningchen looked at the demon race's first sword and said calmly. Behind him, Luofei's figure flashed past, arriving beside the unconscious Zi. She took the ladder and left the battle. In the starry sky, the two looked at each other, their eyes flashing with bone-chilling killing intent. Cherish the little time you have left. Mysterious Qi waved his hand and put away his sword, then turned and walked toward the demon realm camp. The second battle had ended. The primordial demon realm had won. However, the kings in the demon realm camp did not have much joy on their faces. The strength of the humans had exceeded their expectations. Are you okay? In front of the kings, Xianlai looked at the man walking back and asked. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Mysterious Qi replied calmly. He walked to the side and sat down cross-legged to rest. He slowly closed his eyes, but he still couldn't hide the seriousness in them. The battle just now was really dangerous. The younger generation of the human race had actually grown to such a terrifying extent. They were almost on the same level as them. In the human camp, Luofei brought back the unconscious Zi. After Ningchen went forward to investigate, he relaxed a little. His injuries weren't too serious. It was just that his body was exhausted and he was too weak. The number one sword of the demon race, his reputation was well-deserved. Even with Ziyi's strength, he was still defeated. What a pity. Luofei, help Zi heal her injuries. Sister Qing Ning, prepare to draw the next battle. Ningchen glanced at the two and said, Yes. The two of them nodded and replied. Above the void, the voice of the ruler of the two realms sounded again, announcing the result of the second battle. The human clan and the demon realm had each won one round. The third round was about to begin. All the kings looked on. The representatives of the two realms drew the third round. Multicolored light flourished, and a dazzling spear character appeared before everyone's eyes. Is it finally my turn? In the camp of the primordial demon realm, Azura's eyes flashed when he saw the words in the sky. Azura, I'll leave it to you, Xianlai said solemnly. Xianlai said seriously, the war god of the demon race cannot be defeated. Understand? I understand. Azura nodded. He took a step forward and rushed toward the 6 paths of reincarnation in front of him. In the human camp, the crucial battle had arrived. Everyone looked at the Dawn Moon Tower's master not far away with solemn expressions. In front of her, Ningchen looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation rotating in the void with a solemn expression. In this battle, the right time and place were very important. This time, it really depended on luck. Jiming Marquis, now I somewhat understand why you protected the human world back then. The Dawn Moon Tower's master stepped forward and said calmly. Then, she leaped into the starry sky ahead. Between the two realms, the 6 paths of reincarnation rotated. The flame world had collapsed in the previous battle. Now, only the 5 realms were left, constantly changing. Under everyone's gaze, in a small world illuminated by holy light, 2 figures walked out and appeared on the battlefield. Light Realm. In the camp of the 2 realms, the Peak Kings looked at the scene in front of them and were all shocked. Great jinx! It was the great Jinx again. This time, luck was on the side of the humans. Saints and demons countered each other. The world of light completely suppressed the war god of the demon race. Before the battle even began, they had already lost the initiative. Not good. In the primordial demon camp, the king's expressions changed. The great Jinx was the worst possible outcome. There was no doubt about Azura's strength. However, no matter how strong someone was, if they couldn't use their full strength, they couldn't win every battle. In the world of light, Azura and the Dawn Moon Tower's master faced each other. The power of light spread between heaven and earth, constantly purifying the demonic chi around the war god of the demon race. "Please," the Dawn Moon Tower's master said with a smile. "King of the human race, let Azura fight to his heart's content." With that, Azura roared. Demonic chi surged around him, and an ancient demonic artifact appeared. Fire Beacon City appeared, and the flames of war filled the human world. Azura held his spear and moved. Demonic chi rushed into the sky. "As you wish," the Dawn Moon Tower's master replied. Her right hand grasped the air, and the underworld divine spear also appeared. She took a step forward and moved. Boom! Boom! At the peak of the spear, the divine weapons clashed. The clanging sounds were endless. This was a rare battle between kings. As soon as they clashed, it became white-hot. Azura, the strongest war god of the demon race, was a peerless cultivator who had half of the imperial path. In the ancient times, he once blocked the human emperors. He was extremely powerful and carried all the hopes of the revival of the Eight. The Dawn Moon Tower's master was a mysterious king of the human race. Although she rarely fought, her strength was unfathomable. The two peerless cultivators clashed. In the world of light, the sand raged and the spear moved freely. Every move was deadly. 7 rulings of the underworld, judgment of the third night. The Dawn Moon Tower's master stepped forward and spun her spear. The sound of the spear shook the sky. In Azura's hand, the Fire Beacon City broke through the air and blocked the attack. With a boom, the divine weapons clashed. The powerful shockwaves shook. Azura suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ears, and the demonic chi in his body became unstable. The opportunity for victory appeared. The Dawn Moon Tower's master stepped forward with her spear. The spinning yellow spring was very sharp. In a short distance, streaks of spear light shot forward. As the killing intent approached, Azura suppressed the surging blood chi in his body. His hands spun the fire beacon, blocking wave after wave of attacks. Fire of war, killing god. The situation was unfavorable. Azura didn't dare to fight for a long time. He attacked with a move that could destroy the world. Above the fire beacon, flames swept out and swallowed the human king. Seeing this, the Dawn Moon Tower's master split into two, dodging the demon's ultimate move. In an instant, the two merged into one again. The yellow spring pierced through the air, stabbing toward Azura's back. Boom! In the instant of danger, a huge Azura evil image appeared behind Azura, blocking the fatal move. It was a shocking battle. In the primeval demon realm camp, the kings looked at the battle before them with heavy expressions. Azura was actually at a disadvantage. This was a situation that no one had expected. The war god of the demon race was even more powerful than Xuanqi. It could be said that among the 5 battles, the primeval demon realm had the highest chance of winning. However, judging from the current situation, Azura might even be defeated. There were too many variables in the great subjugation layout. Even someone as strong as Azura couldn't reverse this fate layout? In the human camp, compared to the heavy mood of the demon realm's kings, the human kings had rare smiles on their faces. It's really a blessing from the heavens. If we win this round, the remaining 2 battles will be easy. Luo Xingqian looked at the battle before him and was in an exceptionally good mood. He was full of smiles. To be able to obtain the great subjugation layout, we are indeed lucky. On the side, Mu Qianshang also felt a rare sense of relief and smiled. This battle we can win, right? Beside Ji Ming, Qing Ning asked softly. Azura is still holding back. However, the Dawn Moon Tower Master has also not used her full strength. As long as there are no accidents, the humans have a 90% chance of winning this battle, Ning Chen said calmly. Just as the kings of the two realms were fully focused on the battle in the void, the emperors were also watching the battle below with different expressions. To think that the war god of the demon race would be in such a tough battle. Although the great subjugation layout is indeed disadvantageous, the human king is also shockingly powerful, the Western Sacred Master said solemnly. If this continues, Azura might lose this battle, the Scale Emperor said coldly. Demon Emperor, this is not the result that we want to see. Not far away, the Divine Capital Mountain Master Yu Luowu also spoke with a heavy tone. Wait! In front of the emperors, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor's face was unusually gloomy as he replied in a deep voice. On the other side, the three human demon emperors looked at the battle below and their expressions eased a lot. Old friend, these kings of the underworld have really impressed me. The fortune teller in green smiled. Many of them have experienced the war of the gods. Whether it's battle experience or mental resilience, they are incomparable to ordinary experts. These people will be the future of the human race, and that Ji Ming Marquis is the key to leading these people, the God Realm Master said seriously. The human race is fortunate to have these people. To the side, Gongzi Xiaobai sighed softly and said, Teacher, only now do I understand why you chose that young man. In the world of light, the battle between the two experts became more and more intense. The Dawn Moon Pavilion Master, who was supported by Radiant Saint Force, attacked with unparalleled force. Her spear tore through the air and opened the path to the underworld. Boom! There was another earth-shaking rumble as the two weapons clashed, causing turbulence. Blood flowed from the corner of Azura's mouth, and he saw blood for the first time. The war god seemed to be losing. In the depths of the ancestral heavenly demon land in the primal demon realm, Demon Emperor Kuan Yi watched the battle reflected in the sky with an extremely cold expression. The war god of the demon race could not be defeated. Otherwise, the title of war god would become a joke. Thinking up to there, Demon Emperor Kuan Yi clenched his hands, and the entire ancestral heavenly demon land rumbled. Endless demonic chi surged back into the emperor's body. Chapter 1276. In the radiant sacred domain, the flames of war raged. The strongest war god of the demon race, the most mysterious king of the human race, the two peak experts clashed. Their might shook the heavens and the earth. Under everyone's gazes, the master of the Dawn Moon edifice displayed her shocking ability. Her yellow springs danced like a dragon. Even the war god of the demon race was at a disadvantage. Immeasurable cultivation, 1,000 years of martial arts experience. In the battle, Azura's demonic essence surged, using his astonishing battle prowess to forcefully hold on until now. In the tilted battle, everyone could see that the war god of the demon race was at a disadvantage. However, the undefeated war god was still not defeated. Outside the battle, the human king's expressions gradually froze. Azura's tenacity was truly shocking. Being suppressed to such an extent, he was still able to hold on. The war god of the demon race lives up to his name, Mu Qian Shang said with a solemn expression. In the demon camp, all the demon experts looked at the battle before them. Azura's tenacity had a limit. With the accumulation of defeat was only a matter of time. This human king had never been heard of before. To be able to force Azura to such an extent, even the 13th son would find it difficult to do so. The human race is truly a race that no one dares to underestimate. Xian Qi slowly opened his eyes and stood up. After experiencing the failure of the ancient era, we have never dared to underestimate the human race. However, the human experts continue to amaze us time and time again. Xian Lai said solemnly. It seems that if we want to completely defeat the human race, The first step is to completely crush the confidence of these human experts. Xianqi said coldly. Azura. Xianlai looked at the battle before him and said seriously, our war god cannot lose. No matter how difficult the situation is, he must win. Yellow Spring's 7 rulings, world-cleansing Sanskrit. After 100 moves, the master of the Dawn Moon edifice took a step forward. The true essence around her rose to the extreme, transforming into Buddhist saint power. An earth-shattering move was unleashed. Yellow Springs galloped, Sanskrit descended from the heavens. The Buddhist move fused with the rhythm broke through the demonic chi that permeated the air. The spear moved forward, breaking towards the heart of the war god of the demon race. Indestructible protection. As danger approached, Azura activated the heavenly demon protection technique. He crossed his arms and demonic chi surged, forming layers upon layers of barriers in front of him. The yellow springs arrived, and the golden waves crashed into the demon's indestructible protection. Saints and demons clashed, and a terrifying explosion resounded throughout the universe. The Azura took half a step back, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The war god was injured and showed signs of defeat. At the front, the Dawn Moon brothel mistress saw this and her eyes shone brightly. She took a step forward and her spinning spear pierced through the air. The netherworld divine spear and the heavenly demonic chi continued to collide. With the support of the saint power, the demonic chi continued to spread in front of Azura, unable to stop the sharpness of the divine weapon. Ugh! Suddenly, the yellow springs broke through the obstruction of the devil chi and pierced into the devil cultivator's body, bringing forth a dazzling waterfall of blood. King of the human race, you amaze the Azuras. The tip of the spear entered his body, but it was difficult for it to move an inch further. Azura shouted in a deep voice. The flames of war illuminated the sun and moon, and its might shook the world. The heaven-piercing spear had a world-shaking might. The war god counterattacked, his killing intent filling the sky. As danger approached, the Dawn Moon brothel mistress stepped forward and retreated. With a boom, the demonic spear's remaining power swept past. The Dawn Moon brothel mistress' lips turned red, and she retreated 100 feet away. His counterattack was avoided, and a serious look flashed through Azura's eyes. He now started to believe that the human king in front of him was on the same level as him. If he couldn't break through the restrictions of time and place in this battle, he, Azura, really might lose. At the front, the Dawn Moon brothel mistress wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked at the war god in front of her and said calmly, "Again? Please." Azura's expression became more and more serious. Facing a powerful opponent before him, he didn't dare to be careless. In the next instant, the two figures clashed again in the world of light. Shocking waves quickly spread out, destroying the surrounding space and time. The undefeated war god was in the toughest battle of his life. Every move and attack was restricted. The Dawn Moon brothel mistress used her great wisdom to combine music and martial art. This battle shocked the world, completely suppressing the war god of the demon race. What a terrifying war god of the demon race! What a terrifying Dawn Moon brothel mistress! In the human camp, Luo Xingchen looked at the battle ahead and exclaimed. Although he wasn't good at close combat, he could still see the intensity of this battle. The war god of the demon race was shockingly strong, but the Dawn Moon brothel mistress was also shocking. In the demon camp, the peerless kings all looked at the battle ahead. Their expressions also changed. It seems that even if it's not a great disadvantage, Azura will find it difficult to suppress this human king in this battle, Xianmo said seriously. This is the most shocking part, Xianqi said in a deep voice. The strong cultivators of the human race have already grown to the point where they can be on the same level as us. This speed is shocking. The lifespan of the human race was much shorter than that of the 100 races, but the cultivation speed of the human race was far from what the 100 races could compare to. Based on the current situation, it will be difficult for us to win the next 2 battles easily. I'm afraid that two tough battles are unavoidable, Xianlai said seriously. Blade or palm? Which will the 13th choose? Xianqi looked over at the black-robed young man in front of the human camp. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Giving up the chance to compete in the sword competition meant that the 13th prince thought that he had a better chance of winning the blade and palm battles. However, the 13th prince could only fight one battle. The other battle had to be fought by someone else. On the side, Xianemo was silent. He knew that whether his opponent was the 13th prince or not, the battle of blades wouldn't be too peaceful. Is it him? Beside Ningchen, Hua Zhongjie looked at Xianemo in the heavenly demon camp and asked. Yes. Ningchen nodded and said, Heavenly Demon Imperial City, the Grand Commander of the Forbidden Army. He's good with the blade and is as strong as any king of the demon race. Senior Sister Dai's opponent will definitely be him. Hua Zhongjie nodded. She could clearly feel that the Grand Commander of the Forbidden Army's cultivation had already surpassed normal kings. Just as the kings thought that there would be no more changes in this battle and started to discuss the next battle, demonic qi pressed down from the sky. It was strong and heavy. Kuan-yi. In the human camp, Ning Chen sensed it. He looked toward the sky, and his expression darkened. Why is he here? The Kuan-yi Demon Emperor's cultivation was sealed by the senior and should still be recovering. In the demonic camp, the king's expressions also changed. They obviously didn't expect the Kuan-yi Demon Emperor to appear here. In the sky, an illusory figure appeared in the rolling clouds. It was hard to tell if it was real or not. When the celestial demon emperor appeared, the 6 paths of reincarnation shook violently. The battle wasn't over, and it started to spin again. After a while, the world around the two started to change. The world of light gradually turned dark. This is... In the human camp, Ning Chen looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation that started to shift, and his expression darkened. Not good. Boom. In the battle between the two, the light disappeared, and a dark world descended. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the situation was reversed. The saint light disappeared, and demonic qi rose around Azura. It was as thick as waves, shocking everyone. In front of him, the Dawn Moon House Master was surrounded by a dark power that suppressed her king-level body. Chapter 1277. The third round of the competition between the two realms was a spear battle. At the critical moment, the Sky Demon Lord appeared in the sky, and his supreme demonic power changed the situation. The 6 paths of reincarnation spun, and the world of light turned into darkness. Demonic clouds covered the sun. Below, demonic qi surged around Azura, and his powerful aura filled the entire world of darkness. In the human camp, Ning Chen looked at the looming celestial devil lord in the void with a gloomy expression. Why would Demon Emperor Kuan appear here? Emperors are not allowed to interfere in the competition between the two realms. Otherwise, it'll be seen as giving up. Does your realm want to break the oath? The Lord of God Realm said coldly. I've never interfered in the battle between the two realms. It's just that this large world can't withstand my power and affects their battle. It should be because the small world you created isn't complete enough and is still affected by the changes of the large world. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened, Demon Emperor Kuan said in the sky. You're being unreasonable. A cold light flashed past the fortune-teller's eyes, and he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. The primordial demon realm had gone too far. On the side, the Lord of God Realm looked over at the young man in black in front of the human camp with a questioning expression. In front of the lords, Ning Chen calmed himself down and nodded lightly. Let's continue, the Lord of God Realm said calmly. In the sky, Demon Emperor Kuan sneered, and his figure gradually faded and disappeared. In the human camp, behind Jiming, Qing Ning stepped forward and said seriously, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to win this round. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, We had the upper hand before, and in order to end the battle quickly, the House Lord strengthened his attacks and consumed a lot of energy. Now, the situation has changed, and the House Lord wants to turn the tables, but he doesn't have enough energy. What a pity. Qing Ning sighed softly. The human race had a 90% chance of winning this round. She didn't expect such a change. In the world of darkness, demonic qi continued to spread. With the help of the dark power, the demonic aura around Azura rose rapidly. Roar. An earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky. Behind Azura, a giant Azura evil face appeared. Its powerful and ferocious face shocked everyone. With the support of the evil image, his Azura technique reached its peak again. Violent demonic aura surged, drowning the surrounding heaven and earth. God-slaying war flames. The demonic technique reappeared, its power increased by several times. In Azura's hand, demonic flames curled up, burning the sky and boiling the sea. The Azura evil face roared as its demonic energy gathered and poured into the demonic spear. The final move was about to arrive. On the other side, the Dawn Moon Tower Master's expression turned serious. Her silhouette split into two. Music and martial arts moved side by side. The sound of the yellow springs rang out and the sky changed color. In the world of darkness, the battle between light and darkness was decided with a single touch. Outside the battlefield, the kings of the two realms were watching the battle in front of them attentively. In this round, victory or defeat was very important. In a best-of-5 round bet, whoever won the second round first would undoubtedly have a higher chance of winning. In the human camp, Butterfly in the Flower closed her eyes, resting quietly. She didn't care about the battle at all. Her mission was to obtain a victory for her junior brother. She did not care about anything else. Boom! In front of everyone's eyes, in the world of darkness, the two realms collided. After the world of fire, the world of darkness also collapsed. Black air flowed out and dispersed in the great world. In the battle, two silhouettes flew out at the same time. Blood splattered like rain. The result could not be seen. Blood dripped from the corners of Azura and the Dawn Moon Tower Master's mouth. They were heavily injured. Is it a draw? In the camp of the two realms, the kings frowned with different expressions. Suddenly, the overflowing dark aura surged like a tide and entered the body of the Dawn Moon Tower Master. With a groan, blood spurted out from the chest of the Dawn Moon Tower Master and dyed the starry sky red. The shocking scene shocked all the kings. No one could react to what had happened. In the primordial demon realm, the heavenly demon ancestral land, the first demon emperor raised his right hand and slowly lowered it. The surrounding demonic aura dispersed and returned to the ancestral land. In the battle between the two realms, in the human camp, Ning Chen's figure flashed. Before everyone could react, he was already in the battle. The fire beacon's sharp edge swept over, but the ghost sword blocked the war god's killing intent. For this round, the human race admits defeat. Without any hesitation, Ning Chen said coldly and immediately brought the heavily injured Dawn Moon Tower Master out of the battle. In the human camp, the kings looked at the two who had returned with a solemn expression. Sister Qing Ning, you have the Buddha energy and can purify the demonic aura. You will help the Tower Master to heal her. Ning Chen said. Leave it to me. Qing Ning nodded. I'm sorry. The Dawn Moon Tower Master struggled to open her eyes and said weakly. It's not our fault. It's just that we underestimated the despicableness of the primordial demon realm. The Tower Master can focus on healing. Leave the next two battles to us. Ning Chen said seriously. What on earth happened just now? It was a draw. Why did the demonic aura suddenly surge back? Mu Qianshang said. I'm afraid it was the first demon emperor's doing. Ning Chen looked at the 4 emperors of the demon realm in the void with a cold expression. There were too many unfairness in this battle. But even so, they could not give up. In the void, Luo Xingchen replaced Qing Ning to draw lot. The 4th battle was about to be decided. Saber and palm, the last 2 rounds. In the demon realm camp, the peerless experts quietly watched the final result. 2 out of 3 rounds had been won. The final victory was within reach. In the void, the wheel stopped. The result of the fourth round was out. In the starry sky, the dazzling saber character appeared, affecting the hearts of the kings present. In the demon realm camp, Xian Mo walked out. The commander of the Sky Demon Imperial Guard officially walked in front of the crowd. Behind her, the kings of the demon realm were unusually calm. They were no longer worried about the result of this battle. Xian Mo had been in charge of the Sky Demon Imperial Guard for over 1,000 years. It was not because of Xian Mo's noble status or background, but because in the past 1,000 years, Xian Mo was the true #1 person of the Sky Demon clan. Even the two strongest princes of the Sky Demon Imperial family, or Azura, the war god of the demon race, did not dare to say that they could defeat this commander of the Imperial Guard. In the human camp, Hua Zhongyue opened her eyes and walked forward. The moment she passed by, Ning Chen said seriously, "Be careful, Xian Mo's strength is above Xian Luo." Yes. Hua Zhongyue nodded slightly and said softly, 40 years ago, I gave you a lot of trouble. Today, I will give you a victory." As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Zhongyue stepped on the ground barefoot and flew toward the 6 paths of reincarnation. After a few breaths, 2 figures walked out of the world of ice. Snowflakes fell from the sky, turning the human world white. Level. In the camp of the 2 territories, the kings let out a sigh of relief. In the previous battle, the influence of the right time and the right place had left a deep impression on them. No one wanted to encounter another situation at this critical moment. "Not long ago, I heard the 13th prince call you senior sister." In the world of ice and snow, Xian Mo looked at the woman in front of her and said calmly, "I think your strength is above the 13th prince. No one can measure my junior brother's strength, but I did teach him how to use the saber," Hua Zhongyue said faintly. Hua Zhongyue said blandly. From her sleeves, a black and a white demonic sword appeared out of nowhere. Demonic Saber Flower Burial Butterfly Tears, the god of saber of the Central State, showed his shocking saber skills again today. Chapter 1278. In the world of ice and snow, Butterfly in the Flower and Xian Mo stared at each other as saber lights appeared. The battle was about to begin. The Flower Burial Tears displayed extreme power as black and white light intersected, illuminating the world. Inside and outside the battle, the expressions of the peerless kings became serious as they watched the battle of the century. "Please!" Xian Mo stepped forward and waved her saber. Boundless demonic might swept across the world of ice and snow, shaking the world. The #1 person in the Sky Demon Royal Guard in the past 1,000 years displayed world-shocking abilities. Her saber held up the sky, causing the sun and moon to change color. The demonic figure that sped past had overwhelming demonic might as the saber slashed down, splitting the world in half. In front, Butterfly in the Flower focused and waved her 2 sabers. With a clang, the Flower Burial Tears clashed with the saber. Demonic chi and saber chi swept out for thousands of miles. The 4th round of the battle between the 2 realms was a battle of the saber. The 2 strongest saber experts of the demon realm and the human race clashed. The sabers clashed, but each move was as heavy as a mountain. The 2 sabers moved as soon as they touched. They were so fast that it was hard to follow. In the intense battle, Butterfly in the Flower's figure danced like a butterfly. Her saber was wrapped in her sleeves, shocking the world. The saber god of the Middle State had rare attainments in the saber. He had surpassed the only one and had reached the extreme. The saber was endless. Her sleeves and saber lights intersected, trapping the enemy. In the saber lights, Xian Mo's steps were clean. Although she had a demonic body, she walked the great Tao. The sharp military saber opened and closed wide. It looked simple, and there were no flaws in the move. The saber lights intersected, and the battle quickly reached its climax. This was the fairest battle in the history of the battle between the 2 realms. Both of them lost to the extreme. The only thing that mattered was the saber. Ha! Low roars sounded as the 2 moved. Their sabers moved, and a shocking cold light clashed again and again. Wherever the saber lights passed, mountains would be split. Outside the battlefield, the kings were watching the battle with focused expressions. Such a martial art was rarely seen in 100 years. Watching this battle would bring them endless benefit. Their attainments in the saber are truly shocking. It's hard to tell who will win this battle. In the human camp, the Night Patriarch stepped forward and watched the great battle in the world of ice and snow. In terms of cultivation, Xian Mo is undoubtedly better than Senior Sister Dai. However, Senior Sister Dai has cultivated the 9 Serenities sky-devouring demon scripture, which is the best demonic skill in the world. She can devour other people's genuine qi and make up for her disadvantage in cultivation. In this battle, the real deciding factor is the attainment of broadswordsmanship, Ning Chen said seriously. 9 Serenities heaven-devouring demon scripture? Hearing this, a strange look flashed across the Night Lord's eyes. This forbidden demonic technique had actually not been lost? In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had already been exchanged. The demonic qi around the two of them grew stronger and stronger. Boom! As the military saber slashed down, Flower Burial met it head-on. The aftershock spread out in circles, constantly destroying the laws of heaven and earth in the surroundings. Suddenly, Xian Mo felt the demonic qi in her body leak out, and the power flowed along the blade towards the woman in front of her. This is... In the sudden change, Xian Mo guards her origin, restrains her devil aura, and forcibly prevents her yuan power from leaking out. In the primal demon realm camp, Xian Qi, Xian Lai, and Azura also saw the change in the battle. What happened just now? Xian Mo's power was actually devoured by that human woman. In the battle, the two of them exchanged moves again. Saber against saber, clashing continuously. The demonic qi on Xian Mo's saber was restrained, but the world's #1 demonic technique was shockingly powerful. Through the contact of the saber, it slowly devoured the demonic technique. I can only think of a technique that can devour other people's true qi in battle. Xian Qi said with a serious expression. Ancient forbidden technique, 9 hell sky devouring demon scripture. Xian Lai said in a low voice. Someone from the human race actually managed to cultivate this technique. It's unbelievable, Azura said in a serious tone. The conditions to cultivate the 9 hell sky devouring demon scripture were extremely harsh. During the cultivation process, one had to constantly devour other people's origin, which could easily cause one's memories and true qi to become chaotic and backfire on oneself. This forbidden technique was indeed very powerful, but from ancient times until now, only 1 in 10,000 people could cultivate it to greater success. The three of them calmed down. The strong cultivators of the human race had already given them too much shock. The seemingly weak human race was growing at an astonishing speed. Perhaps soon, the human race's power would be able to contend against the demonic realm. 10 years. No wonder the human race didn't hesitate to use the 4 major starfields as a bet to obtain these 10 years. What the human race needed the most now was time to grow. 10 years was enough to change too many things. In the world of ice and snow, the battle became more and more intense. In the sky full of snowflakes, 2 beams of light clashed again and again. The clanging sound of the collision was endless. Strong, so strong that it was shocking. The strongest saber couldn't coexist. It would be divided into one. Diewu Shuangling. The white saber flew out. The sky full of snowflakes surged like waves, turning into tens of thousands of sharp sabers, flying towards the commander of the demon race. Xian Mo saw this and shouted. She held her saber with both hands and slashed down with the power to break mountains and rivers. Boom! The demonic saber broke the tens of thousands of sabers. The heaven and earth changed color. The incomparably powerful demonic might directly cut open the void. A huge crack spread out, reaching thousands of miles away. It was a shocking move. The moment the sky full of snowflakes dissipated, a blue figure flashed past. The flower burial saber fell down with an invisible killing intent, swallowing mountains and rivers. The killing move arrived again. Xian Mo's expression didn't panic. She condensed her yuan energy and attacked the incoming move head-on. The two sabers clashed. The intense clashing sound was deafening. In the next moment, a white saber appeared in Hua Zhonggye's left hand. The short saber was as fast as lightning. Xian Mo's pupils constricted. She took half a step back. Her saber was as fast as lightning, blocking wave after wave of attacks. In the sky full of snowflakes, round after round of attacks and defense. It was so intense that it was overwhelming. It was the first time in 100 years that a battle on the saber was at the peak. This woman is able to fight on par with Commander Xian Mo. Moreover, she is at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation base. It is not hard to imagine that if the two had the same cultivation base, Xian Mo would most likely be defeated by this woman. Xian Lai said in a deep voice. A genius on the saber, a proud daughter of the heavens. Xian Qi said calmly. Her saber is somewhat similar to the 13th prince's, but it is obviously stronger. It will not be easy for Xian Mo to win this battle. Diewu, Sky Net. The battle had reached its climax. Hua Zhonggye's figure flashed quickly. Her water sleeves extended and twisted, forming an inescapable net that blocked the demon's escape route. In the wind and snow, one after another blue water sleeves crisscrossed like a spider web. It was impossible to dodge. Xian Mo frowned. She held her saber in a reverse grip and cut off the water sleeves one after another. However, the sky net was endless. The water sleeves crisscrossed past the saber and wrapped around the demon's body. The demon's movement was restricted. In the blink of an eye, Hua Zhonggye's eyes flashed. She stepped barefoot in the air, and her figure flashed forward. The flower burial slashed down. The strongest saber was about to be revealed. In the world of ice and snow, Xian Mo quietly looked at the sharp saber in front of her. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. The scenes of the past kept replaying in her mind. You're back? In the corner of the Three Emperors city in the demon domain, a woman turned her head and smiled at the middle-aged man who had just returned. Yes. The man nodded lightly and replied. The food is almost ready. Let's eat. The woman said softly. Okay. The man nodded and said. 100 years, 1,000 years of companionship. Day after day, year after year, Xian Mo's eyes became brighter and brighter. It was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. I won't let anyone take my life. The seal was broken. Demonic qi rushed into the sky. Xian Mo's body was surrounded by Xian Mo's blood qi. A terrifying power vibrated. A saber met the attack. The demonic qi was shocking. The two sabers clashed. Hua Zhonggye's hand that was holding the saber started to bleed. It was the first time that she had seen blood since the battle. The demonic qi was even stronger. Hua Zhonggye's god condensed. She stepped forward barefoot and the two sabers merged into one. Diewu Qing Ping. The ultimate martial reappeared, a clear-cut saber. Between heaven and earth, the wind and snow suddenly stopped. Only the black saber light sped past. The saber light got close. Xian Mo's figure flashed out and shattered the saber light in front of her. She continued to move forward. Boom! The two sabers clashed again. Hua Zhonggye retreated again. Blood kept dripping from her hand that was holding the saber. The opponent's full power was close to the imperial path. Even the 9 hell-devouring demon scripture could not resist the demonic qi. Is the victor going to be decided? In the primal demon realm camp, peerless experts looked at the battle and said, Xian Mo had broken the seal and regained her heavenly demon nature. Her battle power had increased. There should be no more surprises in this battle. In the human race camp, Mu Qianshang, Luo Xingchen, and the others' expressions changed. Their hearts were heavy. The human race had already lost 2 rounds. They could not lose this round. Otherwise they would have to give up the 4 major star fields. In the current situation, once the 4 major star fields changed owners, the primal demon realm's strength would increase greatly. At that time, the human race would not be able to resist the invasion of the 100 Races Alliance. In front of the human race kings, Ning Chen watched the battle. His gaze never left. He believed that senior sister Dai would not lose to anyone, even if her opponent was Xian Mo. In the world of ice and snow, the battle was tilting. Hua Zhongyie's right arm was bleeding. She was gradually losing. This was the most crucial battle for the human race. They could not afford to lose. Hua Zhongyie blocked a blow. With a shout, she released her demonic nature. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. The butterfly buried the flower. Blood-red hair danced in the wind. Butterfly dance. Nether King. The reappearance of the Nether King's power shocked everyone. Between heaven and earth, thousands of black butterflies flew out. Their demonic power was endless and shocking. In the next instant, a pair of black butterfly wings spread out behind Hua Zhongyie. Demonic fire spread, burning the sky and boiling the sea. It was a shocking scene. Around Hua Zhongyie's body, demonic patterns spread out. Terrifying demonic qi rippled. The heavenly demons of the primal demon realm were even stronger. On the opposite side, Xian Mo saw the change in the woman in front of her. Her expression darkened. The human race had so many demonic cultivators. It was unbelievable. Humans and demonic cultivators had different paths. How could they easily reach the same destination? The demonic power of the woman in front of her was not inferior to the imperial heavenly demons. In the void, Mo Dai stood in the air. Her sleeves danced in the wind. She was like a demonic cultivator. Her power was shocking. Again. With that, Mo Dai disappeared instantly. Like lightning, she appeared in front of the demonic cultivator in the blink of an eye. Boom! The 2 blades clashed. Xian Mo's right hand split open. Blood splattered and dyed the blade red. Chapter 1279. In the world of ice and snow, frost surged. The demonic butterfly spread its wings and attacked with all its might. The 2 sides clashed. The shockwaves roared and surged. Demonic qi surged, sweeping up 1,000 layers of snow. Within the waves, a smear of blood splashed out, dyeing the snow in the sky red. It was a shocking scene. Xian Mo took several steps back, her mouth red. Similarly, after the shockwaves, Hua Zhongyie's right arm was covered in blood. Her physical body had gradually reached its limit. The demonic butterfly, who had unleashed all its power, had a black aura surge around it, continuously devouring the spiritual qi in the surroundings. In this shocking battle, the 2 had unleashed their full power. They had gone from being evenly matched to one side gaining the upper hand, and now, the battle was even. The only thing that remained were the injuries on their bodies that were getting heavier and heavier. I finally understand why the 13th Crown Prince's saber technique is so amazing. A great teacher produces a great disciple. Miss, your mastery of the saber has already surpassed mine. However, I cannot lose this battle. As soon as she said that, Xian Mo's eyes turned cold. She stepped forward and waved her saber. In the blink of an eye, the saber light arrived. As the killing intent approached, Hua Zhongyie did not dodge. She faced it head-on. One saber was fast, and the other was heavy. Each saber was merciless and deadly. As the sabers of the 2 continued to clash, waves after waves of shockwaves battered the bodies of the 2. Ha! The battle cries shook the sky. The 2 peerless saber masters of the human race and the demon race did not fight because of love or hatred. They fought because they were on different sides. As the 2 clashed again and again, blood splattered from their hands that held the sabers. They were about to lose their grip on the divine weapons. Outside the battle, the kings of the 2 realms looked at the battle with grave expressions. No one had expected that this battle would be fought to such a tragic extent. Up until now, the outcome of the battle was already unknown. In the primordial demon realm camp, a dignified voice suddenly sounded in Xian Lai's ears. In the sky, the first Kunyi Demon Emperor's voice also sounded in the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's ears, telling them to leave the battlefield. What's wrong? Azura, who was beside Xianlai, sensed the former's strange behavior and asked. I need to leave for a moment. This battle is over. The battle is over. Xianlai said solemnly. Then, he merged into the darkness and disappeared. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor blurted out a few words in the sky before he left the battlefield. In front of the human camp, Ning Chen frowned when he saw that one of the Demon Realm's kings was missing. Where was Xianlai? Why had he suddenly disappeared? In the Red Luan galaxy, a demonic aura was surging in front of the passage between the two realms. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor and Xianlai showed up and stepped into the space passage without any hesitation. In the primordial demon realm, in the heavenly demon ancestral land, First Demon Emperor Kuan stood quietly with his eyes closed. He kept breaking the seal of the sword Dao in his body. Brother! At this moment, above the ancestral land, demonic qi spread out. 2 figures walked out and descended from the sky. 7 luminaries, you stand guard. I will pass on my power to Xianlai. The first Kuan Demon Emperor opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, The seal in my brother's body? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor asked with a frown. That's enough. The first Kunyi Demon Emperor said slowly. I understand. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded. Just as Xianlai and the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor returned to the heavenly demon ancestral land, the battle between the kings in the outer world was getting more intense. In the snowy land, saber chi swept across. Blood and snowflakes devoured the figures of the 2 kings. After a violent impact, the battle shook again. 100 feet away, the 2 kings stood with sabers in their hands. Blood dripped from the sabers. It was extremely eye-catching. Butterfly burial of flowers. At the end of the battle, she did not have much energy left. The butterfly in the flower spun her saber and soared into the sky. Her sleeves danced, and the saber spun in the wind. 10,000 miles of wild sand, blood splattering. In front, Xian Mo stepped forward and condensed her essence. Blood chi lingered around her and gathered into a saber. The saber split the sky open. 10,000 miles of wild sand swept across the world. It was an earth-shattering move, and the clouds in the 9 heavens changed. The kings watched as the 2 extreme forces collided. A dazzling brilliance spread, destroying everything in its path. Has the outcome been decided? The kings of the human and demon races watched the collapsing world in front of them nervously. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the sky, the snowflakes drifted away, and the 2 figures appeared. Suddenly, an ear-piercing crack sounded. The sabers in their hands shattered at the same time. I have lost. After saying that, Xian Mo's body fell down. Blood gushed out from her chest, dyeing the snowflakes in the sky red. On the other side, the butterfly in the flower stumbled. She was covered in blood, and her injuries were extremely heavy. However, she did not fall down. She had won. However, he had not lost. In the human race camp, Ning Chen flew out and came to the butterfly in the flower. He carefully supported the latter. Senior sister, you have worked hard. Ning Chen said softly. I did not disappoint you. The butterfly in the flower smiled weakly. However, you can only rely on yourself now. Senior sister, do not worry. Leave the rest to me. Ning Chen gently supported the woman beside him and walked toward the human race camp. Xian Mo, Azura walked up and helped the former up. She sighed. You should not have lost. Xian Mo slowly opened her eyes and said tiredly, The war has brought too many sacrifices. I am tired. Azura sighed inwardly again. She did not say anything else and helped the former walk forward. After the battle, the atmosphere became unusually quiet. Out of the 4 battles, the human race and the primitive demon realm had won twice. It was a draw. The final battle was unavoidable. The last battle was the Battle of the Palms. In the human race camp, the kings looked at knowing destiny in front of them with trust. After so many years, they had gotten used to trusting him. No matter how difficult the situation was, knowing destiny had never let them down. They saw a determination in knowing destiny that would never give up. Try harder, try harder, try harder, try harder. Maybe knowing destiny's martial arts talent was not as good as theirs, but his true combat ability was definitely terrifying. I will leave it to you. Xia Zi, who was healing in the back, opened her eyes and said, "Okay." Ning Chen nodded and walked forward step by step. In the demonic realm camp, the kings of the demonic realm looked at the human race king in front of them. The 13th prince, the young man who had caused chaos in the primitive demon realm, had finally come out. In the eyes of the kings of the two realms, the black-haired figure walked into the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the thunder realm, on the sky-reaching peak, knowing destiny had appeared. In the demonic realm camp, the dark moon witch empress looked at the kings in front of her and said, "Have you decided? Who will fight this battle?" Xian Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at the man on the Thunder Realm's peak. He said in a low voice, "Wait." To the side, Azura looked at Luo Jia, who was not far away. He frowned slightly. According to the previous arrangement, either Xian Lai or the Palace Lord of the Holy Region would have to fight. However, Xian Lai had specifically instructed them to wait. It seemed that he had received instructions from the Demon Emperor. In the sky, the 3 emperors of the human race looked at the demonic realm below and frowned. Emperors of the demonic realm, is the primitive demon realm going to forfeit this battle? The master of the godly realm asked in an old voice. The human race has been waiting for this battle for a long time. I don't think they are in a hurry. Among the 3 emperors of the demonic realm, the Scale Emperor replied coldly. Indeed, the human race is not in a hurry. However, there is always a limit to waiting. If the demonic realm's contestant does not appear, are we going to keep waiting? The blue-robed fortune teller said coldly. 24 hours. The Scale Emperor said faintly, within 24 hours, the demonic realm's choice will appear on time. In the Thunder Realm, on the peak, Ning Chen heard the conversation between the emperors of the 2 realms. He sat down quietly and adjusted his breath. In the camps of the 2 realms, the kings were also patient and waited quietly. What the hell is the primitive demon realm doing? Are we still fighting? Among the kings of the human race, Luo Xingqian, who could not sit still, asked impatiently. Xian Lai is not here, and Luo Jia is not fighting. Even a fool would not believe that there is no problem, Mu Qianshang said coldly. Are they cheating? Luo Xingqian asked suspiciously. The 3 emperors of the human race are also here. It is not that easy to cheat openly. However, the primitive demon realm's performance is indeed suspicious, Mu Qianshang replied. Annoying. Luo Xingqian shook his head hard. At this time, they still had to wait 24 hours. He was anxious to death. You are always so impatient. Even the knowing destiny state is not anxious. What are you anxious about? Mu Qianshang reprimanded. Knowing destiny state? Luo Xingqian looked at the black-robed figure sitting quietly in the Thunder Realm and said helplessly, "He is an old man. He is not as energetic as us young people. Not to mention 24 hours, even if you asked him to wait for 12 years, he would still wait. So, he is standing there now and you are nagging here," Mu Qianshang mocked. "You want to fight?" Luo Xingqian heard and was immediately enraged. "Do you believe that I will immediately turn you into a hornet's nest?" Mu Qianshang smiled indifferently and said, "I don't believe you. You." Luo Xingqian was choked until his chest hurt. For a moment, he could not say a word. Not far away, Qing Ning stood quietly. Her gaze was fixed on the knowing destiny state and did not leave for a moment. For 100 years, the reason why he worked so hard was because he did not want the people around him to be hurt. However, their enemies were getting stronger and stronger. Even if he worked hard enough, he could not protect the people around him. This time, the invasion of the primeval demon realm could be said to be a great crisis for the entire human race. When the nest is overturned, no eggs will remain intact. No matter what, the human race could not be defeated. Time flew by, and 1 hour after another passed. In the camps of the two realms, the kings were getting more and more impatient. 24 hours was not a long time, but the waiting time was always so long. Just at the moment when the time was up, the void above the primeval demon realm camp split open. Violent demonic chi surged, and 2 figures walked out. 7 luminaries and Xian Lai's return attracted everyone's attention. "Sorry for the long wait," Xian Lai said calmly. Then, he took a step forward and flew towards the 6 paths of reincarnation. On the peak of the Thunder Realm, Ning Chen slowly got up. He looked at the figures that appeared in front of him. His battle intent was blazing. Chapter 1280. At the peak of the Thunder Realm, when the 3rd heavenly demon prince arrived, Ji Ming stood up. Demonic chi surged, and his battle intent soared. The final battle, the Battle of Palms, had finally arrived. On the peak, Xian Lai's figure descended from the sky. Demonic chi surged around him. His feet touched the ground, and the earth could not bear the demonic power. The peak rumbled, and the mountains collapsed. The kings of both the human and demon camps felt the strength of the 3rd heavenly demon prince's aura, and their expressions changed. "No." In the human camp, Mu Qianshang said in a deep voice, "How can Xian Lai's aura be so terrifying? Was this still the aura of a king? Even an emperor would not be so powerful. This is blatantly cheating." Luo Xingchen clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His aura has reached the sovereign path, and his cultivation is still in the king realm. We can't say that he violated the rules. Behind him, Xia Zi stood up and stepped forward with a cold expression. "The heavenly demon royal family is willing to do anything to win this bet," the Night Lord said. "In a battle between 2 realms, nothing is too deceitful. We have underestimated them. In terms of despicableness, Ji Ming lost to them." "How infuriating," Luo Xingchen said unhappily. "Not necessarily." Mu Qianshang looked at the black-robed young man on the peak, and his expression gradually calmed down. "When have you seen Marquis Ji Ming do something without any backup plan? In terms of scheming, other than that woman who stunned the divine prefecture, Ji Ming has never lost to anyone." "That makes sense." Luo Xingchen raised his hand and touched his chin. Despicable and shameless, Ji Ming was his ancestor. "Don't worry and watch the battle. At this point, we can only trust him," Xia Zi said in a deep voice. "Yes." The kings nodded and looked forward, waiting for the battle to begin. In the primordial demon camp, Azura looked at the human kings. After a while, he said, "The human kings seem to trust this 13th son. They are not as chaotic as I thought." To be able to stir up chaos in the demon realm by himself, this boy did not rely only on luck. "His strength will probably shock everyone today," Xianqi said in a deep voice. "Let's wait and see. This battle will forever be recorded in the annals of the 2 realms," Azura replied. In the Thunder World, there were towering mountains with towering peaks that reached the heavens. At the peak of the mountain, 2 figures stood facing each other. In the surroundings, bolts of lightning continuously rained down. Cold winds howled, and 10,000 bolts of lightning fell. His cold eyes changed in an instant, and the boundless flames of war were ignited. The enmity between the 2 realms could not be erased even after thousands of years. The 2 experts fought, continuing the enmity from ancient times. When the 2 palms collided, the sky collapsed and the earth sank. Vast demonic might swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A shocking battle was about to break out. The palm energy surged, and the killing intent was boundless. Bang bang! Demonic chi surged around the 2 of them like waves. Their palms were merciless, and every move they made was deadly. "Your cultivation has improved quite a bit." After exchanging several moves, Xian Lai was astonished. He used 30% of his strength to press down. You flatter me. The two palms collided, and demonic energy shook the area. The moment the battle was separated, Ning Chun took a step forward, and the clouds turned into a waterfall. His wild palms blasted out, and the Milky Way of the 9 heavens hung upside down. The 12 moves of spiritual rhino reappeared, and its power shook the sky and earth, stirring up the wind and clouds. The towering waterfall roared and surged. Between heaven and earth, thunder roared and merged into the waterfall, multiplying its power. Devouring Yang Palm. Xian Lai's expression didn't change. He gathered all his energy, and demonic qi surged for 10,000 miles. The blazing demonic current refined yin and yang. He blasted out a palm, and the two extremes collided. The ground shook violently, and the fog rose, blocking the vision of the two. The two closed their eyes and opened their divine senses. They rushed out, and their killing moves appeared again. In the fog, the two figures crossed each other, and the rumbling sound of the battle was endless. The foundation and cultivation collided head-on, and the stronger one was the king. Outside the battle, the kings of the human race looked more and more serious. The knowing destiny state chose to fight head-on. Why? Xian Lai's cultivation undoubtedly had the absolute advantage. The knowing destiny state couldn't hold on for long. What is he thinking? Luo Xingqian said with a worried expression. The knowing destiny demonic body was a man of few words. Other than announcing tasks, he rarely talked to them. They knew almost nothing about his thoughts. Trust him. This is the only thing we can do now. On the side, Mu Qianshang looked at the battle ahead and said. In the primordial demon realm camp, Azura, Xian Qi, Luo Jia, and the others looked at the battle ahead with doubts. In the previous battles, because of the disadvantage of their cultivation, the human race cultivators would more or less choose to prolong the battle. Only this 13th son went all out and fought head-on. Wasn't he worried that his body would gradually collapse? Just as the kings of the two realms were puzzled, the battle between the two demons had reached its climax. Their palms collided ruthlessly. The first palm of the demon race and the head of the human race's underworld, the two peerless cultivators each displayed their shocking abilities. Great! After 30 moves, the battle was tied. Xian Lai's eyes shone brightly, and his fighting spirit grew stronger. Is this enough to make you excited? The palms collided, and the mountains collapsed. Ning Chen snorted and stomped again. Giant dragons roared out from the ground. Xian Lai's expression froze. What is this? 8 dragons against the world, and the divergent yellow secret technique reappeared. Dragons roared around Ning Chen, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered to support his knowing destiny physique. The divergent yellow secret technique? In the void, the 7 brilliance demon emperor looked down with a cold expression. A peerless genius. Beside him, the lord of the sacred region sighed softly. This kid surprises us again and again. I wonder where his bottom line is? Soon. This battle will prove his true strength, the lord of the divine capital, Yu Luwu said in a deep voice. No matter the result of this battle, we can't let this kid live, the Scale Emperor said coldly. A young man with such shocking growth speed would definitely become a great threat to the 100 races in the future. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Have you found out his identity? The Scale Emperor looked at the Demon Emperor beside him and asked. There are many legends about this kid in the human race, but very few people know about his origin. Rumor has it that he came from the Black Sect of the Red Phoenix Galaxy. However, this sect has been destroyed for a long time, and no one survived, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said. Hearing this, the Scale Emperor frowned slightly. This 13th son was really cautious. He didn't want to leave any traces behind. In the primordial demon realm, in the 3 imperial city, in the 9 underworld king's palace, a peerless demonic figure stood quietly. In front of him, the sky was vaguely visible, and it reflected the battle between the 2 outer demons. The intensity of the battle was comparable to the battle between emperors. After the first Kunyi demon emperor's teachings, Xian Lai's cultivation had improved by half a step. The strength of his aura was no weaker than an emperor's. After a long while, Xian Zhuyo's figure faded and disappeared in the palace. In the outer sky, the thunder tribulation and the shocking battle on the peak was getting more and more shocking. 8 dragons appeared, and Ning Chen's aura multiplied. Demonic qi surged and covered the sky. Opposite him, Xian Lai focused and shouted. He activated his cultivation technique again, and his demonic qi soared into the sky, splitting heaven and earth. Chaos demonic qi? In the sky, the 3 emperors of the demonic realm were shocked. In this world, only the first Kunyi demon emperor could control chaos demonic qi. It was really shocking that Xian Lai could control such power. On the side, the 7 luminaries demon emperor looked serious. The power of chaos demonic qi was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even with Xian Lai's royal bloodline, he couldn't sustain it for a long time. Therefore, this battle had to be ended quickly. In the battle, Ning Chen looked at the chaos demonic qi surging around Xian Lai. He wasn't too surprised. Xian Lai had used chaos demonic qi once to help the ghost race migrate. It must have been just an experiment. 7 changes of the heavenly demon, royal sky dome. On the peak, the 2 spoke at the same time. The 9 changes of the heavenly demon reappeared in the world. The rumbling shook the thunder tribulation, and 2 huge demonic figures rose from the ground. The heavenly demon arcane art changed the color of the sky. The 2 demonic figures punched down and clashed for the first time. Below, the 2 demonic figures moved at the same time. Demonic qi surged and a dragon roared. The horrifying power clashed head-on. A horrifying tremor resounded and the peak collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere and fell like rain. Amidst the rain of rocks, the 2 figures continued to exchange blows. The attack and defense were intense. With a rumble, a heavy palm landed. The palm energy surged, and the 2 retreated 10 steps each. Blood flowed out, dyeing their clothes red. The 2 were injured at the same time. It was hard to tell who was stronger. The battle of the strongest surpassed the previous 4 battles. The kings of the 2 realms watched the battle intently. It turned out that there was such a peak above the King Dao. 9 heaven's star picking hand, rising rain. At the critical moment of the battle, Ning Chen gathered energy in his left palm. The Qilan's ultimate technique appeared. Boundless energy swept through the world. 12 moves of the spiritual rhino, 100 tides setting the sky. After one move appeared, another move. Ning Chen was multitasking. He flipped his right palm. Instantly, a raging wave drowned the world. 2 extremes flowed at the same time. An unprecedented power shook the world. The horrifying power of the chaos demonic qi swept out. In front, Xian Lai narrowed his eyes. Demonic qi soared into the sky. He opened and closed his palms. Boundless chaos demonic qi rose. In an instant, dark thunder rumbled and everything changed. Sky-devouring palm. A move that had never appeared in the world to deal with the strongest enemy in this life. Xian Lai condensed the power of the thunder demonic qi and merged it with the chaos demonic qi. The kings watched. In the thunder world, the 2 forces collided. Silence. After a moment of silence, an incomparably horrifying explosion sounded. The terrifying aftershock spread out and the entire thunder world collapsed. The laws of heaven and earth flooded the small world. The power spread out, destroying everything around. Boom. After the thunder world collapsed, the aftershock of the 2 forces was still difficult to dissipate. It continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the entire 6 paths of reincarnation. In the starry sky, the aftershock dissipated. 2 figures appeared. Their clothes were dyed red. However, their auras were still shockingly powerful. Outside the battle, the kings looked at the scene in front of them in shock. These 2 demons are really terrifying. Luo Xingqian suppressed the waves in his heart. He looked serious and said in a low voice, Chapter 1281. In the starry sky, the flames of war burned for thousands of miles. The battle of the century shocked all the kings. Its power destroyed the heavens and the earth, shattering the six paths. In the fierce battle, the two demons were stained red, but their fighting spirit was still high. Outside the battle, the kings of the two realms were watching this shocking battle with rapt attention. The ripples in their eyes could not be concealed. Again. In the starry sky, Xian Lai shouted. The chaotic demonic aura around him rose again, triggering the wind and thunder of the nine heavens. In front of him, Ning Chen stared. 8 dragons roared and circled around him, amidst the raging winds. 9 heavens star-picking hand, burning sun. The battle started again. The Qilin moved the world. Ning Chen rushed out and moved the stars with his palms. In an instant, the two demons collided. Their palms collided and the sound was deafening. Boom, boom. Their fists crossed and sweat dripped. They faced the two demons in a life-and-death battle. Their fists and feet seemed casual, but in fact, it was a battle of life and death. Ning Chen saw this and raised his hand to gather his primordial aura to meet the attack head-on. As their fists and feet collided, both of them took half a step back. They gathered their primordial aura and clashed again. The rumbling sound was endless. Close at hand, the fists and palms roared like thunder. Suddenly, Ning Chen stumbled and a flaw appeared. A heavy palm landed on his body. With a bang, red blood splattered. Ning Chen flew out 100 feet, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Not good. On the human clan's side, the expressions of the human clan's lords changed. They looked at Knowing Destiny in front of them with worry. Knowing Destiny's body was starting to falter. The aura of the third heavenly demon prince was comparable to that of the imperial path. It was shocking that Knowing Destiny could hold on until now. The chaotic demonic aura is so strong. Xian Lai's body will not be able to hold on for long. As long as Knowing Destiny can hold on through this most difficult moment, they will have a chance of winning, Xia Zi said. I'm just afraid that Knowing Destiny's body will not be able to hold on until then, Mu Qianshang said. So, the next 15 minutes will be the most critical moment. As he spoke, Xia Zi's face turned serious. He didn't know why the Knowing Destiny state would choose such a fierce battle strategy, but there was no doubt that the next 15 minutes would determine the outcome of the battle. In the starry sky, Knowing Destiny took a hit from Yi Futian. The stalemate began to tilt. Xian Lai's figure flashed past, and he increased his attacks. He wanted to finish off his opponent in one go. The berserk demonic yuan surged, causing the stars in the sky to lose their color. Wherever the primal chaos demonic chi passed, nothing existed. Palm after palm bombardment, the momentum was as heavy as a mountain. The first palm of the demon race was raised to the limit. The power of the palm was shocking. Boom! The heavy palm landed, and the 8 dragons protected their master. Amidst the shocking tremors, the 3 dragons collapsed. The shock waves spread out, and the battle was once again separated. 10 zhang away, Ning Chen stood in the air. Drops of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His injuries accumulated, and his body gradually reached its limit. Time to end this. Xian Lai snorted coldly as he flipped his right palm. Dense devil chi soared into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to change. The decisive battle was about to begin. Up ahead, Ning Chen's expression did not change at all. His eyes were fixed on the third heavenly demon prince. Giant dragons coiled around him, protecting his vitals. Ha! Xian Lai shouted as he stepped forward. His figure flashed quickly, and his demonic chi shook the mortal world. Immortal technique, shocking rainbow. At the critical moment, Ning Chen raised his right hand. Between the heavens and the earth, a rainbow pierced through the sky. The immortal technique of the Mahist sect appeared again after 100 years. Immortal technique and demonic chi collided. Primal chaos demonic chi swallowed the rainbow. Xian Lai's figure paused for a moment, but after a moment, he continued to move forward. Immortal technique, waning moons. Ning Chen stepped forward lightly as the immortal technique condensed in front of him. A black moon appeared and swallowed the opponent. With a boom, the palm hit Ning Chen's body. Ning Chen's figure flew back 100 zhang. He staggered and stabilized his footing. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured again. In front, the black moon changed around Xianlai. The laws of heaven and earth tore the demon's body apart. Ugh! The primal chaos demonic qi around Xianlai could not block the power of the immortal technique. Immediately, blood spurted out like a waterfall, and he staggered a few steps. After a moment, Xianlai raised his hand to suppress the injuries in his body. He looked at the young man in front of him gloomily and said coldly, "One move after another. How many moves can you take?" Immortal technique. Opposite him, Ning Chen did not say a word. He suppressed his injuries and flipped his hands. The sun and the moon appeared at the same time and rose up. Sun and moon over the sky. The sun and the moon were in the sky. It was a shocking scene. The knowing destiny cultivator used his immortal technique again. The entire starry sky shook violently. Demonic chi filled the air. It was as heavy as a swamp. Primal chaos demonic thunder. The power of the immortal technique was earth-shattering. Xianlai's expression turned cold. He activated his primal chaos demonic chi at the same time. The dazzling black lightning swallowed the heavens and destroyed the earth. Wherever the lightning passed, everything turned into nothingness. In the next moment, the primal chaos demonic thunder collided with the sun and the moon. The violent impact spread out. The primal chaos demonic thunder destroyed the sun and the moon and continued forward. The demonic chi approached. Ning Chen turned his feet and his figure flashed. He dodged one lightning after another. After several rounds of attack and defense, it was still very intense. The two of them were top-notch in terms of cultivation and battle experience. There were almost no flaws in their moves. Too strong. Outside the battle, the kings of the two realms were deeply moved. This last battle was so intense that it was suffocating. Whether it was the human race or the demonic realm, the two kings had displayed combat power that surpassed the king realm. Their strength was unbelievable. "It's really unbelievable that they are at a disadvantage," Luo Xingchen said. "Only the first Kunyi demon emperor has the primal chaos demonic essence." The knowing destiny cultivator said that the first Kunyi demon emperor's strength is not below that of an ancient immortal lord. Xianlai has received the first Kunyi demon emperor's power. He is probably close to the true emperor realm, Mu Qianshang said with a heavy expression. He was still in the king realm, but the strength of his aura had already surpassed that of an emperor realm. This battle was not fair to begin with. On the side, Xia Zi watched the battle in front of him with full concentration, patiently waiting for the final moment to arrive. He believed that the extreme move would definitely hurt him. The third heavenly demon prince could not maintain such a shocking aura forever. Just as the human kings were worried about the knowing destiny cultivator, Azura, Xianqi, and the others were watching the battle in front of them. Their expressions were also very serious. Even though they knew that the 13th prince's strength was shocking, it was still beyond their expectations that he could fight Xianlai, who had the primal chaos demonic essence, to such an extent. Xianlai's physical body is probably at its limit. If we can't end this quickly, it will be even more difficult to predict the outcome, Azura said with a frown. 10 moves, Xianqi said in a deep voice. Both of them have reached their limit. They can't hold on for too long. Within 10 moves, the outcome will be decided. What do you think Xianlai's chances of winning are? Azura asked. Before 5 moves, Xianlai has at least a 70% chance of winning. But after 5 moves, Xianlai's chances of winning will drop sharply. He might even lose, Xianqi analyzed calmly. Azura nodded. He thought so too. The primal chaos demonic essence was too overbearing. Xianlai's physical body could not hold on for too long. The next 5 moves would be Xian Lai's best chance to win. The kings watched. The final battle had reached its most critical moment. In the starry sky, demonic qi swirled, shaking the heavens and the earth. The 2 demonic qi clashed. Each punch was heavier than the last. The foundation of their martial arts and battle experience competed head-on. Heavy punches landed on their bodies. Sweat and blood splashed. Both of their physical bodies had reached their limit. Willpower and patience became a new test. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. Heavy breathing echoed in the ears. The scale of victory tilted again. Outside the battle, the kings of the 2 realms looked at the battle seriously. They knew clearly that the outcome could be decided at any moment. 9 heaven star picking hand, jade-like rain floating. In the starry sky, the extreme power appeared again. Demonic qi surged and turned into black rain falling from the sky. The earth-shaking power reached its peak again. Mountain. The extreme power arrived. Xian Lai's eyes shone brightly. His primal chaos demonic essence soared into the sky. The martial arts that had never appeared in the world finally appeared at this moment. Transcendence. Wind, forest, fire, mountain formula appeared. Absolute defense, immovable as a mountain, blocked the incoming attack head-on. With a boom, the attack and defense clashed. A powerful shockwave shook, shattering the void. The shockwave spread out. Xian Lai retreated half a step. Blood splashed from the corner of his mouth. His demonic qi showed signs of instability. Forest. While his body was unstable, Xian Lai used the forest formula. His surging blood qi gradually stabilized. Wind. The moment of victory had arrived. Xian Lai no longer cared about the endurance of his physical body. His figure flashed out as fast as lightning. Fire. In the blink of an eye, the demon closed in. His palm struck out like fire. Wind, forest, fire, mountain. So, he has already cultivated it. In the demon camp, Xian Qi looked at the battle before him. His eyes flashed. Wind, forest, fire, mountain, a secret technique of the demon race. The 4 words represented the power of 4 different elements. Immovable as a mountain, aggressive as fire, swift as the wind, and slow as a forest. It was an offensive and defensive technique. It was extremely difficult to cultivate, but once it was cultivated, one's strength would undoubtedly multiply. In the starry sky, the demon palm closed in. At this moment of crisis, demonic qi shot out from Ning Chen's body. Thousands of threads twisted and spread, forming a barrier in front of him. The imperial technique, born from the scale race's absolute defense, reappeared in the world. The attack and defense clashed again. Rumbling sounds reverberated through the universe. The aftershock caused both of them to bleed. As the distance closed, the opportunity was fleeting. Ning Chen's eyes shone brightly. He poured all of his demonic qi into the last palm. The 9 underworlds technique was pushed to the limit. The accumulation of power shocked the gods of the 9 skies. Star-picking hand's final move, reverse formless move. The final move destroyed the heavens and earth. Everything in the path of the palm was destroyed. Mountain. In the final attack and defense, Xian Lai also used all of his power. He was as immovable as a mountain, blocking the attack head-on. The extreme power was dazzling. Victory and defeat were decided immediately. Suddenly, a waterfall of blood spurted out, dyeing the starry sky red. The sudden change shocked everyone present. The kings of the 2 territories looked at Xian Lai, who was covered in blood, in shock. What happened? In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's figure flashed past. An extremely powerful palm imprinted on the demon's sea of qi. The Qilin's ultimate move, scattered martial art. The shocking palm directly shattered Xian Lai's sea of qi, destroying the demon's cultivation. Arg! An extremely painful groan sounded. Demonic qi surged around Xian Lai and spread in all directions. Chapter 1282. In the starry sky, the final round of the battle between the 2 realms was about to be decided. At the critical moment, Blood spurted out from Xian Lai's body. He was as still as a mountain, but his weakness was exposed. In an instant, Ning Chen's figure flashed past, and an earth-shattering palm directly destroyed the demon's sea of qi. It was a shocking scene. Demonic qi scattered around Xian Lai, and his 1,000 years of cultivation was destroyed in an instant. How is this possible? Inside and outside the battlefield, Xian Lai, Xian Qi, Azura, and the others were all shocked. No one knew what had just happened. In the human camp, the Beast Kings were also shocked. They didn't understand why the battle had suddenly turned around. Heavenly Talisman. At the side, Qing Ning opened her mouth and said softly. Luo Xingchen, Mu Qianshang, and the others were confused. Heavenly Talisman? What was that? In the void, the moment the battle was decided, the 4 emperors of the demonic realm looked extremely gloomy. They didn't expect the result to be like this. In the battle, Azura's figure flashed and carried the severely injured Xian Lai out of the battlefield. Humans, you've really impressed us. The 4 emperors of the demonic realm descended and looked at the beast kings in front of them. On the right, the lord of the divine capital, Yu Luowu, said lightly. You're too kind. I hope the emperors can keep their promise and stop fighting. In front of the beast kings of the human race, the 3 emperors of the human race also descended from the sky. 10 years. The 7 brilliance demon emperor's face turned cold. Cherish your last moments. We'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, air currents surged around the 4 emperors. In an instant, the 4 emperors faded into the void and disappeared. In the starry sky, Azura, Xian Qi, and the others also left. They didn't stay for a moment longer. The soul-stirring gamble ended with the victory of the human clan. This unprecedented gamble had earned the human clan 10 years of precious time. The leader of the 3 emperors of the human race, the lord of the divine realm, looked at the black-robed young man not far away and said seriously, You've worked hard. Ning Chen resisted the demonic qi in his body and nodded slightly. He looked tired and said, The underworld won't attack again in 10 years. The peace of the major star zones will depend on the immortal realm to maintain. It's my duty. The master of the realm of the gods nodded and said, The netherworld has sacrificed a lot in this battle. Please rest well for the next 10 years. The kings of the underworld nodded. Not long after, Zhi Ming took the lead and left one after another. In the void, the 3 sovereigns of the human clan also left and returned to the divine realm. The experts of the 2 realms left. On the battlefield, the heavens and earth shook for a long time. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with rubble. It was a scene of devastation. In the Ziwei galaxy, between 2 huge stars, the kings of the underworld appeared and descended from the sky. In front of the 10 palaces, the human experts who had stayed behind to guard the 10 palaces walked out and greeted them. Master. Ina ran forward excitedly, hugged the man's arm and asked, Did you win? We won. Ning Chen smiled tiredly and replied. When Ina heard this, her face immediately lit up with joy. She said happily, Master is really amazing. Ina, your master is injured. Let's let him go in to recuperate first. Qing Ning said softly. Only then did Ina react and hurriedly nod. Zi and House Master's injuries are also not light. Luofei Hongluan, I'll have to trouble you too. Ning Chen looked at the 2 women not far away and spoke. Yes. Luofei and Hongluan nodded. They supported the 2 of them and walked towards their respective palaces. Just as the kings of the underworld returned to their palaces one after another, demonic aura surged in the sky above the underworld. An incomparably powerful pressure spread out. The strength of the aura surpassed all the kings in the mortal realm. Even ordinary emperors were inferior to it. In the underworld, the kings who had yet to enter their palaces felt it. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the sky in unison. Above the 9 heavens, demonic clouds swept across. An incomparably powerful imperial aura filled the entire underworld, shocking everyone. This is? The kings of the underworld were shocked. An emperor of the demon race. The primordial demon realm had promised to stop fighting for 10 years. Why would an emperor of the demon race appear? Could it be that the heavenly demon race was not afraid of divine punishment? Under the gazes of the kings, an unparalleled demonic figure descended from the sky. His body was surrounded by demonic aura, blazing and dazzling. In front of the King Yama Palace, Ning Chen looked at the newcomer with a shocked expression. He immediately pulled his arm away from Yin-Er's support and walked forward step by step. Disciple Ning Chen greets Master. Knowing Destiny bowed with a rare respectful attitude. In front of his master, even if he was a demon, he could not forget his master. I saw your battle. Not bad. Amidst the surging demonic aura, Xian Juyo spoke with a gratified expression. He was very satisfied with this disciple. Whether it was in terms of wisdom or comprehension, he was rare in the world. As for martial arts talent, it was no longer a decisive factor. Thank you for your praise, Master, Ningchen replied softly. In front of the 10 palaces of the underworld, the kings of the human race recovered from their shock. They looked at each other, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. Knowing Destiny's master, the legendary heavenly demon royal families, Xian Jiu. Behind them, Yin-Er looked at the demonic emperor of the underworld in front of her. Fear flashed across her beautiful little face. Master's master? In front, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the girl behind him. He said, Yin-Er, come and greet your grandmaster. Hearing this, Yin-Er obediently went forward and bowed respectfully. She said, Grand Disciple Yin-Er greets Grandmaster. In the void, Xian Juyo looked at the girl in front of him with a gentle expression. He praised, Good child. It seems that your master has put in a lot of effort to nurture you. Yin-Er quietly raised her head and looked at her master beside her. Then, she lowered her head again. Xian Juyo raised his hand. Demonic chi surged, and an unparalleled surge of energy flowed into the girl's body. As the demonic chi entered her body, Yin-Er's body shook. She closed her eyes and focused on integrating this pure energy. After a while, in the void, Xian Juyo retracted his hand and smiled. I can feel that there are still 2 streams of clear saint force in your body. This demonic source is the purest energy and does not have any negative attribute. It will not conflict with the energy in your body and will not make you lose your mind. Consider this my gift to you. Thank you, Grandmaster. After a few breaths, Yin-Er opened her eyes and said with a smile on her little face. In front of the palaces, the kings looked at this scene with indescribable helplessness in their hearts. They had watched Yin-Er grow up. Putting everything else aside, just her luck alone was not something that anyone else could compare to. The heavenly language origin, the phoenix origin, and the demonic source of the netherworld demon emperor. It would be amazing for an ordinary martial artist to obtain one of them, but this girl had mastered 3 of them. Comparisons are odious. In front of King Qingguang Palace, Luo Xingqian muttered softly. In the void, Xian Juyo glanced at the human kings in front of the palaces and nodded slightly. Not bad. In front of the palaces, the kings of the underworld sensed the gaze of the demon emperor in front of them, and their bodies trembled subconsciously. This demon emperor of the netherworld gave them too much pressure, and he was even more powerful than any human or demon emperor before. Is this the legend of the heavenly devil imperial family? He does indeed have legendary strength. If this person stood on the opposite side of the humans would really have no chance. Ningchen, how long have you been my disciple? Xian Juyo retracted his gaze and asked calmly. Almost 10 years, Ningchen said truthfully. Has it been that long? Xian Juyo's eyes flashed with vicissitudes. Demonic chi surged around his body and entered Ningchen's body to help him suppress his injuries. Come, show me all your strength and let Master witness your current ability. There was a hint of anticipation in his calm voice. It was as if the most ordinary master and disciple in the world wanted to personally test their disciple's growth. Yes. In the demonic chi, Ning Chen nodded and responded respectfully. In the next moment, demonic chi flourished in front of the 10 palaces of the netherworld. A small world was formed within a 300-meter radius. In the battle between the master and disciple, one side's cultivation realm was absolutely suppressed and invincible, while the other side's saber, sword, and palm were close to mastery. The 3 martial arts were unparalleled. Within a 300-meter radius, the surging demonic chi suppressed all the fluctuations of the battle. Ning Chen, who had used all his strength, was surrounded by blazing flames of war that shone like a demonic sun. 1 move, 2 moves. There was no doubt about the outcome of the battle. Xian Zhiyo deliberately guided him. The moment he attacked, he restrained most of his power and seriously tested his disciple's growth over the years. After 30 moves, Xian Zhiyo raised his hand. Demonic chi surged and blocked the sword that was close to him. He said calmly, "That's enough." Hearing this, the demonic chi around Ning Chen's body gradually extinguished. He waved his hand and put away the saber and sword in his hand. His eyes gradually regained their calmness. With your current strength, even if you face an Emperor Realm expert, you won't be completely powerless. However, the premise is that the person who attacked you is not my brother, Xian Zhiyo said seriously. The first Kunyi Demon Emperor? Ning Chen's expression froze. He had not thought of a good way to deal with this celestial demon emperor. In front of absolute strength, even the most ingenious plan would be overshadowed. Fortunately, the first Kunyi demon emperor's cultivation realm was temporarily sealed by the senior. He should not be able to cause trouble for the time being. Alright, I've been away for too long. It's time to go back. I won't interfere in the war against the humans, but I won't help the humans either. Everything will depend on your own efforts. As he spoke, demonic chi surged in the void. Xian Zhiyo's figure gradually turned illusory and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Farewell, master. Ning Chen bowed and said softly. After the 9th underworld demon emperor left, the powerful imperial aura that filled the sky dissipated. In front of the 10 halls, the kings of the underworld heaved a sigh of relief. This demon emperor was too terrifying. In front of the king of Hell's palace, Ning Chen straightened up. After standing quietly for a while, he turned around and walked toward the palace behind him. In an unknown territory, the wind howled and flames filled the sky. In the forbidden land of wind and fire, a beautiful figure was stuck in a dilemma. She had been trapped for a long time. The woman's face was delicate and her eyes were as clear as water. She looked incomparably clean. She was a man who had been away for a long time. Ning Chen, I can't get out. After trying many times, she still could not get out of the forbidden land in front of her. A man curled her lips and muttered. In the underworld, in the king of Hell's palace, Ning Chen, who was healing in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked into the distance and his heart palpitated. It was a man. Not daring to delay, Ning Chen immediately got up and walked out of the palace. In King Biancheng's palace not far away, Qing Ning sensed something. She looked at King of Hell's palace and asked, "What's the matter?" "A man is calling me," Ning Chen said seriously. Chapter 1283. The black-clothed figure flew through the starry sky. Ning Chen's telepathy became clearer. The original body had fallen and the phoenix body was in a deep slumber. Of the 3 bodies, only the demon body was left. It shouldered all the responsibilities by itself. After traveling for many days, Ning Chen stopped in an unknown place. He looked at the lifeless planet in front of him. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Strange. Why would man be in such a place? In front of him, the giant dead planet floated in the starry sky. There was no sign of life. It was like a world that had gone through the end of the world. All the creatures had died. Ning Chen stood quietly in the starry sky for a while. Then, His figure flashed and flew toward the dead planet. After a few breaths, Ning Chen appeared on the dead planet. Demonic chi surged. Man, Ning Chen murmured softly. His deep eyes lit up. No matter what, nothing could happen to man otherwise. Even if the phoenix body and the original body woke up, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. In the knowing destiny state, they didn't want to have any regrets. On the dead planet, broken walls were everywhere. After the erosion of time, it was a mess. In the real world of death, there wasn't even a living tree. It was hot and dry. The harsh and depressing environment was unbearable. Ning Chen walked among the broken walls. He released his soul consciousness to search for man's traces. He could feel that man was on this planet, but he couldn't sense his specific location. The planet was very vast. Ning Chen searched for almost a day but still couldn't find any trace of man. Ning Chen felt uneasy. He clenched his right hand. Demonic chi surged. A divine sword surrounded by ghost chi appeared out of nowhere. Ning Chen grabbed the ghost sword and stabbed it into the ground. Sword chi pierced through the sky. The shocking sword made the entire dead planet shake. A terrifying crack appeared on the ground. It spread horizontally and vertically, almost splitting the dead planet into two. However, just as the dead planet was about to collapse, a terrifying force exploded from the core of the planet. It forcefully blocked the sword chi and stabilized the collapsing planet. Found him. Ning Chen sensed something. His expression turned serious as he looked at the bottom of the giant crack. Then, he leaped into the air and headed toward the center of the earth. Deep inside the earth's core, the earth fire seethed. The earth fire terminal vein that had been nurtured for tens of thousands of years was like a giant dragon coiling around the earth's core. It was strong and scorching. Not long after, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky above the surging earth fire. Demonic chi swirled around his body, making him look like a god of war. Above the earth fire, waves of fire swept out. The terrifying temperature scorched the world, and even the void started to distort violently. The demonic aura around Ning Chen grew thicker and thicker, resisting the high temperature. After standing still for a long time, the ghost sword in Ning Chen's hand glowed brightly again. With a swing of the sword, it split open the sea of earth fire. Rumbling sounds rang out, and the sea of earthen flames split apart. It was an astonishing scene. The waterfall of flames rose up tens of thousands of zhang, welcoming the arrival of the swordsman. Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky and disappeared into the sea of earth fire in an instant. In the next moment, the two fiery waterfalls merged together, and the earth fire ocean returned to its original state without any changes. In the depths of the earth's core, Ning Chen's figure was rushing downwards. All of a sudden, he came to a halt. A huge stone door appeared in front of them. Cracks covered the stone door, and it was filled with the aura of time. Ning Chen frowned. After a long time, he stepped forward and pushed the stone door. The heavy stone door didn't budge at all. Ning Chen tried several times and didn't waste any more time. With a wave of his hand, the green cauldron appeared. Ning Chen used the flying swan art and smashed it towards the stone door. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and the entire underground world began to shake violently as waves of fire soared into the sky. Boom! Boom after boom rang out. Ning Chen stood in front of the stone door, and the green cauldron in his hand continuously smashed the stone door in front of him. His cold and focused expression didn't change at all. In the depths of the forbidden area, flames filled the sky. A man, who had been trapped for many days, felt the shaking of the world around him and revealed a joyful expression. He's here. Boom! 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 In the sea of earthen flames, Ning Chen violently smashed the stone door in front of him with the green cauldron. In an hour, he had already smashed it countless times. The hardness of the stone door was shocking. After smashing it for an entire hour, there were only a few more cracks on the stone door. There was no impatience on Ning Chen's face. He still waved the green cauldron in his hand and smashed it towards the stone door like a machine. In the depths of the forbidden area, Ah Man quietly felt the shaking of the world. The smile on her face became brighter and brighter. She knew that he would definitely come, and he really did come. 6 hours later, in the sea of earthen flames, the green cauldron was the last one to smash the stone door. With a loud bang, the stone door collapsed. The giant stone door that had existed for thousands of years finally collapsed under the 6 hours of Knowing Destiny State's crazy bombardment. It fell into the sea of earthen flames. After the stone of isolation was broken, Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the green cauldron. He continued to walk forward. As Ning Chen went deeper into the underground world, the surroundings gradually changed and formed a small world of its own. The telepathy between them became clearer and clearer, indicating that they weren't far away from each other. Ning Chen released his spiritual sense to guard against all possible dangers around him. This kind of small world could only be opened by experts who were at least above the imperial path. It wasn't strange for anything to happen if he entered without permission. Whoosh! Right at this moment, streaks of sword chi tore through the air in the surroundings. There was no sign, no beginning, and no end. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression became serious. He stepped forward and walked into it. Thousands of swords formed a huge sword array, directly trapping the intruder. He couldn't even take half a step forward. Within the sword array, Ning Chen looked at the thousands of swords circling around him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Sword array. He really didn't expect that one day he would be trapped by swords. Ning Chen raised his hand and held the sword. His body moved instantly. In an instant, the ghost sword broke through the air and the sword chi was thousands of feet long. With a loud bang, the ghost sword shook the thousands of swords. A violent vibration sounded. 30% of the swords collapsed, but in an instant, they recovered to their original state. Streaks of sword chi rushed forward and attacked fiercely. Ning Chen stepped forward and instantly dodged the streaks of sword chi. At the same time, the ghost sword in his hand turned and the sword chi rushed into the sky. Sword. 11. With one sword, 11 swords broke through the air. In an instant, the thousands of swords collided with the thousands of swords. Clang, clang, clang. The thousands of swords collided and the sound of collision was deafening. In the sword array, after the thousands of swords were destroyed, they immediately recovered. They were endless and full of murderous intent. Sword. 12. When the 11th sword fell, the 12th sword appeared. It surpassed the limit. The beautiful sword directly cut through the thousands of swords, and it was clear again. Between heaven and earth, the thousands of sword fragments fell like rain. The moment they fell to the ground, they disappeared. Ning Chen walked in the rain of swords. Sword chi rose from his body. He was like a sword immortal. In the depths of the forbidden area, Ah Man felt the shocking sword chi in the distance and became more and more excited. His sword was more powerful than before. Thousands of miles away, Ning Chen walked forward step by step. Alone, with one sword, even the god of death couldn't stop him. After the sword array, the giant flame god, heavenly soldiers, and Hell's Azura appeared one after another. However, how could Knowing Destiny's sword be stopped by evil? Behind Knowing Destiny, fire rain filled the sky. With one sword in hand, he killed all enemies. Similar, too similar. A soft sigh sounded between heaven and earth. It was so old and so heavy. Ning Chen stopped and raised his head. Looking at the changing wind and clouds in the sky, his expression turned cold. "What's your name?" the old voice asked again. "Ning Chen." Ning Chen said faintly. "Ning Chen." The old voice whispered softly and said disappointedly, "You're not him." "That's right, he's already dead." "Senior, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that I have a friend trapped here. I hope you can be merciful and let her out." Ning Chen said calmly. "Friend, are you talking about the girl inside?" the old voice said, The one who trapped her is not me. The owner of this place is someone else. Ning Chen heard this and narrowed his eyes. May I ask who the owner of this place is? Ancient God-fiend Xing Jiang. The old voice replied. Xing Jiang? Ning Chen frowned. He had never heard of this name. Logically speaking, such an ancient powerhouse should have left behind many legends. Besides, what kind of existence was the ancient God-fiend? May I know Senior's name? May I ask? Ning Chen asked with a straight face. Me? The old voice sighed softly and said, I'm Immortal Lord Qingyu, a person who died many years ago. I don't know if anyone still remembers me. Immortal Lord Qingyu. Ning Chen heard this name and was shocked. The first Immortal Lord under the Queen Mother of the West, Qingyu? How could it be? It was rumored that Immortal Lord Qingyu died in the war between the two realms in ancient times. Why would he appear here? It seems that someone has heard of this Immortal Lord's name. Forget it, it's all in the past. It's not important. You can go. That girl is trapped in the deepest part of the forbidden area. However, her life is not in danger. After speaking, the wind and clouds in the sky dispersed. Immortal Lord Qingyu's voice also disappeared. He didn't say another word. In the small world, Ning Chen suppressed the waves in his heart and walked forward. Immortal Lord Qingyu. After so many years, this was the first time he came into contact with an immortal lord from the four great immortal realms. Immortal Lord Qingyu was the leader of the 5 great immortal lords in the Western Immortal Realm. His strength was unfathomable and was even above Demon Emperor Kuan Yi. He didn't expect to meet him here. However, what did Immortal Lord Qingyu mean by someone who died? Ancient God-fiend Xing Jiang. Ancient Immortal Lord Qingyu. Ning Chen murmured a few times. Between God-fiend and Immortal Lord, who was stronger? After thinking for a moment, Ning Chen suppressed the waves in his heart and continued walking forward. It was useless to think about this now. His most important task now was to save Man as soon as possible. Roar. After walking for 100 miles, the world changed again. The earth rumbled and 4 stone giants rose from the ground. Different from the flame giant and the celestial soldiers and generals from before, the 4 stone giants had a faint glimmer in their eyes. It was as if after tens of thousands of years of silence, they had gradually developed their own consciousness. The stone giants blocked the path and Ning Chen stopped again. He looked at the 4 stone giants and the coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. It was really endless. This small world created by the ancient God-fiend was really troublesome. Chapter 1284. In the depths of the earth's core, Man had been trapped in the forbidden land of fiend gods for an unknown amount of time. Every step in the forbidden land was filled with danger. Every step was difficult to stop. After moving forward for a long time, danger reappeared. For earth and stone giants rose from the ground. After countless years, they gradually gained consciousness. Ning Chen stopped. Looking at the 4 earth and stone giants, his eyes turned cold. The 6 paths of reincarnation rose again. The ghost race's saint artifact hummed, and sword pressure swept out. Roar! The 4 earth stone giants roared and punched the knowing destiny state cultivators in front of them. Sword technique, sky breaking. Ning Chen waved his sword, and a huge sword chi cut through the void, splitting the sky and earth. With a rumble, the sword chi and the giant fist collided. The sword chi collapsed, and in the aftermath, Ning Chen moved. He clenched his left hand, and the divine artifact, Heavenly Song Cold Tower, shone. The sword and saber were both drawn, and their sharpness shone. Ning Chen stepped forward and leaped up. Ultimate technique of heaven and earth. Sword and saber boundary. Extreme power appeared, and the sword and saber hummed together. 2 shocking rays of light cut through the void, and directly cut one of the earth and stone giants in half. With one of the 4 missing, the encirclement was broken. Ning Chen's body moved faster, and he didn't continue to fight. He quickly left the battle. 100 miles away, Ning Chen slowed down. Before he could catch his breath, the surrounding world changed again. Flames rose up in the sky, and heat waves swept out. A wide path appeared in the flames, extending to an extremely far place. The only way forward was not to be chosen. Ningchen frowned. Looking at the flames around him, he became more and more alert. This place was strange. If it was really a small world created by the ancient fiend gods, there would be more danger. Why was man trapped here? After thinking for a while, Ningchen didn't delay any longer. He rushed forward. 10 miles, 100 miles. After an unknown amount of time, a stone door appeared in front of him again. However, this time, the stone door was slightly open, enough for people to pass through. Ningchen stopped and looked behind the stone door. There was only chaos in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. Behind him, the flames sealed the path. There was no way back. Only by moving forward could he have a chance of survival. Hesitating was useless. Ningchen stepped through the stone door and disappeared. After knowing destiny entered the stone door, flames swept out around the stone door, swallowing everything. Not here yet. In the depths of the forbidden area, a man was waiting on the spot with extreme boredom, and his gaze frequently looked towards the distance as he waited for the person he missed to appear. Ningchen appeared behind the stone door, separated by an endless amount of time and space. The aura of a fiend god appeared in front of him for the first time. It was thick and powerful. This was a power that he had never seen before. It made him feel as if he was in the midst of chaos, and every step he took was extremely difficult. Ningchen raised his hand. Demonic chi surged as he tried to devour the surrounding energy. Suddenly, the surrounding aura of gods and demons began to surge, attacking the intruder. Blood splattered from Ningchen's right hand, dyeing the void red. As expected, seeing this, Ningchen immediately stopped his actions. He withdrew his demon chi and didn't try anything rashly. Dong dong dong. At this time, in the chaotic world, the sound of war drums rang out. The sound was deafening and resounded throughout the forbidden area. In front of them, thousands of phantoms of gods and demons appeared and fought each other. The strongest gods and demons had their heads touching the sky and their feet touching the ground. Around them, human experts floated up and down as they worked together to kill the gods and demons. It was an astonishing battle, and the scene was magnificent. Several human experts, each stronger than the last, led the fiend gods against the fiend gods, causing the world to lose its color. In the chaotic world, Ningchen looked at the battle in front of him, and his expression became more and more shocked. These fiend gods weren't humans, nor were they from the 100 races of the demon realm. Every single one of them was at least at the mortal realm, and there were many at the king realm and monarch realm. The strongest fiend gods had even surpassed the monarch realm and were comparable to ancient immortal lords. Strong, so strong that it was shocking. Similarly, the human experts around the strongest fiend god had surpassed the emperor realm. Every single one of them had the strength of an ancient immortal lord. Roar! At the center of the ancient immortal lords, the huge fiend god roared at the sky. Its huge fist smashed down, causing the entire starry sky to shake. It was an unprecedented battle between humans and gods. The battle lasted for several days and nights. Expanse after expanse of the starry sky was pierced through, and countless stars were destroyed in this battle. Rubble filled the sky and turned into dust in the aftermath of the battle. After 10 days and nights, the strongest fiend god finally couldn't resist the joint attack of the ancient immortal lords. Its figure fell and fell in the starry sky. It was a tragic battle. Nearly 10 ancient immortal lords had died in the battle, and the other immortal lords were heavily injured. None of them were unharmed. After the battle, the human immortal lords left. In the starry sky, thousands of fiend gods' bodies floated up and down, forever buried in the starry sky. In the chaotic world, Ningchen quietly watched this tragic battle. His mind gradually calmed down from the shock. It was as if he was there and witnessed the battle between humans and gods in the ancient times with his own eyes. Is this the legendary fiend gods? When humans cultivate to the peak, they can actually kill fiend gods. After a long time, Ning Chen came back to his senses and muttered softly before walking forward. The bodies of fiend gods around him floated up and down. They were so close that they seemed to be within reach. However, Ning Chen knew very well that these were only reflections of the ancient times, and they weren't real. The legends of fiend gods were becoming fewer and fewer in this era. It was even to the extent that very few people believed in the existence of fiend god. Judging from the number of human immortal lords in the battle just now, this should be a great battle in the early stages of the ancient times. The human race was at its peak and was strong enough to fight against the fiend gods. Moreover, in that era, the human race had the lord of the eastern celestial world, who was an absolute powerhouse. Even the fiend gods didn't dare to easily cause trouble. He just didn't know what kind of existence the lord of the seven absolutes celestial world was among the fiend gods. The power of the Nether King was far beyond any powerhouse he had ever seen. This was no longer something that could be measured by the strength of cultivation, but by the difference in dimensions. The dimension that the Nether King was in had already surpassed the limits of human strength. Back then, they were able to send the Nether King away because after the Nether King descended to the human world, his power merged with the human body. To a certain extent, he had already pulled himself to the same level as humans. When a god was no longer a god, then a god was no longer invincible. While deep in thought, Ning Chen walked past the chaotic small world. In front of him, the fiend god's aura became thicker and thicker, gradually condensing into a solid form. Suddenly, the scene in the chaotic small world changed again. Yin Qi surged, and the entire world seemed to be frozen. Ning Chen frowned slightly. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and became more cautious. Thump, thump, thump. In the surrounding world, the sound of war drums sounded, but it was different from before. It was weak and low. Ahead, a winding corridor appeared. It twisted and turned, and the end couldn't be seen. Ning Chen walked in it, and his frown deepened. An hour later, at the end of the winding corridor, a huge blood pool came into view. The blood in the blood pool had already dried up. The remaining blood stains could still be seen, but all the spiritual qi had dissipated. Ning Chen stood in front of the blood pool for a moment. Then, he took a step forward and rushed forward. Bang! With the fiend god aura on his body, the fiend god aura in Ning Chen's body suddenly stagnated. It was as if 10,000 mountains were on him, and he directly fell into the blood pool. Ning Chen's figure fell into the blood pool. His feet landed on the ground, and he smashed into the bottom of the blood pool like a meteor. The huge impact caused the blood in Ning Chen's body to surge. For a moment there was a sweet taste in his throat, and a trace of blood flowed down silently. What a strange place! Ning Chen raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the sky above the blood pool, and his expression froze. Even true essence was suppressed here. No wonder Wild was trapped here. Thinking of this, Ning Chen glanced at the sword and saber in his hand. Then, he took a step forward and charged out like a meteor. Absolute physical strength was incomparably domineering. Ning Chen's rising momentum stopped when he was 30,000 feet above the blood pool. It was difficult for him to reach the top. Ning Chen's expression didn't decrease in panic. He stabbed the sword in his hand into the wall of the blood pool and stopped his falling momentum. 30,000 feet wasn't far. Ning Chen stabbed the sword and saber in his hand into the wall and climbed up bit by bit. Nearly an hour later, Ning Chen climbed out of the blood pool. He didn't stop and continued forward. He could feel that Wild wasn't far from him. It was very likely that she was nearby. In the depths of the fiend god forbidden land, Wild, who had been patiently waiting, also felt the aura gradually approaching from the distance. Her expression became more and more expectant. The surrounding world was filled with wind and fire, sealing off all paths of retreat. Little girl, are you waiting for someone? At this moment, a heavy voice sounded in the void. Wild's expression shook when she heard this. She looked at the void and asked in puzzlement, Senior is? Xingjiang. The heavy voice sounded again. The master of this small world. Wild frowned slightly and said with slight dissatisfaction, Senior, why did you trap me here? I didn't trap you. It's this small world that trapped you. Xingjiang sighed. Senior, you're the master of this small world. Isn't it your will that trapped me here? Wild asked. It's not the same. Xingjiang explained. I've been dead for too long. This small world isn't something I can control. Then can Senior guide me out? Wild's face revealed an expectant expression. Yes. Xingjiang nodded. But you have to persuade that young man to stay. Wild immediately shook her head and said, No, we have to leave together. Without my guidance, neither of you can leave. As long as you persuade him to stay, I'll immediately send you away, Xingjiang said. If he doesn't leave, I won't leave either. Wild directly refused without any hesitation. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Xingjiang snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. His aura disappeared and merged into the void. Ningchen, you have to be careful. Wild muttered softly within the flame-trapping formation. Her gaze was filled with worry as she looked into the distance. Ningchen's heart shook when he sensed this from an unknown distance away. Young man. At this moment, Xingjiang's voice sounded once more in the void and he said faintly, Did you come to save that girl? Ningchen stopped and looked into the sky. His eyes narrowed as he said, Senior, you are? Xingjiang, the master of this small world, Xingjiang replied. Junior Ningchen greets Senior Xingjiang. Ningchen bowed respectfully and begged, It's all right. Senior, please be magnanimous and let that girl go. All right. Xingjiang replied, But you must stay. Chapter 1285. I can let that lady leave, but you have to stay. Ancient godfiend Xingjiang's voice resounded throughout the chaotic small world. Ningchen stopped and looked up at the sky. A cold light flashed in his eyes that were as deep as the abyss. Senior, why do you want me to stay? Ningchen asked. You don't have to worry about this. I won't kill you. You just need to swear an oath, and I'll send that lady away, Xingjiang said. Ningchen squinted his eyes. After a while, he said, What if I don't agree? There had to be something fishy going on. This ancient godfiend must have an ulterior motive for wanting him to stay. Do you want that lady to be trapped here forever? Without my guidance, you can never leave this small world, Xingjiang threatened. Senior, you don't have to worry about whether I can leave or not. Since I can come in, I can find a way to get out. Ningchen replied coldly, and he didn't say anything further before he continued walking forward with large strides. Stubborn. In the air, Xingjiang was enraged as he growled. The godfiend was furious. The godfiend's aura flowed in the chaotic small world, and the laws of heaven and earth changed. Endless power pressed down on knowing destiny. If you were alive, I might be afraid of you. But you've been dead for tens of thousands of years. What can you use to trap me? Ningchen snorted. The ghost sword in his hand shone brightly. He waved it, and it went against the sky. Boom! The sword went against the world, and the godfiend was frightened. The sword chi cut through the chaotic small world and slashed toward the sky. The powerful sword left a huge sword mark in the sky. It spread out for tens of thousands of miles. Damn it! Xingjiang roared in the sky. The chaotic small world flowed and turned into a huge hand. It was a terrifying superpower. The palm broke the void. It surpassed the heavenly fiend form. It was a real godfiend superpower. Below, Ningchen's eyes narrowed. He moved his sword and saber. The heavenly song and 6 paths of reincarnation shone brightly. Ultimate technique of heaven and earth, reincarnation boundary. The divine saber and ghost sword moved the world. The two extreme powers intertwined and turned into the reincarnation of heaven and earth. They collided with the huge hand in the sky. As the terrifying forces collided, the entire chaotic small world shook violently. The laws shattered, and the celestial and demonic avatars also collapsed. "I told you, you can't do anything to me," Ning Chen said coldly as he strode forward. Even gods and demons could not stop him. In the horizon, the rumbling continued for a long time. The ancient god-fiend Xingjiang did not attack again, choosing to wait for a better opportunity. After walking for half a day, a bright light appeared at the end of the chaotic small world. It was like a bright star in the darkness, guiding people forward. Ning Chen took a step forward and rushed towards the direction of the light. After several breaths of time, Ning Chen flew out from the edge of the small chaotic world. In front of him, the darkness disappeared, and a bright world appeared. Birds chirped and the fragrance of flowers bloomed in the land. It was no longer as lifeless as before. Everywhere one looked, there was life. Walking in the world of light, Ning Chen did not let down his guard. This place was a small world created by the ancient god Xingjiang. Even a fool would not believe that there was no danger. After walking for an hour, all of a sudden, flowers, grass, and vines grew rapidly under Ning Chen's feet, trapping him without any warning. Seeing this, Ning Chen looked down at the vines that wrapped around his legs. He waved the ghost sword in his hand and slashed at the vines. At this moment, countless vines spread from all directions and wrapped around Knowing Destiny's hand that was holding the sword. Ning Chen frowned again. The flowers and vines around him danced wildly, forming an inescapable net that wrapped around him heavily. In a few breaths of time, Ning Chen's body was tightly bound by the vines and could not move at all. At this moment, dark clouds filled the sky. A huge face appeared, cold and gloomy. The ancient god-fiend showed his Dharma form. One of his hands reached down and grabbed at Knowing Destiny, who was trapped below. "I thought you would have some new ideas, but you are still using these useless tricks." At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the vines. In the next moment, Sword Chi shot up into the sky and shook off the bindings. Knowing Destiny's body appeared. He stepped out and flew towards the sky. Sword Art Tai. The sword was at its peak. In the sky, Ning Chen waved his sword and cut off the god-fiend's arm with a simple strike. The destroyed body of the god-fiend turned into starlight and scattered between heaven and earth. Ning Chen did not arrive. He shouted and continued to fly towards the sky. In the sky, the god-fiend's face twisted and became extremely ferocious. "Die!" The god-fiend was furious. He roared and a terrifying aura descended. The entire world of light collapsed quickly. In the sky, the sword radiance flew up and became faster and faster. One sword could break all spells. The god-fiend's laws could not stop it. In the blink of an eye, the Tai sword destroyed heaven and earth. The god-fiend and god-fiend collapsed and disappeared between heaven and earth. The surrounding world of light was destroyed. The entire world dimmed again. It was dark and gloomy. Ning Chen descended from the sky. He stepped on the ground and continued to walk forward. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of war drums sounded again. It was low and weak. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to detect it. Ning Chen squinted. This sound was too familiar. It was the sound of a heartbeat. But why was there a heartbeat here? Could it be that an ancient god-fiend was still alive? Or was it Xingjiang's heartbeat? After thinking for a while, Ning Chen's figure flashed and flew forward. Since he could not figure it out, he would just go and check it out. In the small world of darkness, Ning Chen moved faster and faster. The surrounding temperature kept rising and gradually became hot. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the heartbeat became clearer and clearer. It was like a war drum beating in Ning Ming's heart. The heartbeat of the same frequency made one feel strangely pressured. Ning Chen suppressed the discomfort in his heart and rushed forward. About an hour later, several paths appeared in front of him. They converged into one and led into the distance. On both sides of the wide path, waves of fire swept out. The hot air was unbearable. The flames that had burned for countless years showed no signs of extinguishing. Ning Chen's figure flashed and disappeared at the end of the path in an instant. After some time, the third door appeared. Unlike the previous two, the third door was open and the scene inside was vivid. In the depths of the door, in the dark world, a huge heart appeared, beating again and again. Ning Chen stepped forward and looked at the huge godfiend's heart. His expression turned serious. This aura was no weaker than that of the celestial devil lord in the primordial demon realm. Could there really be a godfiend in the human world? After observing for a long time, Ning Chen walked toward the godfiend's heart. Every step was very cautious. Roar! Just then, in front of the godfiend's heart, beastly roars shook the sky. Two huge beasts appeared. They looked like Qilins, but they were different. The black beast was covered in scales. Its 4 moves were very sharp and dazzling. Seeing this, Ning Chen's sword and saber glinted. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. The man and the 2 beasts stared at each other. After a while, the 2 beasts rushed out. Their sharp claws tore through the air as they pounced at the intruder. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. His sword and saber collided with the 2 beasts. But with a deafening sound of collision, the beast's sharp claws blocked the divine sword and ghost saber head-on. Ning Chen frowned. Demonic qi exploded around him. Demonic qi swept out and forced the 2 beasts back. At this moment, the godfiend's aura appeared again and suppressed the Ning Ming's body. Roar! The moment the Ning Ming's body was suppressed, the 2 ancient beasts roared into the sky. Deafening sound waves spread out and shook the world. In the next moment, the 2 beasts opened their mouths at the same time. Demonic qi gathered and blasted out. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward and dodged the 2 beams of demonic light. Hundreds of feet away, Ning Chen stopped. He looked at the godfiend's heart behind the 2 ancient beasts. His expression turned colder. The godfiend was not dead, and there were even ancient beasts guarding it. It was really a scary thing. Judging from the battles between the godfiend and the human race in the ancient times, the godfiend was not very friendly to the human race. If this godfiend was still alive, it would not be good news. Thinking of this, Ning Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Since the godfiend was hostile to the human race, he would just destroy the heart. It was meaningless to be soft-hearted. No matter whether this godfiend was hostile to the human race or not, he could not take the risk. He was a demon, so he should do something that a demon should do. For example, eliminate the source of trouble. Ultimate technique of heaven and earth, boundary of life and death. After making up his mind, Ning Chen shouted. He used his sword and saber, and heaven and earth were moved. In front, the 2 ancient beasts sensed it and immediately blocked in front of the godfiend's heart. Demonic qi surged and blocked the attack. The saber light and sword shadows cut through the sky and sea. With a loud bang, the 2 ancient beasts were both sent flying. Blood splattered and dyed the scorched earth red. The godfiend's heart lit up and absorbed all the aftershocks of the battle. Ning Chen stepped forward and stopped in front of the godfiend's heart. Thump, thump, thump. The godfiend's heart was still beating very weakly. However, the godfiend's power in the heart was shocking. It made people shudder. Ning Chen stood in front of the godfiend's heart and observed it quietly. The ghost sword in his hand became more and more dazzling. After a long time, he slashed down, trying to destroy the godfiend's heart. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the surroundings changed. A blood-red figure appeared out of nowhere. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attacked. Cage of Heaven and Earth. The godfiend's law, heaven and earth confinement, and Xing Luo. After hundreds of thousands of years, the godfiend's law once again shocked the world. In an instant, heaven and earth condensed around Ning Chen, forming a cage that trapped the knowing destiny state body. I have waited for this day for too long. Xing Jiang looked at the human expert in front of him, and a ferocious look flashed across his face. After so many years, he finally had this opportunity. In the cage of heaven and earth, Ning Chen looked sideways at the ancient god-fiend in the void and said calmly, "I want to know what you want to do by trapping me here. I want your body, your soul, your power, and everything of yours to be used by me, Xing Jiang, as a sacrifice for my resurrection." Xing Jiang laughed crazily and replied without hiding anything. Chapter 1286. In the deepest part of the Forbidden Land, Xing Jiang trapped knowing destiny in front of the giant heart of the god-fiend. The heaven and earth cage was indestructible. Ning Chen was trapped and couldn't move. Xing Jiang's god-fiend aura surged. Even though it was only a trace of divine sense, it was still shockingly powerful. Inside the prison of heaven and earth, Ning Chen quietly looked at Xing Jiang in the void. His expression did not change much. In front of him, the heart of the god-fiend kept beating. A powerful aura flowed and tried to devour knowing destiny. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, Xing Jiang finally got the body he wanted. Even an ancient god-fiend couldn't keep calm when he was about to be resurrected. "So, you're really dead." Ning Chen looked at the beating heart of the god-fiend in front of him. Sword chi rose around him, and the dazzling sword light lit up the small world. The extreme sword caused the heavens and earth to change. Sword chi surged out, causing the entire heaven and earth cage to rumble and tremble. It quickly collapsed. "What?" Seeing this, Xing Jiang's expression changed. God-fiend aura surged around him, and he tried to stop Ning Chen from escaping. "I told you that you can't trap me now." Ning Chen snorted. His sword chi surged into the sky and his sword intent broke the heaven and earth cage. Knowing destiny was free. He dashed out and slashed with his sword. In the sky, Xing Jiang raised his hand and the wind and clouds formed a protective shield in front of him. With a rumble, the ghost sword broke through the wind and clouds. The sword didn't stop and continued forward. As the sword chi approached, the heart of the god-fiend beat violently. Xing Jiang disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already 10 feet away. The strange scene was hard to understand. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the beating heart of the god-fiend. His eyes narrowed. "Strange." 10 feet away, Xing Jiang yelled and dashed out. He slapped down with a powerful aura. When the attack got close, Ning Chen waved his sword and slashed at the attacker. As the sword approached, Xing Jiang felt a strong sense of danger. His expression changed and he immediately retreated. 20 feet away, Xing Jiang stopped. In front of him, the sword slashed open the void. Spatial turbulence swept out and swallowed everything around. Behind him, the heart of the god-fiend beat violently again. The wound on Xing Jiang's chest healed quickly. As expected. Seeing this, Ning Chen understood what was going on. He looked at the heart of the celestial demon behind him, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Xing Jiang's power came from this heart. If he wanted to get rid of Xing Jiang, he would have to destroy this god-devil's heart first. As this thought flashed through his mind, Ning Chen didn't hesitate any longer. His figure flickered, and he swung his sword at the heart of the fiend god behind him. It was an astonishing sword, and its might was even greater than before. Wherever the sword light passed, heaven and earth trembled. Not far away, Xing Jiang's expression changed again. He took a step forward and disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, Xing Jiang appeared in front of the fiend god's heart and punched out to block the ghost sword. Boom! Extreme sword shaking gods and demons. A terrifying vibration resounded. Xing Jiang's body flickered and showed signs of collapsing. At this moment, the aura of the fiend god's heart surged, and its power flowed into the former's body. As the power of gods and demons entered his body, Xing Jiang's body quickly stabilized and recovered to its original state. Undying body! Ning Chen sneered as he took a step forward, and his figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning. Heavenly Song Hank's sharp light streaked across, and cold air spread out, freezing the world. Xingjiang shouted as he crossed his arms, and his fiend god aura spread out, forming a barrier in front of him. The divine blade slashed down, and the fiend god barrier shattered. At the same time, the ghost sword pierced through the air, mercilessly aiming for his life. As the sword pierced through his body, the fiend god aura gushed out. Xingjiang's expression twisted violently. Even though it wasn't a physical body, he still felt bone-piercing pain. With a thump, Xingjiang's body spread out, and the fiend god aura gathered 10 steps away. His eyes were filled with fear of death. Xingjiang's expression was ferocious. He used to be an ancient fiend god, but now, he was no longer in control of his own life and death. In front of the fiend god's heart, Ning Chen slashed down with the ghost sword, and a sword light that illuminated the darkness landed on the fiend god's heart. The sword light that cut through the sky rumbled, and an indescribably terrifying aura gushed out from the fiend god's heart, madly resisting the disintegration of its own body. Not far away, Xingjiang's expression changed when he saw this scene. His emotions also went crazy, and he didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He forcefully stopped the human in front of him from continuing to destroy his heart. Space break. Ning Chen swung his sword, cutting through the void and stopping Xingjiang. At the same time, Heavenly Song Hanke slashed down with all his strength, landing on the fiend god's heart once more. The fiend god's heart shook violently, and its aura leaked out, showing signs of collapse. Stop! Xingjiang's heart became more and more terrified. He anxiously said, "I'll let her out. Without my help, you won't be able to leave this place." Hearing this, Ning Chen's heavenly song Hanke paused. He coldly looked at the ancient fiend god and said, "Let her go now." Xingjiang's expression changed. He raised his right hand, and in the small world, the world changed. The flames that had burned for thousands of years gradually faded away. In the depths of the Forbidden Land, Wild, who had been trapped for many days, looked at the path that appeared in front of her. Her beautiful face revealed joy. Had he come? Wild, you leave first. At this moment, Ning Chen's voice echoed in the small world. Wild was startled. She said, "What about you? After you leave, return to the underworld and wait for me. Sister Qing Ning and the others are there. I'll return soon." In the void, Ning Chen's voice sounded again. A man nodded lightly and said, "I know. Be careful." After saying that, Wild didn't ask any more questions and walked towards the end of the path. In the small world, in front of the fiend god's heart, Ning Chen felt Wild's aura gradually fading away. His deep eyes turned cold. "I've already let her go. Can you stop now?" Xingjiang said in a deep voice 10 steps away. "I'm relieved that she left," Ning Chen said indifferently. Ning Chen replied indifferently. Killing intent rose in his eyes as he said coldly, "Now I can focus on dealing with you." Xingjiang's expression changed. He said in fear, "You didn't keep your word." "Keep my word?" Ning Chen sneered. "When did I promise to let you go? If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. You're courting death, so you can't blame others." After saying that, demonic qi surged around Ning Chen. Layers of sword light rose. He no longer had any scruples and gathered all his power. The incomparably powerful sword aura kept attacking the small world. Ning Chen raised his hand and swung his sword, splitting the sky open. The sword aura was close to the sovereign Tao. The knowing destiny sword had an inviolable aura. "Despicable human, go to hell together!" Xingjiang was furious. His figure flew out and entered the fiend god's heart. In the next moment, the fiend god's heart beat violently and the entire death planet shook violently. The fiend god's heart self-destructed. Earth fire spewed out from the death planet. The scene of doomsday covered the entire planet. In the starry sky, Wild felt something and stopped. She looked back at the collapsing planet behind her with unconcealable worry in her eyes. "Wild, you leave first. I'll be fine." At this moment, the knowing destiny sword's voice sounded on the planet. "Okay. Wild nodded obediently and didn't stay any longer. She turned around and left. In the depths of the planet, in the collapsing small world, Ning Chen looked at the fiend god's heart in front of him. With a shout, demonic chi surged out and swallowed the fiend god's heart. The fiend god's aura was chaotic. It was powerful and violent. Blood flowed from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. He couldn't bear the terrifying fiend god's aura. Phoenix body, help me! Ning Chen called out to the sleeping phoenix body in his body. In front of a life-and-death crisis, an earth-shattering phoenix cry sounded. Flames rose in the sky. One side was hot and the other side was cold. The phoenix body walked out from the flames. Half of its hair was red and the other half was black. It was extremely dazzling. "What are you going to do?" the phoenix body asked. "Help the main body revive," Ning Chen said. "This fiend god's heart has enough vitality. As long as the main body devours its power, it will be able to reconstruct its physical body." The phoenix body's eyes flashed. After a while, it nodded and said, "Okay, I'll help you." As soon as it said that, waves of fire swept out around the phoenix body. An incomparably powerful strength erupted and helped the fiend god's heart suppress it. The two bodies joined forces. The main body appeared in the fiend god's aura. Its illusory figure could enter reincarnation at any time. Ha! With a shout, the two bodies joined forces. Demonic chi and phoenix origin surged and forcefully pushed the main body into the fiend god's heart. Just as the two bodies joined forces to help the main body devour the vitality of the fiend god's heart, the Death Star in the outside world gradually collapsed. Flames spread and dust covered the sun. Several days later, Aman returned. In King Bian City's palace, Qing Ning sensed it and immediately stood up to welcome her. "Sister Qing Ning." Looking at the woman in front of her, tears flashed in Aman's eyes as she called out, "It's good that you're back," Qing Ning softly replied. She stepped forward and patted Aman's head. "Have you seen Ning Chen? He told me to come back first." Aman couldn't hide the worry on her face. "Don't worry. It won't be that easy for something to happen to him. Moreover, your hearts are connected. Since you're fine, it means he's fine too." Qing Ning smiled. Aman nodded and answered easily. "Let's go. Come into the palace with me and tell me what happened these days." Qing Ning grabbed Aman's arm and turned to walk towards the palace behind her. With Aman's return, the human kings in the other palaces of the underworld were relieved and continued to focus on cultivation. The human race only had 10 years. In these 10 years they had to reach a higher level. Otherwise, when the two realms fought in the future, it would be difficult for the underworld to survive. In Impermanence Palace, Hong Luan looked at the two figures walking into King Bian City's palace. A trace of worry flashed through her beautiful eyes. "He didn't come back together? Worried?" Dawn Moon Tower Master's voice sounded in Impermanence Palace. Hong Luan came back to her senses and panicked. She shook her head and said, "No. Don't worry." Dawn Moon Tower Master didn't point it out and said, "A fiend god in the knowing destiny state is not a kind person. Nothing will happen to him.